give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Hey, now before we get started, let's see here. I want to make sure. I'll say something real quick, guys. We put a lot of work and time and effort, and we put a lot into our craft here at Black Men Unfiltered Network, especially the people who have channels like Lost in Translation. Mr. Bennett comes in on Sundays with grooming and reviews and does a wonderful job. We have Coach K. We have Dr. Nkumbe. We have let's see, Kicking It with JT. We have Mr. Boomer. We have so many great things happening on this network, and that's going to continue to happen. And one of the things I want to talk about is that, man, I appreciate the people who support this channel and what we're doing. The people who give. Crystal Light, you are amazing. Thank you for all that you give as from the audience I'm talking about right now. I'll get to the panels in a second, but thank you so much for what you give. Crystal Light gives all the time. And when we put this work in, and when I put this work in, and we all get in here and we talk, we have the conversations. I love when you guys support the channel by hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, hitting that Cash App, right? That shows that, you know, that you love the network and what we're doing here as well. Who's sponsoring the show tonight, right? People come in and they give. It pops up right over here. I have my tablet over here to the side. If we get a Cash App or something like that. But I really appreciate you guys. And, you know, moving forward, you know, if you want to show the guys some appreciation, every show, because I'm not selfish like that, every show has their own Cash App setup where you can send Cash Apps to them. If you want to send Cash Apps to the host of those shows, you can do that. Talk Tuesday, Friday. If you want to contribute, the Cash App is scrolling at the bottom of the screen on every show. Just support us, guys. Should support the channel, because everything that you send to us, we use it to give that entertainment back to you guys. And I know we have some really, really good shows. And I know that we really, really do the work. And so I want to say thank you to everybody that shows up every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? 7 days a week. I thank you guys, and continue to pray for us, continue to acknowledge us, you know, and we'll acknowledge you as well. But thank you so much. I just want to show some appreciation to you guys. It means a lot to have you guys here every day of the week and showing up and showing out. It's just amazing. So you see the Cash App scrolling at the bottom of the screen. If you want to give, please do give that way. If you can't give that way, do it with the subscribe button. All right, hit the subscribe button, the like button, hit the share button, share it with a family member. Because y'all know we're gonna butt heads, we're gonna dap each other up, we're gonna have extreme conversations, we're gonna have well-balanced conversations. You know, some days it's gonna go well and some days it won't, but that's all in the game of life. There's ups and downs, ebbs and flows, and everything that we do. So thank you guys again for being a part of Black Men Unfiltered Network and every podcast that comes on this network on a nightly basis. We appreciate you guys. All right. The next thing I wanted to talk about is this. The title of the show tonight is "What Shall We Do with the Simps and the Spineless?" I want to bring up my partner in crime, Lost in Translation, is in the building tonight. Lost in Translation, what's going on, my guy?
Indeed. Glad to be here as always, sir. It's always good to be in the house, as always.
Man, you know what, man? I wanted to talk to you about something real quick before we start bringing everybody else up. You know, we've had a few shows, and I've gotten called out a lot of times.
Of course.
But Lost in Translation, sometimes, you know, people call you out, and I got somebody call me out from the church.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Welcome to the club, sir.
And they say, one of the things that she said was this, and this is what she sent me. I saw your segment on women preachers. I would extremely have to disagree with you, because how is the church 90% women, but women can't lead it? I said, okay. I said, well, I would love to have the discussion, which I would love to invite you up on one of the panels. We could have a show dedicated to that subject and bring you up. She said, let me pray about it.
Really?
I said, okay. She messaged me back about an hour ago and said, I'll be there. You set the show up, you let me know what day, and I'll be there. Lost in Translation?
Mm-hmm.
We got work to do.
Of course. Of course.
And I'm gonna invite them on in. Her along with some other pastor and a few other people who object to that notion. A lot of people were saying I saw CC Winans, which when I was a kid, I know this is going to be strange. I know everybody know who the Winans family is.
Right.
When I was a kid, I had the biggest crush on CC. Oh yes, I used to love me some CC. Woo, Jesus. And because that was just a pretty woman. And CC I did not know that CC is a pastor of a church now. She has a huge mega church.
Yeah, she does.
That she's a pastor of. And the other night she got on and she started saying that William Murphy and his church is trash because they're not following the word of God and they're trying to do something different with the word of God because they had dancing at the church.
Really?
But then ain't that hypocrisy lost in translation?
All the way.
Because you're sitting up telling your church in masses and the mass of people, she probably have like 10,000 people in that church. And you're telling people on a huge scale that William Murphy shouldn't have certain music or dancing at his church while you are leading and pastoring the church. And before she preaches, she says these words. Welcome to the church today, guys. Well, God is healing and he's moving in this place. God is speaking through me, with me, and standing beside me. First, and I want to give honor to God, who is the head of my life. I want to give honor to the angels who cover us and protect us. And last but not least at all, I want to give a huge thank you to my first man. That don't even sound right.
That didn't even roll off the tongue right.
It doesn't even, it feels awkward. And he's sitting down there. It feels like it's backwards.
That's because it is backwards, man.
But that's neither here nor there. We're gonna address that. We're gonna address that. I'm gonna tell her Tuesday.
Oh, I can't wait.
Because Tuesday I was gonna do a show is called "He Gave Me Everything, but He Had No Money." We was gonna do that one Tuesday because there's a viral video going around of a young lady who says this man taught her how to love. He taught her how to cook. He taught her how to love herself and how to be a upstanding woman. But at the end of the day, she said he had no money. His job was not sufficient. And so she left him because he had no money. But everything else,
I know
as far as
exactly
standards of a man,
yeah,
all the standards of a man, he had everything but the money wasn't right. Yeah. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here tonight. I'm going to go to the chat. Well, lost in translation, if you will. Let's greet the wonderful people who are watching tonight. We have 18 people watching right now. That number is going to grow significantly in the next few minutes. So please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. When you come in through the door, we have 18 people watching. We should have 18 likes right now. Lost in translation, man. Go ahead and let us know who's in that chat tonight.
First of all, we're going to go ahead and give a big round of applause to the one and only Crystal Light.
Yes, indeed.
That's right. She gets the sprinkles. Next, we also have Almond Eyes. She gets the sprinkles too. You know, we take
Almond Eyes. What's going on, sweetheart?
That's right. Also, we have Mr. Curtis Moore all the way from California. You understand what I'm saying?
Come on,
so we appreciate him coming through, man. You know. Then, guess who else we got in the house, man? We got the one and only Grooming.
My guy, man. Great show Sunday.
That's right. Also, we got the one and only Marriage, Politics, and Sports, also known as R. Payne, in the building.
R. Payne, what's going on?
And also, we got another brother from another mother, Mr. Angry Snowman's 2. I wonder what happened to the one, but we're going to talk to him about that later on. You know what I'm saying? And we got none other than the one and only Lady Navoa. That's right. She gets sprinkles too. She is always in the chat, man, supporting all these content creators. I want to make sure that we give her a round of applause, man, because she goes above and beyond every time we see her, man. She's always supporting the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Also, we got Trey Ferg in the building, the one and only. We also got Mr. Marcus Evans. He said all Simps and Panthers must be exposed. Oh, we're gonna talk about that later on this evening. And we got Mr. Bennett in here too, even though he ain't put his hands up yet. He said in the chat, but he's in the building. He's ready to go. So that's exactly who we have tonight so far. I hope we.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you being in the house with us. Now I got to bring my guys up tonight because these guys are going to help us get through these things. Trey Ferg in the building, the first ball brother of the evening. Trey Ferg is in the building tonight. What's going on, Trey?
What's up, fellas?
What's happening, Trey Ferg?
It's always an honor, man, to be with y'all guys, man.
It's always an honor to have you, sir.
Now, I also want to bring up, listen, the president, CEO, CFO of this beautiful company called the Ball Brothers of the BMU Network. I'll let him introduce himself. Ladies and gentlemen around the world, let's get ready to get bald. Mr. Bennett is in the building right now.
Good evening, everyone. Good to be here tonight. Shout out to the 7B Network, all the beautiful, the beneficent, the benevolent Ball Brothers of the BMU Network. It's good to be with the Follically Free tonight. Salute to all my brothers out there. And again, we strive for peaceful coexistence with the follicle world. So no hate here, but good to be here with you brothers tonight.
Absolutely, my brother. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Bennett. Also, you know what? I'm gonna say this, Mr. Bennett. Thank you so much, man, for those shows that you and my guys doing over here, man. You know, grooming reviews. Y'all are having just simple conversation, and it's amazing to just sit and listen to it, brother. That was the vision, and the vision is showing up every Sunday. So I appreciate you. Grooming reviews, I appreciate you as well, my brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, now last but not least, you know, lost in translation, I do it a lot, so I'm gonna let you introduce him. I got you queued up, but I'm gonna let you introduce the next guy. Okay,
that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. They call him Black Chocolate. They also call him Deep Thunder. Also, all the way from the continent, they also call him the Continent. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and the only R-Pain.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
I'm not cursing ever again, man.
Thank you for being here, my guy. We appreciate you, my brother. We appreciate you, my guy.
Doing
We're doing absolutely wonderful. Thank you for being here tonight. Let's see. Sir Hell Speaks is in the building tonight. Sir Hell, what's going on, my guy? Let me know, man. Sir Hell, if you're not too busy, you know, we could get with it like we used to back in the day. All right, me and Sir Hell used to be up to 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning on these things, man, when we first got started. So, Sir Hell, my guy, if you're not busy, man, hey, let me know. I'll send you the link, my guy, for sure. All right, man. I want to check everybody, the temperature of the room. You know, I got to check everybody's mental health. What's going on with you guys? How's family? Trey Ferg, we'll start with you first. You know, with your dad passing, and you going through this through the weeks and having all the support you were telling us about behind the scenes. How are you, man? Oh, you muted, Trey. Hold on, you muted. But before you go, I got one last person I need to bring up for now. And we have to introduce him as well. If you piss him off, he's gonna say, stupid. If you don't, you know, if you're not submissive, he'll say,
no damn clown.
But then when you see him walking down the street, this is his thing.
I can't help it that I'm custom made. I can't help it that I look good, smell good, can dance all night long. I can't help it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Trey is in the building tonight. Thank you, Trey.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's up, fellas? What's going on, fellas? That intro never gets old.
Mr. Bennett, I'm sorry, go start with Trey Ferg. Trey Ferg, how are you, man, and how is the family?
Yeah, man, you know, I just can't thank you enough, man, for your support, man, you know. So it's always a pleasure, man. Just today was a little different, you know what I'm saying? We laid him to rest on a Friday, so Fridays are now going to be a little different. Also, this is my birthday month, you know, next, Thursday? Yeah, I'll be
happy
another year older, another year wilder, another year wiser. So, you know, I don't know, I'm indifferent about this birthday. It's the first birthday without both my parents, so I'm going to get through it, and I'm going to speak about it. I'm going to speak my mind. From now on going forward, I hold nothing back. I'm the elder.
All right, my brother. I want you to know, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, if you get into those places, those dark places, man, where, you know, it becomes, you know, too overwhelming. But, you know, you got your brothers. You got my number. You can call me anytime. You already know that. We talk off the live line anyway. So make sure you call us. Let us know, man, if you need anything. We're here for you, my brother. We got one more person in the back. I want to bring him up because there's a new museum opened in the world. And with this museum being open, he had something to say about the new museum because it's taking the attention away from wives and women who want to be in serious relationships. Matter of fact, I don't want to talk about it no more. I'm going to let him tell you about it before we bring him up. Here he is.
Going to Diggling museums. Yes.
We got JT from What We Know podcast in the building tonight. JT, listen, man, that video is still rising in number because people are interested in the Diggling Museum.
What you talking about, bro? I don't know.
Diggling Museum.
That was not me.
It's popular out here. We want to talk about that. But I want to get Mr. Bennett in here. Mr. Bennett, how are you? How's the family? And what's going on over there with you future empty nesters?
Family is good. Daughters are dispersed doing their thing. It's just a cozy Friday night here, but just got paid. So, hey, it's all good. It's Friday night, so I'm all good. The song's in my head tonight, so hey, it's all good. But I'm not club hunting tonight. I'm staying home.
All right, man. Thank you so much for being here, my brother. All right, we got R. Payne in the building tonight. R. Payne, I know that you had a bar mitzvah. You had to strip for a bar mitzvah last night. So, but thank you for being here, my brother. How are you tonight?
Hey, man, the tips were pretty damn good, man.
I know that's right. You got to talk about it.
What can I say, man? Anyway, everything's cool, man. I can't complain.
R. Payne, they changed your name. Them young girls, you stripped for at that bar mitzvah last night?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
they call you a yummy substance or something. I don't know. Go ahead.
Oh man, yeah. Yep. Go ahead, Trey. You
Trey, talk to me, Trey. How are you doing, man? How's the fam, brother?
I heard they call him Big Gooey, but that's
with a graham cracker crust. Come on, man.
Happy birthday, Uncle Trey. And,
that's right.
Appreciate it.
No, I don't. Look,
Happy birthday, LG.
I've had an incredible week.
Thank you,
I spoke
fellas.
to a couple that's been married for 52 years, and they put me up on some game. I just got finished having a conversation with two Asian men who were basically telling us that American men are weak, and that's why y'all women running all over crazy. And they said it in perfect English too, so they wasn't playing. Family's healthy, daughter's doing well. I have no complaints. Up 0.31% in the stock this week, so I can't complain. Good week for me.
Man, listen to him, man. That Meta was up 22% today.
Well, hey, listen, I posted this on my Instagram. Meta has just decided to start giving dividends. That's huge. That's a big deal. Right? If you're on Facebook and you're on IG, you need to be getting some of this money back.
Now we got JT from What We Know podcast in the building, and then Lost in Translation. You could take it from there, and then we'll jump right into the conversation, my guy.
For sure. Is my mic good, man?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, no, I'm not at the crib, so I'm doing all kind of different shit.
So have you become the Diggling Museum?
No. I'm with family, man. I'm with family.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Hey, man, first and foremost, hey, happy birthday to my homie, OG Trey.
Appreciate you, man.
It's a pleasure being up here with the brothers, man. I've been trying to I got to get my PC back working, man. That's why we didn't have a show Wednesday. It crashed on Tuesday while I was on the Tuesday night show. So
wow,
get that back together so we can get back popping again. I mean, stuff happens, bro. I figured it out, so we'll be back popping again.
Absolutely. Thank you, my brother. All right, Lost in Translation. Bring us on in, brother. How are you, man?
Appreciate it. I am well, man. First, I want to tell Trey Ferg happy birthday, man. You know what I'm saying? Every day, man, we get a blessing, you know what I'm saying, to come around this thing one more time. And anytime you get a chance to have another birthday, man, it's always a blessing, man. I want to appreciate you, man. Let you know why you're still here, man. We appreciate you. We love you, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man.
Here's my thing, man. This week has been super productive, man. The channel's growing. So I appreciate everybody coming out. Anytime we have surprise pop-ups when people invite me on channels and stuff like that in podcasts, I want to make sure that I expose y'all to other stuff that I'm doing as well, too, because I think it's important that we hear from different people in different avenues and different states of life to make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing as men and also making sure that we have honest conversations. You know what I'm saying? What up, Uncle Rick? Good to see you, brother. You know what I'm saying? And to make sure that we take care of each other, man, like we supposed to, and make sure we on the same page. You know what I mean? Because it's one thing for us to have conversations amongst ourselves, but it's a blessing to make sure that we hear from everybody else too as well, so we have a balanced conversation. You know what I mean? And also, I want to go ahead and give it up to Uncle Ricky. Uncle Ricky, tell us how you doing today, sir. Welcome to the show, sir.
I'm pissed off, to be honest with you.
Uh-oh. What's up, Rick?
No, we'll talk about it in the show. Like, how's everybody doing? Happy birthday, Trey.
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Happy birthday to you, man. Another trip around the sun. Shout out to my boy Trey for always keeping it gangster. Our Pain for keeping it light. BMU for always having me, and Lost in Translation for being a voice of reason. I appreciate y'all, man. What's good, JT? Mr. Bennett, how y'all doing?
Mr. Bennett drop.
Thank you for being here, man.
Rick, how you doing, brother? That's the question, man. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm blessed, man. Every day above ground's a good day, man.
Good.
Everything's progressing as it should, man. I'm good, man. I have no complaints. I appreciate you asking me, brother.
Good. I want to make sure you straight, brother. Black Man Unfiltered, sir. It's your turn. Tell us how you feeling, brother.
You know, man, I'm feeling good, man. Had a pretty good week. Love watching my daughter ball out. My daughter had 18 points on Thursday. So she balled out. Got into a little scuffle. You know, we had a conversation. She is her father's child. A girl knocked her down and stepped over, and it went left. But yeah, other than that, man, we had an awesome week, man. Family's doing good, man. Trying to, just trying to move, man. Making sure everybody have what they need, brother. You know how it is.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Mr. Bennett said his PC just crashed.
Well, the devil busy, ain't it?
Damn. He said he said he about to come back in though. His browser crashed. He said, yeah.
Okay.
All right. So thank you guys for being here. Now I want to hop right into this thing. We have some simps and some spineless men in this world today. They don't stand for nothing. They always support the feminine style of things. The other day I was watching the show. I invited him to the show tonight, but he ain't gonna show up. I heard a man say the other day, I wanted to screen record it and play it, but I don't know if they're gonna strike me. They probably would out of hatred. But I seen the guy that I've done a show with before get on a show full of women, because see, that's where he liked to be at. And I'm calling him out now. He likes to be with those women because he knows that real men, like over here in this barbershop, gonna chop that shit up and put it in a bun and sell it for $1.50. He understands that we're not gonna play with him over here. Let me tell you some of the stuff this man said. He said, I don't understand how a man could pass by a woman, or a man can be in the vicinity of a woman and she need help changing a tire and he won't change it. No matter what her attitude is, no matter if she cussing, acting a fool or not, it's a shame that a man won't jump in front of a bullet for a woman he don't know. He said, what happened to men being men? We're supposed to die for these women out here. And these men, they ain't nothing. He said, but you know what? And then you know how feminine men are. Feminine men start to use the same thing women do when they say men are gay. He said, you know what? I see more men opening doors for other men at the store than I see men opening doors for women. He said, man, these dudes are fruity. They punchy. They real saucy. Because they're opening doors for other men. And tell me, thank you, brother. What's going on, man? I appreciate that. And he said, but I see more of men helping each other than men helping women. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what he said. And so, shout out to him. I invited him to the show. He ain't coming. He ain't gonna come. He knows. He knows better. But I sent the invite. So, guys, what do you think about this sister? I'm sorry. This sister man.
Listen, whenever you got guys, man, who like to pander to women, they're not doing them any favors. You know what I'm saying? It's not causing them to reflect on themselves, you know what I mean, and what they can do. He was saying, I don't see, you know, men jumping in front of bullets and changing tires for women. Guess what? I don't see women making people like Trey a random plate when he needed. You know what I'm saying?
You about to talk tonight.
You know, Trey, when was the last time you had somebody to run up on you with some aluminum foil and a paper plate and say, you know what, brother, I really do appreciate you? When was the last time that happened to you, man? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When was the last time a woman asked you, Trey, are you okay?
Legitimately and meant it?
Yeah.
Probably my last relationship.
19 what? Oh, okay.
That's about 5 years ago.
So basically, she had some skin in the game. You know what I'm saying?
She had incentive, right?
Okay. Yeah. But like I said earlier, man, when guys do stuff like that, first of all, it's a disingenuous conversation, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's low key disrespectful. We call that covert disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that runs rampant, you know, in our community where people can make up something, add no proof to it, and then serve it up on a plate like it's good to go. You know what I mean? And I think the reason why people like that don't come over here is because we make them back up what they said. Give us some examples. You know, we're not savages. We'll listen to what you have to say. But all we do is require that you provide us with some type of proof, something that we can dissect, something we can at least have a conversation about. But I don't pay attention to people like that, man, because people like that don't build nothing, no way. So that's why I'm glad that it didn't show up. But, you know, and nobody's scared of nobody. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about it, come on, talk about it. But we're going to be gentlemen about it. And that's it, because manners maketh man.
I know that's right. Anybody else want to hop in? Uncle Rick, I know you had some fire in your heart tonight. Anything you want to add to this guy?
I'm tired of these niggas, bro. Like,
talk on it.
I know I'm not as hospitable as y'all. I understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what simps are more dangerous than the females, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's these type of dudes that give these women the validation they seek so much, which they use as reasoning to run amok. Listen to. I was on a show today. I was a shout out to him, right? This might be risky. This dude came up there talking about the reason why girls sleep with pookies is because there's not enough good men out there. Listen up. I need y'all to digest this, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong. So y'all know my argument,
right?
How can Nick Cannon sleep with any woman that doesn't allow him? We get into the conversation, and he's talking about men should be better, so there's more good men for women to choose from. And of course, y'all know I gave the average man spiel. We out here. We keep telling y'all we out here, but we don't exist, right? We don't exist. That's what they keep telling us, right? They tell us you're the exception, Trey. Rick, you the exception. BMU, you the exception, JT. Right? And now, and shout out to Beans, right? Little podcast, right? He got into it with dude. And they get to talk, you know how it becomes a pissing contest, right? This dude said they was arguing about bullshit. He was like, Beans was like, I got a woman, blah, blah, blah. Dude was like, I got 4 of them. I just sent one to a comedy club so I can hang out with one of the other ones. And the women, the one woman on the panel, she nodding, agreeing with him. Of course, the yunks in the chat, right? So, and look, women agree with this shit. The simps say because they want. It's not even that's not femininity. What they calling it, what they trying to get men to do. This is not femininity, right? Cowtown, bow down, get on one fucking knee and worship me. Right? Put in work with me, right? And don't worry about what you get out of it. Right? This is what they want men to do because they understand if every man was doing this, was on point, they can take advantage of every single man they wanted to. Simps need to be destroyed, bro. This is not it. This is not cool. This shit is it's like putting together the perfect experiment with everything you need to have it to continue to perpetuate through time. And once, this is what people don't understand, right? Once the experiment can run itself, it's no longer experiment, right? It's a proof of concept at that point. It's not a prototype anymore. It's a proof of concept. I don't, as black people, I don't see how people cannot look at this and not be bothered. This shit is disheartening. Like I say it all the time because I got the weird, I just have a weird habit of being able to analyze things. Like I said, I wish I can express better. I really do. I wish I could express better, right? But I see it. But today, I know it. This shit is over with. This shit is dead in the water and sinking. And people just dancing on the Titanic. This some sad ass shit, bro. This some for real life sad ass shit. Y'all talk about I'm sorry. They talk about the OGs. It's about to be generations of babies without no daddies.
Yeah.
And mamas.
Did you hear what I said?
And mamas.
Just the era of people coexisting together. It's not going to be mothers and dads and children anymore. It's just going to be a bunch of people not respecting each other. Yeah, I agree with Rick, man. Basically over. Basically over. But I've always said it was these dudes, man, they're a problem. These simp ass niggas, they've always been problems. It's funny where you can have women that can disagree with, you know, your talking points or whatever, but you would have dudes, man, in the past 5 to 7 years, man, you have dudes that go from disagreeing with your talking points to want to dox you, to want to catch an airplane and meet up with you and fight and all these different things that dudes is a problem. So you would hear me say it a whole lot. It's the men that's the problem, or the so-called men. That's the problem.
Y'all seen the movie 300, right?
Yep.
I feel like we're the Spartans. We're the 300. There's not enough of us, right? And the Simps are the Persians. they dwarfing us in numbers, but we're better. We're better than them, but we don't have the numbers because it takes a special type of man to be a part of the 300. See, everybody can't be a part of the 300. It's a different type of dude to be a part of 300. It's easy, in my opinion, to be a simp. And I'm telling you, as someone who was raised by a single mother, I was raised to be a simp. That's what they do. I was raised to be that way. It wasn't until I joined the military and I started to get these lessons in female nature going, oh, hell nah. Innately, it didn't feel right. The masculinity that I was born with overtook. And then the military just confirmed what I was already feeling. So there's a ton of them. We've got to figure out a way with the small group of us how to defeat the army of simps. Not that it can't be done. We know how the movie 300 ended, but our movie's not going to end that way, right? There's a way to deal with them I think that as a collective, we are smart enough to figure it out. They are a problem, and they need to be eradicated. That's the exact word I'm going to use, because what they are doing is they are feeding into the supremacy that these women want. Uncle Rick hit the nail on the head. They don't want just to be treated like women. They want men to kowtow and bend the knee to them, bow down to them, and to acknowledge that women are superior, which will never fucking happen. And there's a group of men, a large group of men, referred to as simps, that are willing to do that. You talk about these guys talking about, well, men used to die for women. We're talking about quality women. We're not talking about any old woman. We're talking about women who made homes, raised children, support men, inspired these men. This wasn't no anybody-ass women out here. There was a woman you could be proud of to walk into a room holding her hand. You can introduce her as your wife and or future wife. You were proud to have her. Quality women we talking about here. That's the guy. That's the women they were talking about they were willing to die for. Nobody's willing to die for Brick Lady. Sorry, ain't happening. Those are not quality women. So stand strong, because all we got at this point is each other, because they are, and it seems like they're getting stronger and stronger every day. Like, are they recruiting? What exactly is going on? There's more and more that are unwilling to speak out against the BS that is women, when you know, and I'm looking at these guys, I'm like, you know she's doing BS. You know she's doing it. You know everything that just came out of her mouth is bullshit. And she's not gonna let you hit, bruh. You agreeing with her, you pumping her up, she's still gonna hit me at the end of the night. Because I'm the one that's gonna tell her the real shit, which is what she really wants. I'm the one that's gonna pat her on the butt while I kick her out of my spot. Because that's how you really treat them. And she'll be back tomorrow too. And guess what she's gonna do? She's gonna call your simp ass and tell you how much fun she had tonight. Terrible.
I agree, man. Listen, like you said, the simps are the army for these ratchet ass women, and there's a much more of them than it is of us. And I guess you guys know that Obsidian had some issues with his channel, and he's on them all the time. I don't know if y'all know about that. It's not clear whether they snatched it or not. That's what I heard, But the point is, he's on the chicks all the time. Sometimes it's a little bit much, but I don't know whether it was a self-inflicted wound, because he's smart enough to know that they snatched channels for a lot less. But he was on it, just on it. So I mean, I heard there's some more information to come. But as one of the fathers of the manosphere, whatever you like, whether you like the manosphere term or not, he was a voice of men, at least get their rage out from time to time. I think that's required. Now, this panel is a little bit different, because we don't need to be, because I like to move away from red pill rage and move away from the women that don't deserve our time and energy. And I think the simps who support them don't deserve our time and energy either, because we can't change any of that stuff. We can only move forward with the people who want to come and be a part of it, and that's it. And for folks who have young kids and sons and daughters, it's each one teach one. I don't want you to be like the folks here or there. Somehow don't let the society and social media shape the people that you love. You gotta somehow guard them from that. So the simps are, they're frustrating, but just like the women who they follow, we need to somehow be able to isolate ourselves and move forward. Ebony K. Williams is back at it again. But the one thing that I'm going to say about her that kind of solidifies the fact that some women will never get it, because she said that men at her level or above, they'll never, she half-ass understands this, but she doesn't like it. They'll never accept her the way she is, because they don't want to have somebody looking at them as a partner, right? She kind of said that, but she kind of denigrated those guys as if they have a deficit because they won't accept her at that equal level. And she just doesn't get it, man. A guy on his square that much, he don't want to hear her bullshit. Just sit down, open your legs, and shut the fuck up, man. You know, at least every so often. I don't want to hear you, contemplating the weather with me every time I come home. Stop. But she doesn't know how to do that. So, yeah.
Well, you know what? Arpain,
go ahead. I'm learning it there.
Yeah, I want to say something to Arpain about that. You said it would leave some of them, behind. When the ones that you remember Ephialtes in 300.
Yeah.
Ephialtes is a representation of what happens when you don't take care of the simp and the spineless. Ephialtes had no skill, nothing, but he brought down the 300 by himself. That motherfucker went told all the secrets, told how to get behind them, how to beat them.
Yeah.
And they were able to destroy the 300 who had took down so many, right? Because of him, because of one simp who did what? They offered him pussy, and he chose pussy and betrayed the Spartans.
Yeah.
What I call an infiltrator.
Yeah, exactly. So what I want to do, guys, I want to play a little bit of this young man. I just reached out to him again. I'm getting nothing in return, guys. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if
he ain't coming up here.
The suspense is killing me. Who is it?
I'm about to show it to you right now.
You don't want this smoke, bro.
He's been on this show before, and Sir Hell gave him the business.
Oh my God!
Damn. Yeah, Sir Hell gave him and his wife the business.
Damn. He got a wife. Oh my God.
Oh yes. I love him to death. I don't. We don't attack the person. We attack their argument.
Right.
So I love him to death. I just completely disagree. So I'm pulling it up now. Let's see here.
Treat him like Thanos. You know what I'm saying? Dreaded.
I already know who.
Destiny.
Oh, you know who it is? Rick?
Yeah, I got an idea.
All right. Don't try to hear this. And I tried to get all of it. I don't think I did, because I was in a hurry. But let us play. Here we go.
They complain about stuff that men used to take pride in, like.
Oh, look at the devil. Let me turn this volume up because I want y'all to hear this.
They complain about stuff that men used to take pride in, like helping a woman with a flat tire. A woman living by herself and she has a house and it needs to be snowed out. Oh, I ain't shoveling no snow. I'm not doing this. Like,
oh, come on now. Don't you spin on me. Now, that's his wife in the top right-hand corner. Okay. See how she's smiling? She said, babe, I got my man is he's representing. You know what I mean?
Isn't he lovely?
Yeah.
Isn't he wonderful?
Isn't he wonderful? Okay, let's see if it'll do it now. Because I'm not liking this. It wasn't doing this a few minutes ago. Hold on. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah. I know what I'm gonna have to do. All right, yeah. So anyway, that's y'all here.
No,
you got us on screen, man. You're not sharing your screen.
Yeah, I think it's StreamYard tripping tonight because it plays good when it's not connected to StreamYard. All right, I know what to do. But anyway, y'all heard a little partial part of it. Who wants to get in right now on this? Because I want y'all to somebody help me.
First and foremost, just as being just men, right? If he talking about some damn snow, I got two people on each side of me. I got a snowblower, and sometimes when I'm out there, man, I would blow their sidewalk, I blow my sidewalk, I blow and pause on that.
Pause. I was just going to get you.
Damn.
I was about to tell you.
I would throw the snow. That's what we normally say.
Okay.
Snow throwers. But I would clean up. It doesn't matter if they're a woman or not, man. It's like we're neighbors, right? That's just what men do. We're neighbors. I got a neighbor. Sometimes he'll come over and ask me if I need to get, some tree limbs chopped down. If we see that our property, because we all are community, right? If we see our shit need to be done, man, sometimes we just do it. It's the same thing with family. It's the same thing with friends. When it comes down to this whole thing of if she need to get her snow blowed or you need to change her tire and stuff like that, that doesn't matter if she's a woman or a man to us. You know what I'm saying? We see somebody in need. A lot of times, man, we would just help a person, right? This bullshit about women out here on their own, it is what it is. When you have had a man in your life and you got rid of that man because of your own frivolous ego or whatever it is, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. We're not talking about that. When we're talking about these simps, let me tell you, one of the things that we do, man, as just being men that stands on our I don't want to say stand on business. I can't stand that shit, but we stand on what's the other word, man?
Principles.
Principles. Yes. I'd rather say that. When we stand on principles, man, it's like we're the contrast to those fake ass dudes, right? Those what we would call simps. One of the things I used to do before I got on YouTube, we used to have this whole thing, me and my friends, we all get together, we had conversations. They had their girlfriends or wives and things like that. And I knew that once we started having these conversations, this was like 7 years ago, 9 years ago. But when we had these conversations, I knew that I was going to be the one that was going to separate the room. I knew it. I knew because of how I speak. Everybody else was still talking that old shit. You seen them dudes sitting there talking about you got to be, catering to your woman and all this shit. And I'd be like, fuck all that shit. And then I'll say some shit and I already know I start separating the room, right? The craziest part about when I start talking, it'll be probably about 7 men there, 7 women. Almost all the men stop talking. They go watch TV or go watch the game or whatever the fuck they was watching. I'm still at the table, me and probably one other dude. We out here tackling all these goddamn women that's out here trying to attack our fucking talking points. And we understood that they were going to be, I knew it when I came in, but the majority of dudes, they run away. They were running away from the conversation. I knew it. And that's where I'd be like, that ain't going to be my friend. That's not my friend. He's a sucker. And if he my family, I ain't fucking with him either. All that shit we was talking 3-4 days ago, now you get in front of your woman and you ain't standing on shit. I knew that was what it was. It just so happened that now we on YouTube now. And you can see it, real time now. This is what that is. I end it right there.
Appreciate it. I'm gonna make sure we welcome Grooming in the Reviews. He's been patiently waiting. Welcome, sir.
What's up, Greek Freak?
Acknowledge you. You know what I'm saying? What's
going on, brother? What's going on, guys?
Groomer, you want to add something to the conversation, brother?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I know you've been waiting.
Where do I start? Where do I end? The better question is, there's so much to add here. This guy's opinion, I think it's like toilet paper I wipe my ass with, to be honest with you. That's the best way I can put it. You cannot sit there and tell me, how to live my life and tell how I'm going to be with my women when you don't know me personally. Try to give me advice. This is why this panel works the greatest, I think, personally, because everybody has different opinions. Yeah, we might argue and scream and yell, but we all have opinions. We respect it. But he's one guy with, 3 women on there?
Yeah, he's in the ladies' room.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, BM, you said you know him personally, right?
No, I know. Yeah, he's been on the show before.
Okay, so do me a favor, email him and ask him when he's going to take his tampon out, and then he can be a man again. So after that, then we're going to have that conversation 1-to-1.
Sidebar: do you know Kotex just released a new tampon for Valentine's Day for women who on their period that want to have sex?
Oh my God!
Really?
No, I'm talking about it.
Oh, I'm serious. Everybody got a phone? Just pull your phone out and say Kotex Valentine's Day. It'll pop right up. They got a tampon out for women who want to have sex during the.
They call it a trap door.
No.
I'd rather go walk my fish.
Wait a minute. You better go do what?
I'd rather go walk my fish.
That's she. So anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. Mr. Bennett, what are your well, you know, I want to wait till the video comes up. So until we'll do this sidebar until it's down on right now. I appreciate that, Uncle Rick. So what do you guys think about that? Kotex doing that, coming up with a tampon that is for women to have sex on while their periods are on during Valentine's Day. It's called the Kotex Click.
I don't care. Wait, y'all didn't see murders happen before? Shit, like I ain't scared of no red light. Come on, man. Like
Rick crazy no more.
Come on, man. Like something. Okay, you gonna pay Kotex for something that girls do already?
Put the
you know, get that old towel out there, lay it on that bed.
Man, come on, man. Somebody experienced, I see.
Hey, get you some rubber sheets, the ones that wash off. Take a shower.
Hang on now. Hang on, Uncle Rick. You telling the secrets now. Hang on.
Hang on. Nasty, dude.
The women go get it for you.
They're not ready for all that.
Goddamn right. Nasty as fuck, and they love it. My wife love it. You hear what I'm saying?
I'm happy for you. That's way too much for me.
Wait a minute. This show just took a turn.
What happened from PG to X-rated nastiness here?
Mm-hmm. No, I think it's stupid. You know, again, if we're gonna talk about the true science of it, you know, companies are running out of ways to make money.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Capitalism at its finest.
Right.
At its finest.
Y'all got to remember they pay people to sit in rooms and come up with ways to come up with products. So
Absolutely.
They'll throw it out there and let it shoot a shot. You know what I'm saying? You see how they letting all the Mexicans in after now. Now y'all understand why they open the borders now that they done found that cobalt mine off the coast of California, right?
Right. We got to get them electric cars.
Somebody got to go to work.
All right, I got the video up, guys. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First piece of evidence plays now.
Complaining about stuff that men used to take pride in, like helping a woman with a flat tire. You know, a woman living by herself and she has a house and it needs to be snowed out. Oh, I ain't showing no snow. I'm not doing this. Like I didn't have no kids. I'm not fucking you, so I don't have to do this and that. So they complain about doing manly things. Yeah. Like I've never the group of men I hang around don't have a problem doing that. Like shoveling snow, changing flat tires, whatever it is to help a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like who complains about helping women? What man complains about helping women? Only a man that's not getting what they want from that woman. Because when you help somebody, you're doing that for you. You're supposed to be doing that for yourself, for one. So if someone asks you for some help, if you don't want to do it, just don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you feel like doing it, then do it and feel good about doing it because you did something out the kindness of your heart. But these men these days, they always have to get something in return. So that's not how a man that's supposed to be a protector and a provider is supposed to work. Now, you can be that, but don't sit up here and act like you're this high value man just because you claiming you making six figures or whatever. Because everybody making six figures now. So I don't even know no broke people no more.
You know what's funny, black man? Guys like this say that men should do stuff for free, but let them show up and don't come home with no paycheck.
Ooh.
Because he been out there doing stuff for the free. You know what I'm saying? Well, honey, you know, I know I went to work and everything, but you know, I was around the corner helping Mrs. Jenkins and Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Terrell and all these other people, but yet you ain't bring no money home. Let's see how long that lasts. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see what they think about it. Come on, Ricky, on mute.
When did help not become for the other person? Ain't that why it's called help?
That's right.
Yep.
What the fuck these niggas be talking about? He said, what did he just say? You should be doing it. You should be doing this shit without expecting anything in return. So black men just was supposed to do everything they supposed to and not get a goddamn thing, huh? Just keep on working yourself to death. Put the world on your back. Going out there, and she ain't your woman. She ain't got to fuck you, but you still got to take care of her. You still got to pay for her. And better yet, you a helper. And then what she say? You should have been here earlier. You supposed to do that. Weirdo ass. These niggas is weird, man. Is we the only ones who see this shit? Like, what?
Man.
They see it, Rick. They see it. They scared to admit it, bro. They're scared to admit it. That's all.
Let me ask you a question to everybody. Do you think
No, Uncle Rick, only 300 of us see it. 300.
Them cowards, they cowards, bro. These motherfuckers is cowards, man. I'm telling you. I done sit back and talk to a gang of dudes, bro, and these motherfuckers are straight up cowards, dog. They talk totally different when they with you, but all you gotta do is to humble their ass, put their woman right in front of them, and it's on and pop.
You know what's funny, man? He wants to volunteer his services for all these women, but none of these women came over to help his wife wash no clothes, cook no dinner. You know what I'm saying? But they want you to borrow your husband powers to go do something for some other woman who didn't humble herself enough to become a better woman, but you gonna render your services for the free. Make that make sense. Make that make sense.
What he described is slavery. That's what he described.
Truly, that's what slavery is.
That's exactly what he described. He won't refer to it that way. But what you're telling me to do is to go work and do manual labor for someone for nothing, for absolutely nothing. I have no problem doing anything out of the kindness and the goodness of my heart, but I will do it for people who genuinely deserve it. The lady who lives next to me doesn't deserve my help. She doesn't. This is just the truth. She just doesn't. Right? And I have even said to her, because she's asked me, and I've said to her straight to her face, "Where's your husband?" And her response was, "I don't need one of those. That's all I need to hear. Thank you."
Yeah,
that's all I need to hear. That's all I needed right there.
But
you don't need a husband? Which means, well, guess what? You don't need me.
But Trey, I'm talking about, dog, the dudes that we are men of service, dog. Trust me when I tell you, a dude like I know, like my best friends, those dudes, man, they help everybody out, man. It's like I got a partner right now, dog. This motherfucker, he go out his way just to help people. You know what I'm saying? And women like that man. That man is married. You know why? Because he's a man of utility. And that's the thing. That's why women, they see it, but you can't do it if you don't like. It's kind of like what you just said. You don't earn it. You can't own that shit. Do you know the shit you gotta do to have that type of a man? You gotta be a woman. You gotta be a woman. You can't be a bitch. You can't be a thought. You can't be somebody out here showing their ass on goddamn YouTube and all that shit. No, you have to be a woman. And that man is gonna like the quality of you, no matter what your personality actually is. Because normally, we always got something that we don't like about our, significant other, right? I know that it's women, it's some shit about me that they be like, this motherfucker is an asshole. But the crust of me, I'm telling you, they be like, damn, he's a man of utility. This man is of honor. He's as honest as I've seen a man to be. It's all these things that they see in you, and all that the other shit that you have. It's just a part of your makeup. You know what I'm saying? But what she don't say is he's not a man of integrity. This nigga, matter of fact, a man of integrity is going to be a man that women that it's going to be parts of that man that woman don't like. You know why? Because that man is going to be honest, even when it's not called for him to be honest. He's just going to be a fucking honest ass man. He's going to say some shit it's going to ruffle a whole bunch of fucking fellas, but he stand on it. But
well, you know what I would like to add?
Stand on it. No, go ahead.
Let me add this, right? What he was saying is, how come? Well, in my return would, hey, listen, when my wife is down, I want one of you girls to come over here and let me bust out a nut on you guys, just for the GP. How about that? I'll change all the tires and all that kind of shit. But when I need some ass, I want one of y'all to come over here and let me go ahead and bust one out. I mean, you know what? I mean, that's what they're asking for, right? Do your womanly duties. You're giving it away for steak dinners and shit. I need you now. Just come over here. Let me bust one out. If my wife doesn't mind. I mean, so that's what the guy's essentially saying. I got to do tire work and shit and all that other stuff. And when I really need something, none of you guys are around. I got, so hell with that.
Tell me if I'm, I've just been thinking about all of this stuff that I've been hearing from these guys that sort of pander to these women. And maybe I'm just overthinking the process. Right now, that's probably one of the quickest ways to get rich. If I can pander to the women, they're gonna pay me. Those guys don't want to take it, the manly route and, work hard to get the things that they need and want.
I got pushback, Trey. I got pushback. I'm trying to be, I'm being facetious in a sense, but every time I hear guys like that, it seems like they take a shortcut and they get pushed to the front of the line to start. It's like if you want to get rich, pander to the black woman, and they will pay you for it, and they'll pay you a lot of money in a short period of time. Go ahead. My apologies. I don't know if you're not finished. That's my bad.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out because here we are, and I hear, like I said, I always hear the difference in the way that men that have experienced a little bit, gone to the military, or even gone to college and travel, from the guys who've pretty much been in the neighborhood all their life. And we're speaking in a logical sense, like, hey, there's certain things you have to do, you can't. But these guys like, no, man, just give it everything, and you just fucking forfeit everything, gift her up. But these women, you look at them, you're like, damn, what the hell? So we continue to go down this rabbit hole. But every time I see a guy, it's like the more they pander, the richer they get, the faster they get. And their voices are getting louder and louder because I did some studies last year in my class. America is built to uplift the woman. It's built, America will continue to allow the average, everybody making under $40,000, somehow they find to get the loudest voice, and they're allowed to be pushed to the front of every other woman who may be looking for a husband. They drown them out. And I can see why guys are like, man, we ain't finding shit. Because those women, man, they're in the back, they're not holding the other women accountable, but it only affects the children. We're talking 20, 30 years down the road, man. I'm sorry for my son. I'll be telling him, like, man, shit, you're going to have to figure it out because I ain't here to help you because it's getting worse. So, I don't know.
I got pushback. Again, this what I'll be talking about. The dude, they don't be gamed up because the truth is the only way a black woman going to get you rich when you simping is if they're attracted to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. But some of them believe that, somebody a fight. They get a few.
I mean, if we talk about it, but I just wanted to express, tying into that, and like you said, America is built to protect women. We need to start smacking them in the face with the truth, right? You can't be the most protected and the victim at the same time.
No.
That's what women keep saying, right? So there's like it doesn't make any sense, bro. Like you can't say you don't need men because the police are there to protect you, and all of men are police. All of police are men, right? They are so comfortable in their ignorance that it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
they sleep in it and they wrap it around them and hug it at night like that boyfriend bear. You feel me?
You hear what I said?
Right? The delusion has got to stop somewhere. But and to make the point, going back to dude, right? You have to. Women don't. I mean, most people don't change until the hurt hits, right? Until the hurt sets in, right?
Right.
And what my bro said, what JT said about being a man of utility. So let's succumb to the stimuli, right? All women looking for is men that can do something for them. So why should a man give away the one thing he has is leverage at this point in the dating market? Just give it away for free. I said this earlier. They don't want equal. They don't want equal. They don't want equals. They don't want no leaders. They want us to bow down to them. They want to be able to take your money, spend it, go on a girl trip, fuck a man there, come home, fuck your friend, and you just be cool with it, all while spending your money. They do you bad, and then when you snap, they say, you're not in your masculine.
You're insecure.
What's wrong? You're so insecure.
Where did this come from?
Like this boy. I'm telling you, boy. I'm telling y'all, the next 15 years about to be ugly as fuck, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you're married, you better stay married. Move to the basement or move to the attic. Do not leave that damn place. Don't get out in these streets.
See, the thing we don't realize, we as men lost power. Don't know where, I don't know how that happened, but we lost power. So, and I'm going back to this. I said this before, and I'll say this again. I think we lost power when kids were having kids, and this mess became out of control. Leave it there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no argument with that. There's no argument when you say that. As far as like you talking about men as a whole, absolutely. But it goes down to what we were just saying. I mean, we look at where the cancer is. It's them cats that pretend to be in. No, I'm gonna end it with this. It's those cats that act like they're in, in cahoots with us. Like I said, if you want to be able to find out who that motherfucker is, man, put him in front of his woman, put him in front of women, and watch how he talk different. Watch how much he don't stand on shit. How much you have to look at him. We gotta kick them motherfuckers out and then kick them in the pit like in 300. Kick their motherfucking ass right in that goddamn pit. Roundhouse his ass right in the pit.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, man, you got something to say, man. I don't think you talked on this at all, man. Go ahead.
No, I was kind of first of all, as far as his direct comments, I just think he was hypocritical in his comments. I think he was saying two different things. The comment about a man should be able to do these things because he wants to, and if he doesn't want to do those things, then don't do it. Full stop. I don't think anybody on this panel, like JT was saying earlier, I don't think anyone has a problem with that. If it is your nature to help your neighbors, whether it be a man or a woman or elderly or children, whatever it is, do what your conscience guides you to do. I have no issue with that, and I don't think that should have a price tag on it if that's what your values are. But then at the same time, he's trying to say, well, men should do this.
Yeah.
And that's where the hypocrisy is. So you can't say if it's in your heart to do, but you should still do it anyway if it's not in your heart. So again, it's just he's saying two different things, and no one really called him out on that. So that's my problem with exactly what he's saying. But really, for me, I was sort of going back in time to my college days. You talking about the late 80s and early 90s. And there was a movement from men and even from leaders in terms of how black men in particular, went about treating women. And there was this talking point that men should do certain things for our women. It was even coming from institutions and organizations like the Nation of Islam. So I remember back in the day when Farrakhan was out, we brought Farrakhan to Rutgers. So we were very intimately involved, even if we weren't necessarily Muslims or certainly not with the Nation of Islam or whatever. We were very much aware of what he was doing. I mean, he's basically back then, he was like what all these guys sharing Geno Jennings videos today. Farrakhan was being shared back then. But if you look at what he was talking about back then, he was basically calling guys to the carpet in terms of how they treat women and how they should respect and how they should, care for black women collectively, not just the women in the Nation of Islam, but just women in general. So that message was certainly being shared throughout 30 some years ago. But then it's interesting because I went to my homecoming this past year, and I generally don't go to a lot of them, but I was just looking at a lot of the women that came back. So everyone's basically in their 40s and 50s now and whatnot, and most of the women are still not married, or they might have been married, but now they're divorced. They had kids, but it's not like they're coming with husbands or what have you. And a lot of the attitudes are, quite frankly, what they might have been back in college. So I'm just thinking to myself that teaching that was going on, men organizations from the fraternities, from the social organizations, we need to treat Black women better, and we need to treat them with respect, even if they don't necessarily respect us. And we just need to up the image of the Black man, and this, that, and the third. I don't know if that necessarily paid dividends, because looking at these women 30 plus years later, are they any better off? So I'm just going back in time. Was that a mistake back in that time? Could you be critical of the teachings like a Farrakhan or whoever was at that time? It wasn't just him, but there was a movement, and maybe Lost or some of the older guys on the panel. Y'all remember those times in the late 80s and 90s, and there was definitely that kind of movement where Black men need to treat Black women better, because they were calling us dogs back then. All men are dogs. That was something that was being spread then. And then there was this move that we need to up the image. So again, what did we get for that effort trying to, uplift how we did things? Now, I do think certainly men need to be equipped in certain skills and disciplines. Like, how many guys under 25 years old can even change a tire? I think there's certain skill sets that a lot of the Zers and the younger generation do not have. You should know that stuff regardless, not to help a woman out, but those are just certain things that you need to know, because you never know when you're going to be stuck somewhere. So there's some life skills that a lot of our young people don't have, that they just need to have, period, regardless of whether or not they're going to help anyone out or not. So I was just, as you guys were talking, I wasn't trying to stay out of it, but it just took me back to that time. And just even when he was talking, even though he was, again, hypocritical, saying two different things, it did remind me of that time. And so I don't know if for the older guys, if y'all want to speak on, maybe what you might remember from that time, but that was a thing, especially coming from the nation, which, whether you like the nation or not, everybody, Farrakhan, they respected him back then. And I remember many a talk where he was talking about this sort of thing in terms of how Black men need to treat Black women. And very rarely did I ever hear him go hard or go ham on Black women. So again, I could be wrong about it. Again, I didn't hear everything about it. Again, I wasn't a member. It's just from the information that was shared. Back then we had VHS. So we were trading video cassettes back then. We didn't have the internet, or any of that stuff wasn't even on the scene yet. But certainly I would like to get people's commentary on that. But yeah, I mean, so that's just my thoughts on it. But 30-something years later, what did we get from trying to do something like that? And I don't know if it necessarily gave us dividends, or if it just empowered women just to be more entitled than where they were when they were then.
Mr. Bennett, Monday on Humble Dash channel, we just had a conversation about, can you hold women accountable? And yes, the Simps came up. And that very conversation that you just had, where I said, I'm not necessarily of the mindset, if you make the men better, the women will automatically fall in line. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily, because you have to make sure that they have this internal device that makes them want to do it on their own. You see what I'm saying? Especially if nobody's holding them accountable, why should they change? You could be the greatest man, 6-figure, 7-figure man, wearing the suits, got all the money, cars, or whatever. That's not going to make the women better just because you better. You know what I'm saying? Because they already have in their mind, they are better. They're all 10s in their own mind. So why should they get better? You see what I'm saying? But they're waiting for them to run through their turn of all the high value men and get turned down, and they say, well, at least I was there. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being better women, instead of being better wives. But whenever you have guys like, the Simp Brigade, who's telling women that there's nothing that you have to do, you're perfect, that's not doing them any favors. That's not causing them to have self-reflection to say, hey, you know what, maybe I should probably talk to men a little bit better than that. You know what I mean? And it's always this low-key disrespect under their breath that makes them bold like that. You see what I'm saying? And 9 times out of 10, man, when you listen to them talk, there's always this low level of contempt for men. You know what I mean? It's more than the I don't need a man. It's just that I feel like I'm better than you. You see what I'm saying? Or, you know, hey, you don't make enough money for me in this. Who told you was entitled to what I made in the first place? You know what I mean? What makes you think I was going to give you everything I got? You know? And they never ask you, you know, hey, how can I make your life better? You know what I mean? They never ask that. It's always what you can do for them. That's not how this thing was designed.
Well,
now,
you
as
know,
far as
You also got me
Farrakhan is
thinking just back
concerned,
in the day of the again
Yeah.
the label, how again those titles, like we used to
Yeah.
call them back in the day, you know, my African queen, mother of the universe, you are the, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
all that pedestalizing type of
In the
language that
Umar
again that
treatment.
started back then. Don't you know she's the queen? She's the queen of humanity. The black woman birthed the world.
Right.
So we were all into that energy where we were just again. Hindsight
And if you
being
look
what
at it,
it was,
Mr. Bennett,
but
ask yourself,
that
has
was
it
very
paid
much
dividends? Ask yourself, you've been around long enough. Has it paid dividends? No,
that's a
it has
question
not.
to ask you.
And I think it just got, I think the message had got saturated, man, because even like what you were just saying, speaking on your point, Mr. Bennett, when you talk about Louis Farrakhan, like literally it was more guys that their voices were a lot louder than Louis Farrakhan back in those days. Louis Farrakhan kind of like, he kind of, you know, brought it up about the 90s came. That's where, you know, because, but that, thank God for hip hop. Thank God for hip hop, because a lot of people didn't know about that. Thank God for Public Enemy.
Shout Public Enemy. Farrakhan's a prophet that I think you ought to listen
Yeah.
to. So that's
So
what that.
So and the thing was that you got to remember also, man, we were trying to be saturated also as young boys during that time because of this pimp era, and they were talking about how to mac your woman and how to get her to do what you want her to do, and then we're like listening to properties of the, you know, the Nation of Islam and stuff like that, but it was low. Now this is the thing that I found. This is just from my observation. Women didn't like dealing with the Nation of Islam. A lot of women didn't like it because they were saying that women were beneath the man because they, you know, she has to walk behind him and she can't speak. And this was during that whole feminist era and all this shit. So we were confused as men when it came down to how do we actually, you know, I guess we cohabitate with a woman without all the bullshit, all this remember in the 80s, in the 70s and the 80s, you had women telling men off, black men,
Yeah.
black women. So it was like when I heard the whole, you know, thing about it's a design and it was designed for black people, man, sometimes I gotta be like, God damn, y'all probably right about that. Because when you see how confused, I know I was confused at first, man. That's why I can honestly say, hindsight now, my father was the dopest man in my life, and I wish everybody had that man in his life or a man like him in their life, because my father never lied to me when it came down to how to be a man, right? And what type of woman that you treat as a woman and what bitch you treat as a bitch. My father was very crass in his you know, the way he speaks, right? And so it taught me a whole lot of things. He taught me what a nigga was. He taught me what a black man was, because I seen with my father, I saw the men that he looked up to. And they all were different from different facets of life, right? You had the money maker, whether he was a dope dealer or not. My father, he respected certain things about those men. You had another man that probably was a man of the cloth and all that stuff. He respected certain things from him. And he just never looked at everything as just one. He mashed it all together and it made him who he was. One reason was because he didn't have his father in his life. His father died when he was 2. His father was a pastor. He died when he was 2. My father don't even remember his father. So with me and my brother, what he ended up doing though was he said, they're not going to be without a father. I'm going to make sure they could become the best man that they could ever, right? But that man, my father, He was around his mother. She had all kind of different men after that. She never recovered. And he made sure I got that message. Your grandma never recovered. She never recovered after her husband died. So she was trying to find it over and over again. And she made a lot of mistakes with that. This was the things he was telling me from being young all the way up until I really got it, right? He was just that type of dude. My counterparts didn't have that. So now I have to deal with what my father and my mother teaching me, along with what I've been taught around my peers. Bitches ain't nothing but hoes and tricks. Just how you pimp, all this shit. I had uncles that was like, they trying to figure it out, but I didn't know they were trying to figure it out. I thought they had it figured out. They had all kind of women and shit like that. The first thing they used to ask me was, how many girlfriends you got? How's your grades? They asked me how your grades is. But what I understood when I got older was that they were conflicted, right? They all were conflicted. Then I started being their age, and I started seeing dudes talking the same way they was talking around me. And I'm gonna go right back to it. But when I found out that they weren't standing on shit, was when they was around a goddamn woman. They sung a whole different song. This is where that whole simp shit come from. First and foremost, simp was simpleton. You was naive. You was stupid. That was what a simp was. We didn't took it and took it somewhere else now. But what I'm saying is this. We're surviving this confliction as men. Now we're back to square one. This is what a man does. These are the properties of a man. All these different things. But we got all them other dudes fighting against it. What they call it now is masculine toxicity. Toxic masculinity. All that crazy ass shit. My father, if that was actually true, he was one of those dudes that was toxic masculinity did. Because he didn't take shit from nobody, whether it was a woman or a fucking man. And he taught me the same thing. I'm gonna end it right there, man, because I know I was going on a long.
Appreciate it, JT.
My bad.
I mean, everybody has, everybody has their view of back then. I used to go to all the Muslim bazaars back in New York City when they used to take over the island. I think was City, not City Island, but someplace in New York. They used to have the big Muslim bazaars. They always had a cadre of women who were in line wearing the white dresses and stuff like that. And those women fell in line to whatever the message was. And then there were always women who would never do that. I mean, so you're right. I mean, people were conflicted then and people are conflicted now. I mean, I don't think I really don't see that much different other than the mix is a little bit different. My whole thing is just like the title of this whole stream is what are we going to do about it? And if there is anything to do about it. So, and that's what I'm saying. How much energy, how much emotional currency do we have to try to change minds? And that's it. If that's even necessary or possible, right? So it's whether you want to push people or pull them, right? They got to be coming towards you, or else you're wasting your time. You can't teach anybody anything unless they're willing to learn. So I think time is better spent ferreting out the people who want to be on a new program, as opposed to trying to change minds of simps and all the people who want to follow these women down the rabbit hole. I mean, and that's just me. I'll just land it there. I mean, it's a good conversation, but we just go round in circles and circles, getting frustrated. But how would you? Okay, let's look at this guy that BMU showed us. How much energy would you try to waste trying to change that dude's mind?
Because he sure ain't coming over here.
I'm just saying. It's not rhetorical. How much time would you want to waste?
Maybe the mission is not to save his mind, but maybe the mission is not to change his mind. It's to actually put his ass up here, and so we can kill his message. How about that?
It's 23 hours.
Well, we're killing his message now. He doesn't need to be here for that, does it?
No, it's more than one way to kill the skin.
Yeah,
right?
You're right about that. You're right.
There we go.
You're right about that.
But I think the discussion, and JT, you actually brought up another aspect, the rap, the hip hop back then. There were so many different branches of hip hop, right? You had the conscious rap that was talking about uplifting people and treating people with respect or whatever. But then you had the gangster stuff that started referring to women as bees and hoes. So I think part of the issue is you had so many different conflicting messages in terms of how to move as a man. And so, you know, I think going forward to our Payne's point, I think there has to be consistency in the message and what we're promoting, and not allow all that confusion to come into it. I mean, obviously the YouTube is big anyway. You're not going to shut all these YouTube voices off, but that's a big part of the problem when you sow confusion into a group, especially like I said, just back then where guys were talking about how to be a man. So you had the gangster rappers, they were talking about, you know, their thing and with the women and everything. And then you had people talking about uplifting and families and community and, you know, all that black pride stuff or whatever. You know, I think it sows some confusion, and people just don't know how to you know, how to act, how to conduct it. So I think eliminating confusion is certainly one of the things, to our Payne's point, going forward. I think we just need to be consistent about what is a man in 2024, what are the things you need to be about, and what are the things that we want to promote. And again, when we do see, you know, things that go against that message, yeah, you know, we have a platform to call them out. But back then, there was no cross chatter. There was no really ability to chat, not in mass anyway. You know, your roommate might be rolling a certain way. You can talk to your roommate or something, but it wasn't, you didn't have the forums per se, or you might have like an event or in a class or something where, you know, we would talk about the issues. But certainly in this space here, you have a lot more bandwidth to, you know, go into the conversation.
But when you say, Mr. Bennett, that it's kind of like, if you know about the Nation of Islam or the Fruit of Islam or anything like that, that it's always been about getting out of your confliction, your confusion, right? It's always been, because if you look at, and if you know the past of the majority of the men and women that are in that nation, right? They've all lived what we would consider worldly, right? You have some of them that were they learned they got to the nation through prison. Some of them were prostitutes. Some of them were, you get what I'm saying? So what we do is that we help people as we are in our confliction also, right?
You're right, but here's the difference though. Which there's a distinction between, again, those who actually make the conscious effort to join and therefore transform. These are people that are saying, I want to be different. Yes, I might have been a drug dealer, I might have been this or that, but I'm willing to change my ways and to be part of something. So for the men and the women, that takes a certain level of humility. But at that time, Farrakhan in particular was being looked at as a national figure. Remember, he was the keynote speaker at the Million Man March. So his messaging wasn't just to nation members. He was talking to Black people collectively, largely as a people, more so than a nation. So again, so it's different when you're talking to people again, and most of those people didn't join. One point I wanted to make, I think a couple weeks I didn't get a chance to, was we talk about the Black exit from churches, from Christian churches and whatnot. You know, Black men left the church. They didn't go to the nation though. They didn't go anywhere, they didn't go to any religious institution mainly. They just left and became more secular or more spiritual, whatever. But they didn't, decide they wanted to go in that direction, because they weren't giving up their women, they weren't giving up their weed, they weren't giving up their swine, they weren't giving up a lot of that stuff. So they were like, yeah, he's talking good. As long as he's talking good, positive about me, fine, I'll listen to him. But they weren't looking to convert. So I think you're talking about two different things. Membership.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not just talking about the membership. What I'm talking about is principles, right? At the end of the day, because in the Nation of Islam, they tell you don't have to join. You could study us without joining us, right? This is why they had Hamid Speaks, the papers, and all of these things, because they just want to get people to a state of righteousness. That's it. They didn't want. They didn't care if everybody.
For a lot of those people, though, the righteousness was not going to come until they submitted themselves to a discipline. You can put that message out there. Like he was talking about Black men, we need to stop doing this and we need to protect our women. He was talking just generally, but he didn't give them necessarily a reason, and he was saying that to do that to anyone. He wasn't talking about women in the nation. That was obvious that you were going to be grilled in that. But just the message just in general to Black people was, Black men, you need to act differently than everybody else. So that's what I'm saying. It's different when you're in that structure. Oh yeah, they're going to make sure all that's in place, and you're either going to shape up or ship out.
Yeah,
appreciate it. Go ahead, Rick.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Go ahead.
How can a man rule a woman who will go against God to not deal with a man?
It's not gonna happen.
It's going to fail. The marriage is going to fail. It is going to.
It's not the marriage. The society shall fail.
Yes.
That too.
Let's bring out true to life marks, right? B. Taylor, a personality here on YouTube, spewed venom for men as long as I've known her. She's in a lesbian relationship now.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
These women, they listen to what I'm saying, y'all. If y'all be really honest about it, right? They say they want a God-fearing man. They saying they want Jesus, but they will sin not to just to be able to say, I don't have to listen to my man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They would go against God. And we thinking we can change him?
Gotta leave them.
They listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, right? Even if we talk about YouTube, right? I need y'all to digest this, right? At the crux of the women's stuff, what's their argument? You don't have to guess. I'm gonna tell you. Men, you guys should be telling the men what to do and how to correct. Don't worry about us over here. Ain't that what they say?
They sure do.
Mm-hmm.
But you worry about your kids because they're your kids, right? You worry about your car getting broken too because it's your car. Facts?
Right.
So you telling they basically keep telling black men, we not yours. Don't worry about us.
Yeah.
We keep trying to tell them what we love and want from them, and they keep telling us we don't want to be that. What? Somebody make this make sense to me. The reason why we treat wives in such a high regard, especially if we right. Listen to what I'm saying, because you know when we young, we on bullshit.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because the truth is, we understand, man. We understand this woman is rare out in these streets. Right? You smart and lucky, nigga. You smart and you lucky. Right? A thorough woman. I ain't talking about these chicks on here that fake like they thorough. The thorough ones. Shout out to take heed to the message.
That's right.
Right, the thorough ones, and this why I be saying about these females. That's how I know a woman ain't shit, because they be chilly. A woman chilly bullshit, you ain't shit.
Leave me alone. Yeah,
I converse with you, right? I be cordial, but you ain't shit. My wife, listen to what I'm saying. A female can't do no whole shit around my wife. It's not gonna happen. I can tell you this for a fact. She see a woman doing some stupid shit, she be like, sweetheart, you know that's not ladylike.
mm-hmm.
I didn't like I said, my wife, they look sipping bitches, right? When they finish their week out. I hear them talking, that ain't my business. I'm a man. But she didn't, hey, that's not right. You don't treat your husband that way. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
When's the last time you heard that except from the few and far between? My sister, Oba Agua, right? The Crimson Cure. But the majority of them be cheerleading bullshit.
Yes, sir.
Trying to squeeze that logic, trying to squeeze that whole logic in that needle of light that come through the blinds and shit. Because they do that, you know why? Because they want the same grace them hoes be getting.
Mm-hmm.
they want the room to be able to move like that and know, hey, in my mind, right? Hey, I didn't judge a person like that. Why you judging me? Something got to give, bruh. Something has to give.
Rick, can I ask you a question?
Please.
Are you saying a Muslim man or woman cannot be married to a Christian?
Say what?
Are you saying a Muslim man cannot be married to a Christian?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm just clarifying. That's all. I'm just clarifying.
No,
make sure.
no,
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Lost, can you go? When I was talking earlier, you were going to have a follow-up point when we started talking about Farrakhan or that era back then. I don't think you got a chance to express it. If you can recall what that was.
Here's the thing. Context matters. You know what I'm saying? On what's going on. That's the reason why I like to pull people from that particular era. Think about it. When we were coming out of the 70s, we were coming off civil rights. You know what I mean? And on top of that, guys were trying to get jobs. And at the end of that, we had the move from the Industrial Revolution. And we had a lot of jobs being moved out of America. You know, all these steel jobs, plants jobs, that type of stuff went to China, India, places like that. Textiles, all of that stuff left. So the manual labor jobs that guys had started to disappear. Well, women could go to school, get their little degrees or whatever, and then they had this contempt for men. Hey, you can't get a job. Well, you know, they ain't building stuff like they used to no more, baby. You know what I mean? So guys had to do all these odd jobs. Now, some guys couldn't wait to find an odd job. They had to resort to other means. Now, enter into the 80s, you know, we had guys selling, you know, drugs or whatever. And then they had this thing where say no to drugs and all this other stuff because guys were selling drugs or whatever. So they were telling us, you know, if you don't get your life right, you know what I mean, you'll be in jail or dead by 25. That's what they told us.
Right.
So what happened was a lot of guys, either they gravitated to Farrakhan or they gravitated to rap music, whatever it was that had their ear at the time. If you were in the street, you gravitated to hustler music, rap music, that type of thing. But also, if you had been raised in the church, you kind of stayed on that path a little bit. You know what I mean? But the problem was a lot of guys weren't getting taught what they needed to be taught because most of the guys either didn't have a dad or their dad worked so much they really didn't have time to pass on these things that they need to pass on. So they were pretty much latchkey kids. They were left to the streets. And you know what kids do when they left to their own devices? They get into all type of trouble. You see what I'm saying? Now, when you get into all type of trouble, you get guys, you know, doing women in any old kind of way, women doing guys any old kind of way. Then all of a sudden you get this narrative that men ain't this and men ain't that. Then you get the narrative from these people, from these women's mothers and fathers, you know, go to school, get your degree so you don't need no man. And then that transformed into, I got mine, you get yours, you should be provider, da 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 da. And that's pretty much where we got to right now. So context matters. Right now, there is no monster. There's no thing that draws us together to combat. You know what I mean? We come together to combat against, you know, back in the 70s, it was racism. 80s, it was drugs. Now it's what? Each other. There's nothing else to fight. You see what I'm saying? So now it's about ideology. I'm better than you. You know what I mean? Women fought hard to get these jobs and pay bills, but now they want to keep their money and don't want to put nothing in the bucket. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, hey, a real man should pay this net, and they want to paint this narrative about how Black women have always been at home and been caregivers, when most of the time that's not the case. Most of the time, Black women have been working right alongside their man, just like everybody else. And they want to paint this picture that never really happened. So that's exactly where we got to. And as far as Farrakhan showed up, that was right around the same time where guys were trying to discover and figure out who they were.
Right.
And they had the Million Man March and said, okay, brothers, we're going to do right by our community, this, that, and other, to get us away from this drug thing, because they were actually throwing us in jail for like stupid stuff. You know, if you had a piece of crack or a piece of this, 3 strikes in California, you gone. That, you know, you know what I mean? That type of thing. So that was some of that Joe Biden, you know what I mean? Some of that Bill Clinton action that we don't ever talk about, but yet we still run to the polls and we vote for the very people who do us the worst. But my thing is this: if you create the problem, these people will come out and sell you the answer. You know what I mean? So you paying on both ends, but we're not smart enough to see that. Is because we don't think for ourselves anymore. They keep us busy working all the time. But my thing is this: you're absolutely right, Mr. Bennett. That's exactly where that came from. And as far as what Black Man was talking about earlier about women being over the church, my thing is this: it's time to call them on the carpet. You know what I'm saying? Because if you got a church full of women and no men, that's a red flag to me, because you're not servicing your whole entire flock. You decide, hey, I'm just going to preach over to the white sheeps, and all the black sheeps, y'all on your own. You know what I mean? How can you build a family with half of your audience missing? That other half of the audience is not getting the message. You see what I'm saying? So that's the main reason why the whole crux of what Black Man Unfiltered was talking about is making sure that we have a level playing field, and a level audience. And that's the reason why we have podcasts and stuff like this, is to make sure we flesh stuff out, because the message is getting messed up from guys like the other guy we just saw a minute ago, telling guys what they should do. But at the same time, he's not going to do what Trey does and teach young boys how to make something out of themselves. You know what I mean? How to trade, how to have a trade, how to build this, how to become a better man. It's easier for him to shame men than to build men. And I think that's the problem we have whenever we had the simp conversation.
Lois, can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
Do you think this guy is doing this for views and he doesn't believe he's just talking shit so he can get views to bump his channel up?
Well, I put it to you like this, Grooming. He's doing it. I don't think it's necessarily to do it for money. I think it's for recognition. You know what I mean? It's really for one of those situations where they want to be liked. They want to be people pleasers in the audience of women like that. Because if you ever notice, these women don't be sending these guys no super chats for real. You know, most of the people who send us super chats are the people who support our message. But here's the thing about women: they do bad business. You know, my thing is this: if you got a simp that's willing to put his neck on the line and preach the gospel of the good simpetry, you would think that those women would pay this dude to go out there and pick up his sword and take on brothers like us, but they don't. But here's the thing about simps, though: eventually they're gonna catch on. You know what I mean? They're gonna be like, hey, you had me go out here and get beat up by these dudes, and you ain't even support me. You know what I mean? You ain't give me no weapons. You ain't give me no sword, no shield. You see what I'm saying? You sent me out here to get done up by Trey and Mr. Bennett and R Payne and JT and Black Man Unfiltered, and they dragging me through these YouTube streets. You see what I'm saying? But my thing is if you support something, stand on it. Put some, hey, like Obsidian say, put it on the wood. You know, they put something on the super chat. Hit the like button. You know, share the stream sometimes from time to time if you really stand by what you want to stand by. Right?
Yeah, true. Now, here's the thing that amazes me, because I talk about this and Trey hear me say it a lot. When I go back 30, 35 years in my early 20s, I saw this stuff, but I didn't see it as much as it was. It was a few little spots in every community, but those guys stayed in their lane. It wasn't a mixture. You know, the good guys, you either stayed on the court, stayed, you know what I'm saying, on the field, whatever you was doing, you know what I'm saying? Even if they were smoking or whatever, they stayed and they just, and that's how breakdancing came about. Dudes just started, you know, dancing. But now, those children of that time, they're now adults. Feminism took the father out the home, crack took the mother out the home. When mama got out on those streets, these young folk were raising themselves, they were fighting. Our rate of murdering each other went up. I mean, so many young brothers was murdered. Even if he was the rock of the family, he may not even be here today. It's just so much bad that has come with that over the last 30, 35 years. You know, we had a fight, me and a guy. We fought on Friday. Hell, Sunday, we was down giving each other high five, hanging out. Now we best of buddies.
Right.
Once that time frame came, it changed a lot in our communities. And it wasn't just whether it was you lived in New York, California, that shit was all over. It was all over the country. Gary, Indiana, probably 50,000, had the biggest population of deletions. Gary, Indiana. You ever been to Gary, Indiana? Ain't no building taller than 25, 30 feet. And a lot of brothers are not here. So a lot of these women, a lot of these children, they are the products of that. You hear them. A lot of these young girls, I couldn't imagine my sisters fighting my mother. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine seeing a young teenager fighting his mother. I didn't even like guys that curse around grown folk. I'd be like, who you, man? What the hell? And to see how those adults now just teach their children how to be disrespectful, none of the kids are learning. I don't care. The boys, we've always had to figure it out. Because sometimes we learn from each other, like, hey man, nah, man. But the girls, they learning all this behavior from adult women. The uniform has not changed since Baps. It's gotten worse. Go look at the movie Baps. The movie was made to make fun of the sisters. They were saying, look at it, showed the world, look how stupid they look. Now they embrace it. 55-year-old women got blonde wigs. Ain't nobody in your family ever had blonde hair. Her nappier than anything. You got a blonde wig on down to your back. Really? You got nails on. You can't tell me you got on 6-inch nails and you wiping them cheeks clean. Musty. Come on now. I'm just saying how it is. I got sisters. I got 5 sisters. I have older sisters, younger sisters. Ain't no way that I could even have allowed this to my sisters. No, none of my sisters wear that stuff. This makeup thing is all new. They don't understand that it's damaging their skin because you need the sun. That's why if you look at young brothers like the dudes with the long dreadlocks, what they do to their hair? Nothing. Half of them don't even wash it. That shit grow down to their back. These women killing themselves from day one and they don't even know it. And they've been pushing this same type of behavior. You don't know the difference between a 17-year-old girl and a 47-year-old woman. They all act the same. It's ridiculous. And the world is laughing at them. And it's gonna hurt us. Like brother I think Brother Rick or somebody said, and Kevin Samuels was saying about 2050, our money is gonna be a zero. It's gonna be faster than that because man, we are losing out here. In some way, we gotta figure it out. Man, we always gonna keep rolling. We've been scrapping and scraping for years, but now we got a space, ladies. So y'all asses in trouble. Y'all better get it together. Because we moving out here. Even us old heads, ain't that right? Our pain, us old heads, and we moving out here. And Trey, you coming with the old dudes because you part of the problem.
But it's also that they do adopt a lot of things from men also, which shows that naturally women are followers. I mean, anytime you get a woman calling another girl bro, you get a woman calling a brother bro. You got anytime you have women that's out here that's saying suck they, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They telling dudes they're adopting this from the real toxic masculine. You know what I'm saying? Or should I say toxic femininity? So a lot of the things that they do, they take it from what's ever in front of them. And this is what it is. Whatever looks the funnest is basically where the road that they're going to pass. If it looks fun, this is where they're going. The sad part is that they end up having children while going through this ordeal, whether it's a girl or a boy. And guess what they end up doing? Those children adopting the things that come from the mom, and not only the mom, but whatever she has them subjected to. So she has them subjected to an environment where everybody's arguing and fighting all the time for the majority of the time, calling each other out their name. You got the women telling men and women to suck their dick. You know what I'm saying? They're adopting it from everywhere in their environment. It's crazy. Now the flip side of that is not only do we have to deal with these simps, but we got to deal with these sugar boys, these fun boys, because of what they're picking up as children from their mom and then whatever their mom subject them to also. So this is the problems that we have right now when we are talking about this whole situation. The crazy part is that the ones that see it, man, we at a certain age, man, we're not trying to have children like that, right? We ain't trying to have children like that. So the ones that's really affected by it, it's the ones that's out here that's still trying to have children, or they ain't trying to have children. They're having children based off of succumbing to their, whatever it is that they love right now. This is a major problem that we're facing right now, fellas. And sadly to say, it's very little that we can do. The older we get, the less that we can do about it, other than to point it out.
You know what
Unless
I
you
think?
out here. Oh, go ahead.
No. You know what I think, man? Women copy what's easy. You know what I mean? They copy the guys who talk crazy. You know what I'm saying? They copy the folks who are disrespectful. They don't go out and copy people like Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? They don't go out and get like him and work every day. You know what I'm saying? All day. You know what I mean? And be the best that you can be and dress up and take care of business. You know what I'm saying? They like to pretend like they boss chicks, but they're not really boss chicks for real, man. And when they say that they have businesses, you know, how many people do they write W-2s for? That's a real boss. You know what I'm saying? How many people that you have on payroll that you take care of the healthcare benefits? That's a real boss. You know, making candles and selling panties and stuff online, that's not a business, man. I mean, let's be real, man. We got enough people selling chicken. You know what I mean? We got enough people washing cars and cutting hair. We need textile building, you know what I'm saying? People who know how to make clothes, stuff that people use every day. You know, fire up a dead gum toilet paper plant. You know what I mean? Stuff that people use every day. You know what I mean? Something that you can sell to other people in other communities that they can use. That's the epitome of bad business. You see what I'm saying? If all you do is sell to women, how are you going to expand your business? You know what I mean? That's my whole thing, man. So when they want to level up, they level up to a certain point and that's it. You know, but they want to copy what's bad. You know, if they want to talk to folks crazy, they talk to folks crazy. You know what I mean? But they don't want to better themselves. So my thing is this: sometimes we have to give women an alternative to what's really going on. I saw this thing where they were talking about how this tread wife thing is taking off and how people are getting mad because women are staying at home, you know, raising kids and taking care of their home or whatever, and they're calling it a grift. That's not a grift, man. In certain situations, there are women that did what needed to be done, support their husband, so he can go out there and bring home the bacon and do whatever needs to do. And she does her role and she takes care of what she has to take care of. But the problem is they told them that was slavery. How is supporting your man slavery? You see what I'm saying? In the infantry, ain't that right, fellas that's been in the army? When you have support, you know what I mean? You got the people that come and bring the supplies or whatever. Do you think that they call that slavery? No, man, you bringing the bullets and the guns while other people, you know, having on the front line handling business. Your
What's
job
crazy
is just as important, right?
What's crazy is that, yeah, they call it forward support, rear
Right.
support, and main support.
Right.
Absolutely.
So that's my whole thing. Everybody in the army, you know, that everybody plays a role and it's just as important. You know what I mean? But for some reason, women have been told that their role is not important. You know what I mean? Since when have you not taken care of what belongs to you been a problem? You take care of everything else. You know what I mean? Everything else got your name you take care of. So why is it that when your man goes out and handles business, it's a problem? You know, you talk to him with disrespect. I don't
can
get
tell
that.
you this. I can tell you this also, Lit. A lot of women and a lot of men, they don't actually want to be in solitary. There's a part of your life where you have to be in solitary, right? You have to be able to seclude yourself in order for you to be concentrated on what it is that you're trying to do. And there's not a lot of people that want to do it like that, right? This is why when you see that new way of making money, you got a million people going there. You dig what I'm saying? So a
Right.
lot of people they don't want to be innovators. What they want to do is they want to do something because it's easy. See, an innovator, first and foremost, they have to be in solitary. They have to have their mind secluded from what's going on out there in the world. That's why in college you can see the difference. If you're in college and you've in the school of engineering, right?
Right.
Most of those folks, by the time they get in their junior year, what are they doing? They're in the
them
dorm
books.
or in their apartment, right? They're trying to graduate and they're trying to get the best grades possible, and they're trying to be in that culture because we don't understand. Even when it comes down to business, executive business, and all these different things, you have to seclude yourself sometimes. You have to be in solitary sometimes, and a lot of people don't want to do that. So what happens is that what they end up doing in engineering school is they fell out because they didn't prepare themselves. They didn't You know, it's just like in high school. That's what it was for. High school and regular school was to teach you how to prepare yourself, and it was spoon feeding you how to do it, taking it one step at a time. By the time you get to college, you should already know. It's like that in life. If you want to be a husband, you got to be in solitary. You can't be hanging out with the dudes all the time, going to strip clubs and shit like that when you're trying to be married. You can't be, you know, out here in the world doing all kind of bullshit when you're trying to be married. Because in order for you to be a leader in your marriage, what do you have to do? You have to build yourself as a man. You have to build yourself, and it takes solitary. It takes, you know, pushing away from all the other things that you normally would be in. A lot of people are not willing to do that. And that's where the problem is. You can hear it in the conversations that we talk on a lot of these panels with guys. Especially, I love talking to 38-year-olds, 39-year-olds, hearing what their mindset is. Because by the time you get to that point right there, if you talking that same shit about struggle, you in the wrong conversation on a lot of these panels. You in a whole you in a different conversation, because at the end of the day, you have to have had the fortitude to want something bigger out of life, not just for yourself. It's
And you know
again,
what?
as a man, it's about being utility. How much utility do you have? I'm telling you, people drawn to people with utility. Now you got to figure it out when you got people that want to just use you and people that actually use you as a friend, right? It's the same thing with in your marriage.
I'd like to add something though, real
Come on,
quick.
man.
Do you guys watch any of those Night of the Living Dead movies?
Yeah.
When George Romero came out with it, the one
you talking about the original ones?
The one thing that
Oh, I'm too
used
young
to
for that.
the one thing that used to keep those movies going is they never really tell you how it started.
You're
You know what I'm saying? They could make a million stories around the Walking Dead, but you never really get one movie that said this is how it really started. Not the better ones. One of the things I think we spend a lot of time on trying to figure out how we got here, and the real answer is we're all a product of the social programming that the puppet masters have done to us. They did it to the men, they did it to the women. It's not the same for both of us. And they reach us in different ways, right? So as we come out of that fog, we can spend a lot of time trying to figure out how we got here. And it really doesn't get us anywhere. I mean, I know they said, well, you need to know your past, know your future, and all that kind of stuff. But how much of it do you need to keep rehashing?
Right.
Especially if you know you're already messed up, right? And I just saw not a lot, but a video of the Gen Zers and how they look at work and how their mindsets are at work. And some of them, besides just whining that they have to work too hard, a few of them actually have solutions to how they want to live, right? And it's all based on, you know, some of them like 25 years old, and the pandemic gave them ideas like, you know, I don't really never want to go back into the office. I want to find ways to make money and have a work-life balance, as opposed to my parents and the Gen Xers and the baby boom. And what I'm trying to say is these Gen Zers aren't really spending that much time talking about how their parents got them here. They just knew they worked their asses to death, and I don't want to do that, right? So, I mean, I'm trying to just say where we are now as men, and not all of us, I think, like me, you know, I found my woman, but I kind of see from an objective viewpoint, and Trey helped me with this by keep bashing me on this thing, that, you know, I'm glad I'm never going to be back out on the streets like that, but I can see what's going on. And if I can help somebody else saying, listen, man, forget about how we got here or how you got there. Try to learn what the essence of a woman really is. And while you do that, try to figure out what the essence of a man really is. And understand that we're all products of the environment that we're in, but it doesn't change our basic natures. It just gives us more tools to use and abuse, you know? And sometimes your answer is getting back to basics in terms of who you are and who that woman is. And if a woman doesn't meet your qualifications, you got to learn how to move on. And it's because a lot of women have already told us that if we don't acquiesce to them, they don't want to have nothing to do with you. And as a man, if you can't live like that, then what's the question? You know, what's the problem? You find somebody else. And for us, we got to start worrying about whether a woman's black, right? There's only
Right.
I'm gonna land it here real quick. Medium Man, if you ever heard his podcast,
Yeah.
he did an excellent number. He's a numbers guy.
Right.
And he eliminated on both men and women, ones who are in jail, people who are, you know, the alphabet community, people who have
Right.
kids out of wedlock, blah, blah, blah. And he came out with a number that there's only 900,000 eligible black women of marriageable age and slightly over 1 million eligible black men. And he put that damn video behind his little firewall. You got to pay to get it. But so if I'm a man and I'm looking for a wife, what's the chances of me getting one of those 900,000? Not that you should stop looking, but that just tells me that you should open your horizons to the Hispanics, the Asians, to the whites, to anybody who still has some cultural mores left, who wanna be wives, as opposed to trying to get the other millions of black women to change their mind. That's just a waste of time. I'm not saying leave the black women alone. If you can't get one of the 900,000, look for some other women, because every kid you have is going to be black.
So you saying it's less than a million black women
eligible
for marriage if they don't have babies, they don't have jail time, if they're not lesbians, they're not drug addicts, and that kind of stuff. So he did the same thing for men, by the way, and for women. And it was a great video.
And if I may for a second, I think I'm the only young one right now. I don't see where we came from. I want to see a solution, because we can keep talking how we got here, I don't give a shit.
That's the problem.
I got you, brother. I got you.
I know
brother.
you guys got me, but everybody else doesn't. This is why we keep talking about how to fix it. Even on mine on Wednesday, we're trying to figure out how to fix the goddamn motherfucking problem. And people saying
you can't fix the problem. You can't fix the problem. What you can do is just fix your situation, because we as human we're connected to one another. There's no fucking way that you can tell me that we cannot find what the problem is. We should not worry about what the problem is and then try to move forward. You can never move forward because it's all connected. And when you don't know your history and you don't understand where it comes from,
I disagree with that trope, man. I really do.
But listen to me.
I really
there's no way that you can actually have something that is successful if you don't understand where it comes from.
No, I disagree.
Name anything in the world that we tried to research.
I don't know. So
we said fuck the history of it.
JD, tell me what you mean by that. Do we have to spend hours talking about what the fuck happened to us? I don't know. When people say that, what do you really mean?
So this is my thing. What are you trying to do, right? What are we trying to do? Are we trying to change the minds of people that already think that the shit is fucked up? No, I'm not, because they're gonna die. They got 20 Christmases left. I don't give a fuck about you. What I'm trying to do is just spark the mind, and whatever. It's crazy, but you have to be able to spark the mind into someone else so they can carry along that message, so they can and then it will multiply, right? We're not changing anything, right, just directly. We have to do it indirectly, and that takes time.
Can I ask you a question? Before you keep going from the point, so you got somebody new that could be molded. Are you going to spend hours telling them how we got fucked up, or are you going to move forward? I'm just asking you a question. I mean, do I have to spend? Where do we start? How far back do we go to say, hey, this is how we got here? That's what I'm saying. So a lot of time we spend time giving these guys the horror stories.
I got you.
Yes.
I got you.
Yes. But then if that's the case, then you take the Bible out of there, you take the Torah out of there, you take everything that has to deal with what goes on in history. You take all of that out then. My answer is yes.
Okay.
Here's let me hold on a second, y'all. Hold on a second.
Go for it.
Arpain, I like where you're going with this, and I'm gonna tell you why. Here's my thing. The way that you fix this is by basic operating instructions. And I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. You don't have to relive the past But what you want to do is you want to make sure that you forge a future with simple rules. When we came up, we had a simple rules: respect your elders.
Right.
Bam. You know why? They never told us why, but you know why? Because they've experienced something, and they have wisdom, and they have knowledge. They can distill something and give it to you without you having to experience. That is a basic operation of instructions. That way you don't have to relive what our pain lived, but you can benefit from what our pain has done. You see what I'm saying? And if we teach kids that, to respect your elders, then guess what they're going to do? They're going to do less talking and more listening. That's the main reason why I love having you on the panel. I love having Mr. Bennett on the panel, and I love having Trey Ferg on the panel. I'm going to tell you why. Because it's never, I've learned a long time ago, it's never a good thing for you to be the smartest person in the room because you don't learn a doggone thing. You see what I'm saying? So if we can teach the generation that's behind us, hey, go back to respect your elders. You know what I mean? Then we can lean on, hey, have respect for yourself. You know what I mean? That type of thing. Don't go around taking advantage of people, you know, that type of thing. You know what I mean? Just basic instructions. And that way we don't have to go back and rebuild the wheel. Think about it. If you look in Japan, they don't have nearly as much the foolishness that we have. Cities are clean. They basically living in the dadgum future. You know what I mean? We can't even get a high-speed rail over here, but they do that all day long.
But to that point, their population is dying off.
Well,
so again, but that goes back to, again, foundations. Like, and again, this has happened to all these societies, all these ancient societies, the Romans, the Greeks, the Egyptians, the ancient civilizations, when they were at their height, and they're gone. And a lot of times it's for the same reasons. As the population gets more advanced, is once you start feeling yourself as a population, you get away from the basic things. Family. I mean, Arpan, you were talking about the book that you read or that you're reading, with the guy talking about all these civilizations that died out because they forget about the basic things: monogamy, marriage, family. So you have to ground those things in, or you get these results. So again, you know, the Japanese are clean and whatever, but again, their society, they're aging out. They're it's like a house of cards. And so, you know, these are things that we can't just, you know, we got to look at them in totality. But the more advanced the society gets, the more hedonistic the society gets, it falls apart. So these are things.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I'm good.
Let me ask you though. I don't know if I'm not really adroit at this, but like chaos theory. One thing about the United States that makes it different than almost every other, I guess, monolithic kind of society is because there's so many different people here. We all have different tolerance levels for adversity, or other things. And when that happens, that means like when the Black community has pneumonia, maybe this community has just a cold, maybe, and then we can start seeing what's going to permeate through the rest of society based on looking at the lowest of these. But however, when troubles come, some people can handle the troubles better than others. And, you know, so even if we're not, somehow when we were at our heyday, we were able to kind of to mesh that, not necessarily in a salad bowl, but more like a melting pot. And I think part of the puppet masters try to make sure that doesn't happen. That's why I've never seen us so divided as a country. We either have to be at war or a sporting events, or else we don't even want to talk to each other. Right. So I'm just saying,
my only pushback on that is when people bring that up saying we've never been so divided. It's interesting. We've always been divided, but it seems like when a certain group speaks out, now you want to say you're divided. You know what I mean? Like I always ask Black people, go back to a point in time where Black people were unified with the country 100. We never were.
No, I didn't say we were unified. I said we've never been more divided. The key word is more.
Right.
All right. So we've always been divided. I agree with you.
Right.
But we've had time when we had some more synergy than we do now, I think. I think we're in some real turmoil.
So does that not then warrant a discussion as to why that happened? So again, to your earlier point, you said, well, why are we more divided? You have to go back.
The answer is by program commercialism and If we don't need the gritty details, we just know that it's happening. Everybody's under some kind of when I say puppet masters, I think social engineering is a real thing, and we're all subject to it, and it's happening. So I don't need to have the complete answer. I just know that we're under this social engineering. For Black women, is ease of life and feminism. I mean, extreme feminism. When I must end it here. Remember when women started trying to be like men? You know what the first clue I got is when actresses stopped calling themselves actresses, and they wanted to be actors. It was subtle at first, but now they don't even want to be actresses, because at some point in their minds, being an actress is less than being an actor. Yeah. Right. And then it permeated into the movies that we see. When the women, now almost every movie has a woman at the lead, but in order for them to be propped up, the men have got to be buffoons, bad husbands, killers, this and that. They have a movie out, a series out called Reacher. And it's one of the only shows out there where a man's in the lead, but he doesn't belittle the women who are part of his team. And it's never that way in reverse. There's always a line where a woman has to tell a man he's less than. The only other show I'm gonna end here that I see where a Black man is in charge is called From. It's a horror movie. It's a horror series. And he's in charge. He runs the town, and they respect him. And he's not gay. He had a wife. He has a son. You know what I'm saying? And I said, man, I can gravitate to these movies, because if you can't unsee what they're doing with movies now. So it's all part of it. So that's art, but that's the way I think they want life to look like that too. That's why every time women get in charge, they gotta find a way to belittle men and emasculate us.
So
it's not by accident.
So let me jump in here for a second. What you just asked. Hold on.
Go for it. My bad.
That right there, you just proved my point of this is why we still have to know what history is about, where it comes from. Because when you don't, to people that has not been born that long, that only have, right, you have to let them know, because you got to point it out to them, just like what you were just saying, the arts of film, right? They don't see what the undertone is of it. So it takes for us to point that out to them. And it shows where it connects to us socially. That's the only thing that I wanted to say. That's why we can't just say, we can't spend that time. Some really people, but not everybody. But to your point too, Arpain, not everybody it should not be everybody that's doing the same thing, right? You should have. That's why you got older people, younger people, people in the middle, all these different things, because you have certain people to do those things. Everybody shouldn't be doing them. For instance, being in the military, right? You got a certain person, like we always talk about leadership style. You got one leader will say, get the job done. He's not going to explain it. You should know already what it's about. But then you have another leader that's going to say, well, this is how you do blah, 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 this and that. So it's kind of like, I understand where you're coming from, but we can't figure out where it comes. We cannot not figure out where it comes from. That's the only thing.
Fellas, help me out. Okay. When I look at history, we can't even go into anything what our ancestors that dealt with slavery. We can't even try to even figure out their life. I look at that time from the end of there to the 1960s. We had 100 years of straight family, 90% approval rating across the board. Men and women couldn't read, but we invented most stuff that we using and benefiting today from those ancestors, from those people who they were saying couldn't read, but they was inventing every damn thing. We are reaping all of their benefits, and we fucking it up. Now the problem I got is everything we talking about is a result of them taking away the Black male from the head. They cut off our head, and they did it right in front of our faces. That's the thing. And it's not that, the past is, because you can learn a lot from the past, because we also created and had so much good stuff going on in our communities. with holes in our socks, with the shoe, with the cardboard in the bottom. People were still making a way to do it right, regardless. And this is what that I'm always preaching on, because this wasn't a phenomenon when my grandmama and granddaddy was raising 7 daughters and all of them got married, and almost everybody was married until their husband died. The old lady that lived on the block, her husband died. And she lived on because she knew she still had life. And when you saw her, you had to respect her. You couldn't get on her grass. You couldn't do something and let her be looking out the window and she catch you doing something bad. She gonna call you out, go walk you to your mama go beat you, your dad, and don't let her know your grandparents, they all go gang up on you. When this phenomenon hit, it changed the game. Everything, all of us old heads was around when you know you had to respect whatever. People, places, and things. You had to respect that shit. You sat in the reading circle and learned how to read before you knew how to climb a damn tree.
And Ferg, and Ferg, one of the reasons why is because it showed you something. And this is the thing about family. It shows you that it's something greater than you. There's something greater than you. If you ever seen I seen my great grandfather and my grandson, my great grandfather met his great grandson. If you see the look in his eyes, I'm just looking at my grandson as, damn, he looked like me and he looked like his mama, right? But my grandfather looked at him and said, "Who? You look like all 9 of my kids." It was something that was eye-opening to me. So it was something that from the past just came and thank God that he was still there, because it gave me something to actually look and say, there's something greater than me. Something greater than me. When we get rid of all of that shit, let me tell you something, Arpain. This is what's happening right now in the next the generation that's up now. They're telling us that we're old. They're not saying you're old like because you're just old. No, you're irrelevant. That bullshit you telling me is bullshit. When they don't even understand, they don't know anything about the things that we learned in life and the relevancy that it had in us. Can you imagine telling your great grandfather or someone that is in his generation at the time that they're 40 and 50, 60, that they're just old and they ain't saying shit? Can you imagine us saying that shit? Our generation telling them that shit? That's crazy.
Yeah, say JT, you misunderstand me, right? Because I think there's subtlety and levels to what we're talking about the past. Telling people about the history of your family in terms of your generations, that's one thing. I always see when I say the past, is when people dwell on shit like redlining and slavery and all that. That's what I move on.
Yes.
I should have been a little bit more articulate of what I meant. What you're talking about, that was my fault, because what you're talking about, I agree, because I live it, right? I know what you're talking about. So from that standpoint, that stuff has benefit. Because I keep the family tree in my family, so there is history that I talk about. I also have like a cipher that tells people how they're related to each other across the board.
Yeah,
this is your first cousin, twice removed. This is your second cousin once. Well, I mean, sometimes you need to know all that, because a lot of people. One of the closenesses of my family is that we got second and second cousins once removed that almost are like brothers and sisters. Mm-hmm. That tells you that when you have that taproot that's close down there, that means at the top you're really close. So so from that standpoint, now we're talking the same language. I can dig what you're talking about.
We there, brother.
But there's a lot of people who just focus on the victimization of slavery. I was just on another channel, and that's when they just want to keep going back there.
But they try to connect. But those are if you listen to it, man, those are people that they connect.
They don't know too much about history. They just pull that shit out.
But it's a lot of self-doubt too. It's a lot of self-doubt. You have to, I don't know. Just as I learned in America, and I listen to the, not just the older guys, but guys that have sort of like lost in translation. He has a tradition of men in his family. That's all he knows is man. Father, uncle. So he speaks as if he's the best uncle in the world. because he understands his role and his position because it was given to him by a man. Simple as that. And the guys that took the opportunity to at least get outside of their neighborhood for a couple of months, a couple of years, whatever it took. When you came back, you had a different outlook on how you wanted your life to be. But they did a poll in Chicago about 10 years ago. The life expectancy of a young black man, they took about 10,000 black men, and they all said, what do you think your life expectancy is? 35 years old. 35 years old.
Oh.
Come on, man. You just now coming into your grown man strength at 35. You probably got your first gray hair at 35. And these guys were already, and they were talking to like 10, 12, 13-year-olds at the time, that they may not even be around at that time. So they've been fighting for the last 10, 15, 20 years, because I heard from a lot of that 30, 40, 28, late 20s. They're the ones that sort of in a position to where they're fighting against the wisdom that they need to take it another 100, 150 years. They think that they're gonna move the needle arguing with us and talking to only people that look like us. We all been subjugated to the same fucking what you call it, our pain? The boot foot on. We all got the boot. We already got the end of the back of the boot on our necks. A guy said something. This is my last thing. A guy said something about, well, today we have to deal with the police deleting us and all this. Man, don't you know your ancestors dealt with not only the police, but the citizens. The citizens coming through. We dealt with during the civil rights. The citizens were the ones that would take you out and go home and have Sunday dinner. So this police thing, yeah, I like the police around when I'm outside because I don't need nobody messing up my day. I need to get home. My wife cooking, frying some chicken, baking some mashed potatoes. I need to get home. But to think about how we're so disconnected and just giving each other that respect because, man, we still here. We still here. If I can see another brother, hey, I'm always looking in the eye, nod my head, the pound fit. Yeah, man, I'm glad to see you made it another day. Because we go too young, and it ain't even we ain't even got a life yet. We ain't even got a life. I seen it too much in the last 25, 30 years of my life, man, where brothers ain't even get a chance to really just, get their own apartment yet. Get their first car. It's like, and they not even here no more. We have a whole, and a lot of these women, these young women, they're results of those lifestyles. But they won't hold mama accountable because mama's the babysitter. Mama got watched my 3 kids, so I can't say she did a bad job. It was daddy. Mama didn't say, girl, I was in the back of the car just getting some, man, because I wanted to go to the club and he was going to give me $20 if I gave him some. She ain't going to say that. It was daddy's fault. So, if you are that guy that wants to get to a better space, man, get on your square, seek as much information as you can, obtain it. Whether you use it today, it might come back when you need glasses like me. You might need that information that's going to help you. And focus on helping people that you don't know. Stop helping those bums that keep getting their hands out. Go help somebody that you don't know. Somebody that is in a worse situation than you because you still here. You still got life. So you got to continue to strive and be who you are. Be like my cousin. Yahuwah, Jesus, that's my cousin. So I don't know who he is to you, but I am him. And I'm going to try to do my best to bring it. And if you don't want to come, I ain't gonna waste time with you. I want those ones that's gonna stand in armor, standing arm to arm. If you're not, get out the way because you just like the enemy to us. So this is our time, fellas. This is our time, man. For real.
You know what? I learned a long time ago, man. It says history. I hear people say history repeats itself. I said not necessarily. History don't repeat itself, but it sure do rhyme. Let me give y'all an example. When I was coming up, man, I used to read more than just my legacy. You know what I'm saying? More than just my people. I started reading about other people's cultures and what happened to them at the collapse of their society. When they had the Germans were doing their thing, one of the first things that they did was start burning the books. Well, guess what they're doing down there in Florida? in the USA. They trying to get rid of the books. You know what I'm saying? They trying to change up everything. And a while back when I was a young boy, I used to think about South America. And I used to watch on TV. That was before they started scrubbing the networks like they usually do. Well, I used to read the newspaper. And in Argentina, those people down there had hyperinflation so bad that women used to take wheelbarrows full of money to go to the grocery store to buy a loaf of bread. Well, guess what? We got inflation so bad here. It's ridiculous. Every time you look up, it's inching up. It's getting higher and higher and higher. But my thing is this. It's one thing for you to know your culture. It's another thing to learn the world's culture. You see what I'm saying? We cannot afford to just focus on us. You see what I'm saying? We have to focus on everything because we're in the world and we're all connected. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I want everybody to take from that. Learn from other people's experiences too, so you don't have to suffer from that. And also, when you see what's coming on with somebody else's situation, you'll know how to cut it off at the pass. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the one and only Hot Sauce to the channel. What's up, Hot Sauce?
Thank you, man. Thank you. Everything is good.
Hang on, before I think grooming, you were trying to get a point in earlier. I just want to make sure you had a chance to make it.
Yeah, we are so focused on titles. And I might not be a lot of people's fans of what I'm about to say, and I don't care, really, to be honest with you guys. So we're always having titles like, for example, I'm Greek, he's Spanish. Why don't we just forget about those fucking titles and just, I don't see white, I don't see black, I just don't see Spanish. Maybe we get limited of titles. We won't have all these goddamn fucking problems always. If I'm wrong, please cut me off. Somebody just cut me off if I'm wrong. Because
you're wrong.
I am?
Yeah, titles matter, tradition, culture, customs, all that shit matters. Hell no. I see color every day, my guy.
I disagree. I 100% disagree. Somebody who was
because
raised...
you're part of the mainstream society. You can say that. You have the privilege to say that. I am not part of the mainstream society. I do not have the privilege to say that.
Really, you think I'm part of that society? How would you say that? I like to hear that part. What would you think that I'm part of that society?
Are you not a part of the mainstream society?
Well, you said I am. I want to know how you think that.
Because when you walk, so first of all, America is a socio-economic class system. So everybody is assigned to a class based on their appearance. So when you're walking down the street, people from the mainstream society is going to attribute you to one of them, regardless of how you personally identify. When I walk down the street, people are going to identify me as part of the ADOS, not a part of the mainstream society. And on top of that, right, we're talking about identifiers and stuff like that. Identifiers matter because it's a part of your culture. So when we're talking first, but I do agree with Lost in Translation is saying when one of the biggest missteps of people in my community does is that we don't take best practices from other people. We don't like to learn from other people, and that's a misstep there because you can always learn from one another. But with that being said, that does not negate or discount having your own culture and customs. One of the number one reasons why Black men have been subjugated and we don't even receive the stuff that we got from civil rights is because of integration and Title IX and Title 11. Every time when we are asked to be blended in, Black men historically, categorically, politically have always gotten the raw end of the stick. And one of those things is affirmative action. And that's why Clarence Thomas said it's no longer lawful because it did not benefit the free men, meaning that African Americans from slavery.
That's not why Clarence Thomas said that.
Historical, but Mandrell, stay on code. Stay on code.
I am. That's what I'm telling you. That's what Clarence Thomas used to be put to death.
Just stay on code. See, motherfucker, I'm done. Always your own. I'm done. Always the motherfucking own. But anyway, I just want to give my greetings. Shout out to you fellas. Happy to be a part of this. Today is a great day. Just got back to DNA test. It ain't mine.
It ain't yours, boy.
It ain't mine.
Not yet, at least.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Mr. Mandrell. Mr. Mandrell. Welcome, sir. Welcome back. Where your camera at, bro? I want to see your face.
I just want to turn it on. Listen.
Don't clap for him.
Yes, clap for me. Clarence Thomas is a race trader. Okay, that's what he is. Just like Kanye West, race traders. I have no mercy for them.
We
I
are
can't stand
definitely not about to go that route, man.
I am. This dumbass.
So what did you just tell him to do?
Hey, hold on. This
Stay
dumbass.
your ass on code, man.
Mandrea, you got a strike on my channel saying that very word. You know the algorithm. The algorithm does not like you to say the word you put before yay.
Oh, wow. Con, as in con.
That's
man?
how I got my first strike. That's how I got my first strike.
Con, as in con man. You can't say that. That's messed up, man. I'll stick with Coon because I like that better for him.
No, you can't say that.
Better.
That's what I'm talking
Bro,
about.
you can't say that, bro. Stop.
But he's a Sambo.
Don't worry about that. We ain't talking about him. We talking about somebody else.
Stupid.
He's out of your.
I'm still waiting. Wait, okay. Wait, hold on, JT.
He's out of your.
JT,
Y'all confused.
I'm still waiting to see the genius level intellect. This dude yells and curses out a member of the press, right? And then tells her, how you gonna say that to a grown ass superhero? He calls himself a superhero while dressed like a supervillain. He had a ninja mask on outside in the daytime. He had a black leather jacket on, some black rubber gloves, not leather, rubber. There's some black leather pants. Stop it.
He gonna come to Alabama and punch you dead in your mouth.
Like a supervillain. I mean, stop.
Man, y'all know Kanye doing. Y'all know he's going through.
No, stop it. I have no mercy for no. Listen,
he gonna make you.
I'm still waiting for the genius level intellect, fellas. I'm still waiting.
Tell me one artist. Tell me one art to give me another artist today that's producing and making better music than Kanye.
Ice Spice.
Right, thank you. Because I was about to put a damn what they do now, that damn that ransom. I was about to put a ransom on Mandrell ass.
I don't support race traders, man. I don't. How you do? This is the problem with our community. You let anybody in.
Because you didn't go out in the sun and turn
you gotta support pederasses like R. Kelly.
Bro,
you probably let them babysit your kids with you.
Listen, when the last time you had a conversation with either one of those brothers?
Never.
When the last time?
I'll let JT. I'm bringing it to your attention that Kanye has yet again done something that's stupid.
We ignored.
No, he's done something else. See, Mr. Big.
Hey, Mandrell.
How's he calling himself a supervillain in broad daylight while dressed up like a supervillain? I mean, that was crazy.
Because he can't do it. He got the money to do it.
Right now, Mandrell,
money aside,
JT. You ready? I got something for you.
What's that?
Kanye West just released a pair of socks.
I don't care.
It cost $300 a pair, and he sold out in 2 minutes.
Why would people buy that? A pair of
Sold
socks.
That's
not. Those are the people you need to be talking
exactly.
to.
That's not a credit. That's not a credit to him. That's a credit to how dumb society is.
Dude, I got a question for you.
You should be talking about how the dumb society, not Kanye.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing, JT. All right, cool. Kanye's a dummy, and a waste of space. So, what do you want me to talk? What do you want me to talk about, JT?
What about
the topic of the show is what should we do?
How about the title of the show?
Mandrell, Sexy Red got STD lip gloss.
Yeah, she needs to be put down too. But anyway, wow. Lost in translation.
Andrew, can I ask
stupid?
That's nothing dumb about that.
Can I ask you this question?
Go ahead. What's that?
All right, because I know you're.
Wait, this is for me, right?
No, the guy behind you.
Okay, cool. Hey man, who's talking to you, man?
I ain't heard that in a long time.
So my question for you is, because you sort of paying attention to all these celebrities' lives and everything, do you have nothing better to do with your boring life?
I do, actually. That I just have to catch. That I kind of caught on accident. Like I didn't know what it was. The news report. I really didn't. But I clicked on it. I was like, "Wait, Kanye again? What's this dummy done this time?" Then I saw it. I was like, "Stop!" At first, I saw how he was dressed. I said, "Stop! Then I saw him snatch this woman's cell phone right out of her hands, and just because she asked him a question. He turns around and starts yelling out a bunch of gibberish. Calls himself a full-grown grown ass. He was like, how you gonna send it to a grown ass superhero? I thought he was gonna say grown ass man. Like I was kind of with him at first. So I was like, growing up, I was like, man,
what would you say, Andrea? That you are a bodyguard.
I was kind of with him at first, grooming, but if he calls himself a superhero, I was like, stop.
Now here's the thing. In fairness to Kanye, man, my thing is this. In fairness to Kanye, my thing is that she felt entitled to his space and his time.
Right. She wasn't in his face.
She didn't get on his calendar, say, hey, look, may I make an appointment? None of that. She walked up to him with a hot microphone and didn't know what state of mind he was in and just said, hey, let me ask you some questions. I got a problem with that.
There's no
I do. Because she felt like she can move to the front of the line and say and do whatever she want to do.
You're a celebrity. Reporters do it to all celebrities all the time. There's no license to be a jerk like that. It doesn't mean you have to be a jerk.
It gives you all the reason to be.
No, it doesn't, JT.
Everybody.
That's it. See, this is my point right here. Why I brought this up. Pay attention. You see how these guys defend morons and guys who should be excommunicated from the community? Grooming. Here's the thing. They'll do that. They'll do that. Countering what you're saying, bro. Yeah, they'll do this for simps. They will, just like women will. All they have to do is say, "I have a mental disorder," and then everybody's like, "Oh, well,
they're not going to do that." When you got hundreds of millions of dollars, you're not going to.
Oh, Mandrill, we've been with Mandrill. Hold on, we've been patient with you, Mandrill. You got a mental disorder.
I don't have a mental disorder.
You definitely got a mental disorder.
Ain't nothing wrong with
Absolutely.
me. No, something wrong with
y'all. That's what all crazy people say.
You got Ocho. See, that's what's wrong with you. You got Ocho Cinco up there for some reason. You should have went with T.O. You know what I'm saying? Instead,
listen, man.
But anyway, listen.
Just like down there in Montgomery, when that dude felt like he was entitled to put his hands on the dude at the dock, he found out real quick what Chaz and the rest of the brothers do when you do stuff unnecessarily. He didn't have no right to push that man. You know what I'm saying? But all of a sudden, he can just walk up to somebody and push somebody. You're supposed to keep your hands to yourself. You know what I mean? And do what these folks tell you what to do.
You never touched him.
Man had on a uniform. He was doing his job.
He didn't have on a uniform.
And he got the chairs on him. That man had his uniform on.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah. If you're talking about down at the docks, the Battle
of the Riverfront. And a shirt on.
Down by the riverside.
I got Battle of the Riverfront. I get it. I live here, okay? Remember?
Come on, man.
Here.
Act like
you
know. Really? You live there? I didn't know that.
Yeah, born and raised in the city.
You wouldn't know, grooming. You wouldn't know. Nobody knew.
Right, but go ahead, man.
He has like mentioned this like 1,000 times since I've been coming on this show. He goes, "I live here," so I'm like, "Oh, here we go again."
Yeah,
go ahead, Mandrill. Finish your thought.
Where's Shushu? That's what I want to know. I'm tired of this guy.
She's on her own goddamn business, JT. That's what she's doing. You motherfucker. I still can't get used to that. I don't think I ever will. Damn, do that Black David thing again. I can't get used to it. Like, it's so disturbing. It's so disturbing to see that. But anyway, no, Simps, honestly, I say give them just out of courtesy, give it one try to mentor them. But if they reject the knowledge, leave them where they are. It's to the point where, like that lady that was on Hamp's channel earlier today, I think you guys were talking about it earlier. That's the perfect example of when a woman is too far gone. You can do nothing with her. You have to leave her exactly where she is and keep her away from other young women so she doesn't spread that poison amongst the youth.
Keep her away from other young women, though.
Here's the thing. Do the best you can to keep that woman in particular. Hold on. Hey, Arpain. That one in particular. That one specifically. And others like her.
Well, how do you do that?
Keep them as far away from young people. Listen, Arpain. I can't think of everything. Damn. I'm giving you a directive. Fall out and follow suit. Shit.
Get a database. You know what I'm saying? Put them in the database. You know what I'm saying?
I don't care how you do it, Arpain. Just get it done.
Anyway, guys, I am getting out of here. Have a good night, guys.
I got you, grooming. Well, here's the thing. What you can do is get other women with a healthy outlook on men, healthy outlook on relationships, healthy outlook on marriage, and have those women mentor young girls and young women. You know what I mean? Because that woman there, it didn't matter what a guy said. It did not matter. She was going to disagree. She was going to disagree. It didn't matter. Everyone had that woman dead to rights, proved her wrong, had receipts, evidence. She was still, no, you're always bringing it back to the women. Yeah, because right now we're talking about women. But when we talk about men, you never show up for that. They even pointed that out to her. And they always talk about men. They do tell men to clean your room, clean your closets, get yourself together, this, that, and the other. She never shows up for that. But the second you say something about a woman, she shows up. And they had a good conversation going on. This woman come up there and just derails the whole thing with negativity. It was a really good conversation. She comes up there and it's just spoiled. I was so pissed off. I was like, see, like I don't understand why Hemp allowed her to come up. They had a really good conversation going, a positive one. She brings venom. That chick is a blight on Black America, just like Kanye is.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing, man.
Hold on. Here's the thing. People like that need to be put on the island somewhere and left to their own devices. Okay? You survive. I don't give a shit how. I'm not sending you any aid. Since you don't need no man, do it on your own. There you go. Have that.
Well, man, you got to realize, man, everybody ain't got the barbershop. Well,
Wait. Hold on here. Is it the barbershop? Is it the barbershop? Yes, it's the barbershop. Yes. I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all. You got to tell who to talk down. Man, ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Go find your flat Pillsbury biscuit pink pudding pop. Go get your flat-assed Pillsbury dough biscuit pink Pop-Tart and get your ass up off my life.
Anyway,
I never think he's worse than goddamn. I think he's worse than Kanye.
Hey, JT, you know I never noticed that Ice Cube had the tray of food in that video.
Dog, I was just about to Trey, I was just about to talk about them fresh wings he had. Them fresh wings he had.
I never noticed it. I'm like, yo, that's some real barbershop. I mean, obviously, it's been a while since I've been to the barbershop. But I remember going to the barbershop, and the best food I got was at the barbershop. They were ordering from somewhere. And they'd be like, yo, young fella, you want something to eat? Yeah. Yep. And they would pay for it. The older guys will always take care of you. The older guys will always look out for you.
Yep.
That's how I got hooked on lemon pepper chicken wings. They put me on to them.
Yes, sir. Them wings were fresh. Those were some fresh wings he had right there.
Them old cats that had you eating barbecue leg quarters and green beans and yams and macaroni and cheese. You know what I'm saying? You're like, hey, you hungry, bro?
Hey, when you leave the barbershop, you're gonna leave there with your mind full and your belly full. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot, man. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've actually been.
Yeah, I like how y'all just ignore everything I said. God damn it. I do agree.
Fat, bald head, no neck midget. I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
Hey, yo, conduct unbecoming a black man is wild.
Right? That's crazy. Crazy.
Look, I sent you to a night in a hole for bringing up that Sambo anyway. Okay, putting that Sambo on my screen.
Bro, he
funny though, man.
He funny, man. He is
funny. I'll give you that. Someone else, I tell you, look, people like that woman early today, she's not a danger. I wouldn't give her that much credit, but she is kind of a hazard. You know what I'm saying?
Who y'all talking about? I missed the show.
That chick on Hamp. There's a woman on Hamp's channel. I'm guarantee you guys seen her before.
What's her name?
I forget, dude.
Exactly.
I called her. I was talking.
Oh, HQ.
Yeah, I called Scam Likens when I saw. I said,
"I'm like,
you see." I said, "You."
She room temperature. That's all.
No, hold on. I told Scam Likens. I said, "Do you see this Wigosaurus Rex?" I said, this is Wigosaurus Prime right here, man. This is what that is.
You know, the only reason why I give her a little bit of grace.
No.
I give her a little bit of grace because she's a widow.
I don't give a shit. This is no.
I give her a little bit of grace. I don't think if the situation was what it wasn't, what it is, that she would be the way that she is. I think because she lost her husband, that she there's a lot of
she
things
just has bad takes. That's all. She just has bad takes.
Because literally, that's why when you see him Ham always have to bark her down on direct questions.
Yes.
She's gonna answer them with logic.
I don't give a
yeah.
shit.
Like how Lost do. Lost got to he make you focus. Get back to the topic. Answer the question.
Listen, what this woman did today was messed up, and they allowed it. And I didn't care for that myself. The guys had a good, positive conversation going. It was really good, and it could have gone from really, really good to great. It could have been great today. You let this chick come up here and ruin.
You let a heathen.
Yeah, because of something heathen in her name. Yeah, exactly.
Heathen queen. What do you want, man?
You let this chick come there and ruin it.
She got it right there in the name.
But no, here's the thing: you can't let that happen. You can't if you got something good going there. You say you want to spread the good
But
word.
you got to think how Hamp think though. Hamp see it and Hamp think I'm gonna clip this, I'm gonna chop this up, I'm gonna be able to drag this out.
My thing is fair enough. But you're gonna have to have some conversations with men, like the one you were having earlier today, without her. You have to have women with if you're gonna have women in that conversation at all.
You have to expose it.
Do it later. Do it later, JT. Do it later. Not then. Wrong time.
Why put off now? Why put off later when we can do it right now? Why we wait? Just knock it out right now.
He got all that time. You have plenty of time to expose that chick, and you're gonna have plenty of time later on to expose.
Well, she's been exposed, and she just keeps. Right. She's a glutton for punishment.
Right. She's a woman. Like I said, Trey, the way I described it earlier, Trey, is that she's a woman. Perfect example of a woman who's too far gone. Like she's too far gone. Dude. There's no saving her. There's no helping her. She just is how she is, and that's it.
You know,
but you can say the same thing for Jay Prince, bro.
That's what happened when a woman loses her leader, though.
Here's the thing. You're right, JT. Jay Prince is another one that's too far gone. There's no saving.
But I would still have the conversation with him because it's good for content.
That's another one that's too far gone.
But the thing is that
you think Beans is too far gone?
He's gone. He's gone. Gone, Trey.
You think Beans?
Love him to death, Trey. I do. Like JT said, I'll have the conversation with him. I have the conversation. I will have the conversation with a Trey. But I'm telling you, that's only gonna go so far, bro. It's only gonna go so far,
man. Gerald, let me tell you something, man. You can do everything right, and foolishness will show up at your doorstep. I'll give you an example. Me, Mr. Bennett, R. Payne, and Von Bryant. We had a fantastic conversation a few weeks back.
You did. You could have brought up R. Payne, but I mean,
and all of a sudden we had some foolishness to show up on the doorstep. We wasn't talking about women. We was talking about men, what we can do. You know what I'm saying? All of that good stuff. The virtues of marriage, having a good old time. And we get interrupted with some foolishness. Am I not right? Mr. Bennett, is that not what happened, sir?
Ooh, you ain't lying.
Wait, when did this
we
happen?
wasn't talking about nobody.
When did this happen?
Nobody.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm shocked Mr. Bennett is still here.
I am too.
Mr. Bennett
Mr. Bennett know me out of here, buddy.
Not on Friday. No, that's not true. On Fridays, I'm usually here.
Oh, okay.
I gotta remember on Fridays, though, we be in at 3 o'clock in the morning and shit.
Tuesdays, I gotta bounce early, but
Facts,
Friday
we it's the late night sessions on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that, gentlemen. You know.
Yeah. Hot
sauce, the house husband. What's good with you, bro?
Man, I'm good. I got great news, man. You know, I was dealing. I'm also.
Gotta get a brother a break, man.
I'm good.
I'm acknowledging my man. He the house husband of the year.
Yeah, man. Yeah, good news, Trey. I was dealing with a side chick too, because I had a side chick. And
brother, you are living a life, brother. You are living.
It ain't yours.
Yeah, man. It ain't mine. I'm doing good, man. Living dusty draws, Cheetos, and washing my ass and driving other people's cars.
Twinkle.
I'm living the life. Mm-hmm. And the side chick, she part of a bank, so you know I'm living in Central Air. Shit.
Oh my.
My. She got Central Air.
So hot sauce.
What's up?
You know, I don't want to run your parade, but man, you creating what we dealing with out here in these streets, man. You creating.
He wasn't that baby pappy.
No.
Hey, so
JT,
man,
I'm the pappy.
So first of all, you know, not to revisit this generational stuff, but the boomers gave us a bad deal.
Oh,
There
you go.
I'm gonna leave it there. The boomers gave us a bad deal.
Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
Hey, you watch your mouth, sir.
Hey,
you watch
Arpay,
your mouth.
you
What are you
can't
your
speak on
like
that, Arpay, you do gotta admit this though. You gotta admit this much. You have admitted it before, but I want to hear if you're gonna say it again. Y'all could have done better.
I think we did fantastic. You guys just
man.
Hold on. Let me just say these 2 points. And I'm gonna leave it here. But
go ahead.
Y'all went to the Korean War and the Vietnam War, came back, she was pregnant, and you know damn well the time didn't add up, and y'all still married them. Then you told my father's generation to go ahead and date up single moms, and that's what you had in the 90s. So I'm just saying, y'all, that's what y'all was on. Be a real man.
The baby boomers didn't start that.
I'm paying your father's age, man.
Then you told Trey Ferg to go ahead and marry up these single moms in the 90s. So
facts. That's facts, hot sauce. Hey, hot sauce.
Happy Father's Day to my stepdaddy.
Real talk. When I look back at this, growing up on a single mother, my mom never had a problem with dates, bro. My mom always had a date. There was always a dude around, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, she got 2 kids. Like now looking back, and I'm like, she got 2 kids. She by herself. She never had a problem getting a date, bro.
Arpay told them to do that shit. Arpay told them to do that shit.
Damn, that was part of the, again, going back to what we were talking about in the late 80s and 90s. Again, that whole Pan-African community aspect of just getting together. So that was something that was preached about.
Yeah, that was all.
Let me ask you a question, because now that I'm older, like I said, I can look back, and here's the crazy part, I can remember all them dudes' names, which is wild, right? But when I look back at it, like, what seriously was the mentality if you saw an attractive woman, and I'm not gonna sit here and act like I haven't seen some some women with kids that weren't super attractive.
That's why they got the kids.
I've seen some beautiful women that had kids, but what was the mentality approaching or talking to a woman who got 2-3 kids and she's a single mom, like because I can't, it doesn't compute in my head, but maybe I'm a millennial, so I'm different. We're different.
Yeah, that shit don't compute in my head either.
It certainly wasn't preferred. I mean, especially we were young. I'm talking about 80s, 90s, so I'm in my 20s at this time, so nobody was looking automatically for the instant family per se. So you talk about guys who were, again, basically in their 30s and whatnot. Once you 30, 35, then it's like it's going to be more likely that you're going to find that out there. But I don't think guys were just picking that like, I want the baby mama stuff.
I think I made the assumption that guys were looking for instant family. They were doing the same thing we was doing. Okay, I got it.
Now you did have more. You certainly had more. The single motherhood things, I think, certainly started to increase in the 80s and 90s. Though we started seeing more of that. You talked about the churches where single baby moms were in the churches and whatnot. That certainly started in that time period. So people weren't so men and women, they weren't even hooking up. They weren't even looking for marriage. So I mean, it was. I think that thing, or people started to define relationships outside of marriage. So that whole thing is just a piece of paper thing. That definitely came up in that time period as well. It's just a piece of paper. So why, I'm not going to let the state of the government get in my business or whatever. That logic started back then also. So I think that was
that didn't start with the baby boomers though.
Right. And I admit, Trey,
I'm going Gen X, as far as when.
Yeah, we started it, Trey. Our generation did it because
I gotta say, it was later in my life after I got a divorce and stuff like that. Yeah, most of the women that I was dating, they had children.
No, but no.
But I hate to tell y'all it wasn't y'all, because my mom was a baby.
It wasn't Generation X because I'm Generation X and I was a kid. And you see other dudes marrying, dating other single moms, and I'm Generation X. It was the boomers. It was a
Generation X. You know what? Hot sauce. I'm gonna let y'all in a little secret. Hold on a second. Hot sauce. I'm gonna let y'all in a little secret. And R-Pain and Mr. Bennett and Trey Ferg, I want y'all to also give credence to this. What y'all are doing, we did to the generation before us and blame them. But you don't hear us talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Because as we get older, we was like, damn, they was just doing the best that they could, just like us.
You know,
so when y'all blame the boomers, we just laugh and chuckle because we said the same thing. Them old folks don't know what they're talking about. You know,
but the way that we
realized they knew what they was talking about.
We didn't really talk about it as grievances, right? We just talked about it as a way of life.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Look, hold on. I want to say this as well. I'm Generation X as well. Even though I don't sound it, I'm Generation X as well. And I'm not saying this out of grievance. I'm just saying you just could have did a little bit better. That's it. And we should learn from y'all mistakes.
Let me just say this.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
All the Gen belong to you guys, and people.
Well, hold on. Can I just finish my sentence at least before y'all jump on my neck?
Keep saying the boomers.
Well, I mean,
you guys
look, you came back from the Korean War and still married that hoe, even though you know that baby wasn't yours.
You know what?
A lot of guys who went to the Korean War weren't boomers, right?
Look.
That was a great generation.
Hey, Hot Sauce, I'm gonna let you in a little secret.
Generation.
I'm gonna let you in a little secret, man.
Yeah, not
Gen Alpha is coming for y'all neck. Cause they gonna tell y'all could have did enough. Watch what I tell you. Keep living. You gonna see Gen Alpha.
But that's the crazy part, Lost. They gonna be right.
Hold on. But lost in translation.
That's the crazy part. They gonna be right about it.
The thing about it is, everybody knows how to count to fucking 10. And 9 months the baby's out, nigga. So I'm sorry. Niggas do how to count to 10.
The boomers were in the Vietnam War. It was a silent generation with the Korean War. So,
man, you gonna blame it on the old timers?
No, literally, he can, because think about what boomer actually means. Baby boomer, right? That means that they had that was the largest.
The children of the folks with
that was the children, man. There were children that was coming out. They was like the largest population ever that you ever could see. You got to look at it where my family, my mother, she got 10 brothers and sisters, right? My father, he had 9 brothers and sisters, and their family, they wasn't like my great grandfather and them. They were large, but they wasn't as large as them boomers. It was like that shit. I don't even understand how it got to a point where everybody was on that same mind frame.
No, but
right?
hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Let's get the facts right. Boomers were born during World War II, right?
No, after.
Baby boomers after. But hold on.
That explains the reason.
Hold on. Let me clarify something. Baby boomers fought in the Korean War because my grandfather fought in the Korean War.
No, they didn't. They were born in
didn't.
1946.
They were after.
1952. They were 6 years old.
They were 6 years old, man.
Okay,
you know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The boomers started in 46.
That was our grand. That was generation. That was the silent generation.
Because my father fought in the Vietnam War, right? And my father would be 70 now. So he's what?
That's the boomer.
Born in 53. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I like to say this, R-Pain. Listen, thing.
Okay, then R-Pain, I apologize. I apologize. No, R-Pain, I apologize. Hold on, no, please let me finish. I apologize. It was the silent generation that started this bullshit then.
Well, somebody got to get this blame. You know what I'm saying?
Most of them ain't here for you to argue with, bro. So it don't matter anyway. They gone.
I got home. You know,
well, I got this to say about
wheat. You know,
here's what I got to say. One thing the boomers did. You guys have made some catastrophic mistakes. I mean, as a generation, here's one mistake they made. You never passed the torch. You skipped so far. You skipped 2 completely different generations. No, that's not all. You fuckers are still in politics. You still writing laws. You're supposed to be retired. That's our job now, but you skipped over us. You skipped over the millennials. We're supposed to be grooming the millennials. You should have groomed us for it. You never. Hold on, let me finish. You never did.
You're on your own with that, Eddie. I ain't gonna ride with you on that.
You guys are being groomed right now.
No, we're not.
No, you're not. It's too late, R-Pain. It's too late.
hold on.
You guys, they did. Gen X. I'm Generation
Mark,
X. You guys skipped right over us. And look at the millennials. You guys are still in office. You're skipping the millennials as well. Things are out of order because you
but Mandrell, that's due to technology and science, though. Again, remember, Social Security was the average when Social Security came out. People died at 68. That was the average age. So it's like, okay, we pay you 3 years of Social Security, and boom, we out. Now people are leaving like I think the age is like 82 or something like that. So again, it wasn't meant. So blame the science and technology that's making these guys live longer is the reason why they haven't given it up. It's like, oh, I don't have to go anywhere because science is going to keep me alive. But they would.
But Mr. Bennett
and those other generations died off.
Mr. Bennett, I respect you and I respect New Jersey. They got the best diners in the world. But black people,
absolutely not.
Black people are fucking.
Y'all got Waffle Houses. We got diners.
Black people are notorious for not grooming and making the next generation better. We are notorious for this shit. You got Dr. J right now being stubborn as fuck and talking about Michael Jordan was not better than him. The point is to grow.
He wasn't.
That's not the point. That's not the point. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is what Mandrell said. You're supposed to pass the torch and teach the next generation to be stronger and better than you. And we as black people,
even in the Lion Kingdom, they don't do that. That's
but we're human beings. We're human beings. We're supposed to do that.
That's not male nature. It's not male. Listen, Mr. Bennett brings this point up all the time because it sounds right. It sounds like it's the right thing to do, but it's just not the right thing to do. I got you, but it's not in male nature. It's not in male nature for me to teach my son everything so that he can supplant me while I'm still alive. It's my job to teach him everything so that when I die, he can take over. But what you want for us to teach him so that you can push me out the way and put me in a nursing home. That's not how that works, bro. I'm not going to do that.
Listen.
First of all, we got a whole generation of guys.
Okay, at least look where I was educated. This is how it works. The offspring are trained and groomed and tutelage to take over the business. And then when the father or the mother retires, then they take over the business. The father and mothers become board members and they become the CEO, whatever. But they are groomed to take it over.
How could you explain Gen Z? They come from Gen X. How do you explain them guys being on
We fucked up. See, I can admit it. Gen Z, we apologize.
Generation X.
Constance, I'm gonna let you in a little secret, man. I don't have a son, but if I had a son, I'm gonna teach him what he needs to know. But like Ric Flair used to say all the time, I taught you everything you know. I don't teach you everything. I didn't teach you everything I know. There's a difference. I'm gonna teach you just enough, and then as I start to tail off, then I'll teach you more. I'm not giving you the tools so that you can go into the boardroom and overthrow the boardroom and get me up out of my own company that I started. It's not happening.
Trey, by 55 years old, you were looking to edge out and go and get your boat in Florida and whatnot and chill out, man. Now you're 78 years old and you still running things, man.
Vince McMahon is a prime example. That dude.
Man, don't talk about.
Hang on, no. I'm not talking.
They should have got rid of Vince 20 years ago.
Well, that shit is.
Yes, they should have. He should have been gone.
No,
he should have been gone.
No, he should not. No, he should not have. If you look, no, he should not have.
20 years ago.
Trust me on this. Listen, I know wrestling better than anybody. I've been watching since I was literally like 3 years old. So the company has done just fine, even through all the bullshit that Vince McMahon has been doing. The fact of the matter is that that's his baby. And his son tried it with not only his son and his daughter. They were not ready. His daughter took over for him when he had that whole little. He was giving money to the girls and shit, and he left before they sold the company to TKO and Endeavor. They're not ready. You want to know why? Because he didn't teach them everything he knows. He taught them what they need to know, but he didn't teach them everything.
For the first time in history, there's not a McMahon in WWE. For the first time in history, they're all out. thanks to McMahon.
That's because
not
his daughter is
teaching him
a
everything
punk
he
and
wants
she
to know.
quit. She quit.
Because she probably knew what was going on. Why she
No,
quit?
no, she sucks. She wasn't good enough.
I'm just saying.
And
he didn't want to pass that on to his
the
kids.
The point I'm making is
Go ahead.
that you ain't kicking me out. I'll leave when I'm ready to go.
That's
all
That's right. We're gonna be
Well, that's how politics are. That's how politics
You're gonna be in a wheelchair. You're gonna have that brain link up to the wheelchair and whatnot, and all your responses going to be red. The red buttons, the red light is yes, and the green button is no.
Hey, Mr. Bennett,
you're gonna be like that dude out of Star Trek. You're gonna be like Christopher Pike.
51% of the vote, and I'll still make decisions.
You're gonna be like
You
Christopher
better
Pike.
hope I press the button you want me to press.
You're gonna be like Captain Christopher Pike in the menagerie. You're gonna be wheeling out in that wheelchair. Do you want us to go? Do you want to go back to the planet? That's gonna be the trade.
Vince McMahon gonna have that button. Hey, Vince McMahon gonna have that button that say,
This barbecue shit.
But anyway, back to the conversation about simps, man. We need simps. Shit, I'm a simp, and I'm happy to be one.
You are not a simp.
Wait a minute.
You cannot get on this guy. I heard your arguments, Hot Sauce. You are not having simpleton arguments. That's not how that shit goes. That's why when you do come on and you say some shit, the simps actually they fight against you. At the end of the day, what you end up saying is, fuck America, I'm over here doing what I do. That's your argument.
Right.
That is not a simp argument, dog.
Right.
like this.
Well, definitely fuck America for sure. That's all day, every day. Right. But
a nation full of simps.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, at the end of the day, we all see the signs of an empire, right? In America showing the signs of, its heyday is over. It doesn't mean that's going to be like destroyed, but it's just going to live like the rest of the world live, right? Like talented people need to look overseas for work. Like things are just going to be different. I mean, America's just going to live like the rest of the world, normal shit, right?
The world is your oyster, right? The world is your oyster, not your city limits. Not your fucking what's in your state.
But I mean, even when you look at like European, even when you look at Europeans, right? Like you're born in the UK, you get educated, maybe you work in Spain, maybe you work in Portugal or something like that. You travel a bit. So I see Americans now move into like Canada, maybe, or Mexico, stuff like that. I mean, you already see it with with retirement folks, right? They no longer can live in America. So the largest largest growing body of passports are actually retirees, right? Trying to get to Thailand and Panama and Mexico, right? Because they just can't afford the living here, right? And that's normal.
You couldn't pay me to go to Canada. I've been to Montreal. I've been to Montreal and I think it's Saskatchewan. I think is how you say it. Saskatchewan. Yeah. You couldn't pay me to go to Canada. You couldn't pay me.
Yeah, but isn't the concept and not or? So at the end of the day, you should have people that are local, that want to be in the local community that they're in. Then you have people that want to broaden and go from state to state. Then you got people that want to go overseas, right? At the end of the day, I'm glad that I got a chance to understand what that means, because I love going overseas and seeing other cultures and things like that. Yeah, because what it taught me was that it's not just in my little bubble. So a lot of these
Americans can't afford America.
No, but what I'm saying is that some people, man, when a lot of times, dog, if you've been overseas or you've been in at least 30 countries in America, and you have somebody that ain't even left out their motherfucking they state, the conversation that you have with them, especially when they're trying to challenge your ideology, it's like two different conversations.
Absolutely.
You don't know what the fuck you talking about. They have no fucking idea of what you're talking about.
But what I'm saying is that the people now, but Generation Z, that's going to be a real option for. I'm sorry, Generation Alpha, that's going to be a real option for them. And baby boomers and Generation X, that's going to be a real option for them, because when X becomes senior citizens, right? I mean, we see it now. American seniors cannot afford to live in America. We see it now with the baby boomers, and that's just going to proliferate with Generation X, right? So you're going to see Generation X and Generation Alpha looking around for better opportunities, because in like America, more and more Americans can't afford to live in America.
You know what I want us to do though? because I did, and I'm gonna do more shows like this. I want us to figure out what it is that our children, and not just our blood children, but nephews, nieces, or anybody that they're connected to, how much basic shit they know.
They
Because
don't know
from what
much.
I've seen is that, but I want to be able to exact that, right? Because what I showed videos of shit from all over, but I want us to actually understand. I think we need to take a list of some shit that we want to ask these young folks, man. Like for instance, the rappers and shit like that, and then we ask them basic geographic shit. You know what I'm saying? Basic as math. Matter of fact, call it arithmetic. Fuck all the bullshit. And ask them basic shit that we learned by the time we were in 5th grade, and see what it is that they actually know. Because right now, just based off of the show that I did, I think that all of Generation Z is fucked because they don't know shit. 3 times 3 times 3. That's what my biggest thing was. These motherfuckers don't know 3 times 3 times 3, right? And it's crazy when they don't even understand, even geographically, what's east, north, and west and south. They don't even know what time frame they in. Somebody had answered some shit on BC, right? It was something that was within 50 years.
Yeah, I remember
And they
that.
said,
I
I think
remember
it was
that.
BC or something like that. And they don't really know. And so my thing is that we should
They sound
challenge
like the silent
ourselves
generation.
to challenge that generation, right? We need to challenge that. Ask them about the shit that's in right now. They know they can tell you all kind of shit. They can tell you about ice.
Why?
That shit is witchcraft. That shit
This
is
lady just
witchcraft.
gave her face a BBL.
But we're addressing
She
this
just
shit
gave
as
her
if.
face a BBL.
But listen,
I'm done
we're
talking to y'all,
addressing
man.
this shit. We're addressing this shit as
Trey,
if
you had
we
enough?
should be. But this is the thing. We're addressing it as if we should be shocked that this is what it is. This is what we see every fucking day. It may not be to that extreme, but you have a group of motherfuckers that don't want to be who the fuck they are. This is why I told people, I said, you want to find out what a trans is in a woman, you get them in their natural state. You get them in a natural state, and then you're gonna see the difference. Once men start really pulling together and standing on they shit, and they say, I'm not fucking with that weave, I don't even want to fuck with braids no more. When I look at this shit right here, I want to see you in your natural state. When you tell a woman that you want to see them in their natural state, I guarantee you're gonna separate all the people. You're gonna have people that's gonna be doing what the fuck they want to do. But if men stood on that shit, watch how crazy that shit is going to make the world. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And we're going to make it worse because we stand on our shit. When you see that shit right there, the minute you want to see, when motherfuckers stop kissing women, guess what happened? They got a chance to do that type of shit right there. Once you started getting to a point where you say, well, listen, I'd rather for you to give me head before you give me a kiss. That's some bullshit. That's on us. That shit is on us.
JT, she was literally double cheeked up.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
I couldn't get past those.
I just look at it and let me tell you something. What I will do, I will look at it and make fun about it. Man, I got homeboys. Man, that's all we do. We would sit back and people watch. I got women. Any woman that I'm dating, she can't be my girl if we can't sit there and people watch and talk about people. You dig what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that's what we have to do. We can get it a different way, but we gotta be men enough, and we have to have the courage to sit back and speak against that bullshit. That's bullshit. You look like, how do I look? She got all that shit on her fucking face. How do I look? The first thing we should say is that you look like a trans. It'll change the game.
Yep.
It'll change the game. Once you start putting a negative connotation on it, it changes the fucking game.
JT, listen, and I'm gonna tell y'all fellas, I'm gonna give y'all about 6 more months to try to save these fellas out here. If not, I'm gonna start pandering to the women. That's where the money's at. And I'm gonna start selling fake lipstick. I'm telling you, I'm tired of talking to y'all and y'all ain't making me no money.
We need to talk the same way that you talking right now, Trey. We need to say fuck all that goddamn natural shit. We gonna start fucking around with the motherfuckers that had a dumb shit on their face. We want to fuck with dumb bitches. That's what we need to start. Then they'll do the opposite of what we say. Because when we when we tell them the good shit, they go the opposite way. So just tell them some bullshit.
We definitely need to start telling them, you know what, I like you, but you're not stupid enough. Like,
I need you ain't dumb.
I need you dumber. I need you dumber. You're too smart.
I need you dumb.
Hang on. Oh my God, Trey, that is genius.
We don't figure this shit out. There you go. We don't figure it out.
The game.
Oh my God, that is genius.
Stupid.
Yes.
No, but I do want to say this, and I might get criticized, but hey, fuck it. Koreans in our neighborhood selling, these wigs and shit like that. That is our fault. We should have been selling this to black women ahead of time. I'm serious.
I don't think you
ever say another motherfucking word to me.
No, I don't think you're gonna get people to disagree. I don't think you're gonna get people to disagree. Because the thing is that they were gonna do it anyway. They're gonna buy the hair and the makeup anyway.
Yeah, they're gonna buy that shit anyway. So
right. So I don't think you're gonna get men to disagree with you on that. I think, listen, I said this before. Black women have put more Korean kids through college than we need to know. And they don't realize that. They've done more for the Asian community than they can ever believe. Listen, I'm out here in Maryland, and where I'm at in Maryland, I walk to the beauty supply store, and I see all these black women walking in. I just naturally assume there must be a black, and I saw 2 black women working. I'm like, there must be a black establishment. I happened to walk past that same beauty supply when they were closing up.
Oh yeah, the Koreans own it.
And it was two Korean guys closing up, and I was like,
opening up the cash register. You know what I'm
saying?
saying?
Imagine a bunch of men? Wait, but can you
all
imagine
I'm gonna
a
say
bunch
is
of
this.
men walking around and they hold on? Can you imagine a bunch of men walking around with motherfucking wigs on their face and people laughing at them, and then we look and you got women that laugh at them, and you say, "This look funny to you, don't it?" And they be like, "Hi, you look crazy." I say, "That's how you look to us." It's something different, isn't it?
Right.
No, JT, no. Get off that. What we need to do is go on and open up. All we need to do is just go ahead on, open up an extension shop. And we gotta remember, like black women don't like buying shit from niggas. So we gotta get that Korean face in there. So we go ahead on, open up a shop, hire a little Korean girl, and then you're in business.
But they do like buying.
Just flip the script in. So black owned, but Korean influence.
Yeah, because black don't support
Korean influence.
No, you don't have to have Koreans at all.
That's
because
crazy.
They will buy from other black women. So you just put black women at the thing. They'll buy from other. If they presume it to be a sisterhood, they'll buy it. Yeah, they'll buy it. So you can put a black woman. You can put a black woman at the cash register, and they will just naturally assume that it's a black female establishment.
But see, Trey,
they always want to support each other.
See, this is where you fuck up, because I do agree black women do want to support each other, but that black woman ain't listening to your black ass.
That's why I'm not there. I don't need to be there.
But the black women that you hire know that you hired them.
Yeah, but they don't need to tell them. They don't need to tell them anything.
But what I'm saying is the black women you hire, they're gonna be like, fuck you. Right?
But all you gotta do is promise them.
But this is the thing.
All you gotta do is promise them they're gonna be the next general manager.
And they the boss. Yes, they the boss.
And give them a discount. Give them a discount on
give them a little title. They're gonna bring that in home.
Give them a discount on their wigs
and a referral fee. Give them a referral fee.
And don't name him no shit that's really cool. You know what I'm saying? Name him dumb shit. Like this the Dumbo. This the ain't shit bitch. Let me tell you, it don't take that much to actually think too hard. You know why? Because we got a rapper right now that she has lip gloss named after goddamn
gonorrhea
and gonorrhea. And look, and she's selling out. And she been selling out, dog, for at least what 7 months now.
She sold out the first day it came on the market. It sold out.
Yeah. Coochie juice. Coochie juice.
I'm talking to y'all, man. I'm going pandering to the women. That's where the money's at.
Absolutely.
I heard
where the money resides. Where the money resides.
Can I ask y'all a question? I don't want to be that guy because I know that the guys make money off of this. But I did some research today. Do y'all know who owns Tej Hanley?
No.
No.
Who? Do you think he's black or white?
He's white, definitely white.
Which I think
he's white. White.
I think he's white.
I just was thinking about that, and I'm seeing a lot of Tej Hanley, and it just for whatever you know me, you know how my mind thinks, JT. Go straight to who owns this? And I just looked it up today, and I was like, who owns Tej Hanley? It's two white guys.
Yeah,
one of them is a YouTube content creator, and another guy who used to work for some other prominent companies. And I'm like, bro, every black YouTube space I go in, they pushing this shit. And I'm like, what is going on?
Getting that check, bro.
Yeah.
Getting that check.
Bro, listen. The
that
black skincare,
everybody got that Tej
market. Hold on,
bro. Everybody is pushing
black
Tej right now. I just naturally assumed it was black people. I don't know why I did, bro. I don't know why I just naturally assumed. This
black
must be a black
skincare is worth billions.
It's smart for you to do it because
$1 billion.
They wanted me to promote them. Also, they go on IG and they find people that's content creators. And what they would do is that they would go in your DMs and then they would ask you if you would like to sponsor them.
So I'm asking, is this a part of our problem?
Not sponsor,
as a community, is this a part of our problem that we can't say no to these guys?
Right.
Instead of saying no, we'd rather work with people of our community who are pushing literally the same product, just a different name.
That's the point.
Because they have the concept of getting to the bag.
One second. Because I'm in this. Hold on 1 second. Let me guys hang on 1 second. I just want to say something. Hang on. I just want to say something. Bro, but I started it first. All I wanted to say is that the black skincare. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Not. No, but not.
My name is Rosa. They say I'm supposed to sit in the back, but I'm tired here, so I'm finna sit right closer. Come get me up then. It's gonna take about 3, 4, 5 men, and I ain't finna repeat myself again. Fight me. Somebody get her. My name is Eve. I didn't believe. I trusted Satan, ate that apple, he deceived. And I'm naked. I thought I was awakened. I'm the first to do it. Y'all my daughters, we related. Trick on Big Harry. Don't call me slave hoe. The hell? From the underground railroad, bust down mouth of dope. When I say run, you better go. In the dark, that Glock is glow.
In the dark, that Glock can glow. In the dark, that Glock can glow.
That shit is simple. No, but I'm just saying, man, like big business
to this, man.
Man, but bro, man, black skincare business is big. It's $1 billion industry. So if I'm white, of course I'm doing that shit. Especially because black people love fucking with white people shit. Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, I don't think we really done our homework. I don't think people really did their homework on Tej Hanley. I honestly think I think nobody really paid it any attention.
I know.
And it's just I truly believe that. Listen, I'm not hating on them. Their business concept is smart. It's brilliant. I would do the same thing, right? I would go after all these YouTubers, especially in the smaller spaces, right? Where we ain't got to worry about millions and millions of views. But if you get enough of them, you can sort of accumulate. It makes sense. I'm not arguing with that. But I am arguing the fact that did we actually do the homework? And like I said, I don't know what clicked in my head to say, yo, look this up. And I recognized the name immediately when I saw it. I was like, wait, that's the guy that gives the tutorials on YouTube. Like I immediately figured it out. I was
Alpha
like,
M.
what?
Yeah.
Alpha M, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what? I was like, he's a part of this? And I was like,
yeah.
I was like, what? And I was like, what are we doing? Like,
he used to have a
what are we
sunglass coming
doing?
too, man. He used to have a sunglass.
But hold on, but no one is thinking that Teach Henley is a black-owned company. I knew no one. I mean, Teach,
I
man,
guarantee you, people thinking it.
Did y'all?
I did.
All right, people on the panel. How many people
I
thought they
never
were?
heard of it, so I can't say.
I
knew
did.
better, man.
They offered to sponsor me. They offered.
So you thought they were black? You really thought they were black?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I knew they weren't because I've been
If
watching
you look at-
my whole
if you
YouTube
look at-
career.
But look, if you look at people on YouTube, you will see more black folks promoting them than you will see any other greater people that's promoting them, bro.
Yeah,
You
but
will
I
see
mean,
it up
I
under-
get that. I get
And that's
that,
not not by accident.
But I thought they just serve as black people. But I've never. I mean, with a name like Teach, that doesn't even sound like a black company.
No, they got all kind of hair mousse and all kind of stuff. You know that ain't for us, man.
They got beard shit and all that shit.
Yeah, come on, man. You know that ain't for us, man.
Yeah.
No, they got the beard shit. That's what we promote.
course.
We promote mostly the beard shit. So you would have the black men that's promoting that shit. You would have
What
black
they
women
need is a
promoting the
hey,
skincare.
Hey JT,
So-
what they need is a wave pomade vision. You know what I'm saying? They want to get the younger cats. You know,
All
to
right,
get your
but we
wave
got Murray,
straight,
we got
please,
Murray's,
baby.
we got Murray's, we got Murray's.
You know what I'm saying?
Who own Murray's? Who own
Who the
Murray's?
fuck is Murray?
Only problem with Murray's is you got
Murray's
to
wave
like
grease?
under some heat first.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember.
Yeah, you got to put that
it's been
stuff
a
on the
minute,
stove,
man.
man.
Yeah, you got to put that thing on the stove for a second.
When I did have hair, bro, I had no
And let it
waves
heat up.
banging because of that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Murray's not black. I thought Murray's was black. Murray's not black.
Hang on, and what did that? And look at all these
What
bubbles.
the
What did all that get us? You know, I'm trying to live all those brush strokes, all those pomades, the wave caps, the do rags, all that stuff. What did it get us?
It got us
That's
bald.
why I'm encouraging hot boss. I've never seen you in person. I don't know if you bald or not, but certainly, again, we're promoting baldness in this.
No,
space
I'm
here,
not
so
bald.
again,
I'm not bald.
so
I've
I
never been
welcome
there.
you. You know, as you can see here, you're surrounded by all these beautiful bald heads right here. So I'm just welcoming you into this lifestyle.
We got lost in translation as he's a beginner.
No, thank you. Pause. I'm rejecting.
Go nowhere. Right, you got two people
I'm
in here who are not
rejecting.
bald.
Mr. Bennett.
I just said,
Mr. Bennett.
but
Mr. Bennett.
majority is bald on this panel. I'm
That's
just saying,
right. There's only two of us who-
I didn't
there
say
are only two
everyone
of
was
us who are
bald.
not.
I'm saying just look at this canopy.
Mr.
here.
Bennett,
Yeah,
I'm going to reject your invitation. I am not bald. I do not have children. I am stress free. I don't even have gray hair. No, thank you, sir.
Mr. Bennett, that's gonna be the guy right there with the ball cap on. You know, when them dudes don't want to let it go, they put the ball cap on. Right. And then when they take it off, they got a hole in their head.
I have very
JT,
youthful
he
genetics.
He got that Stevie Wonder bird's nest. He just hanging on for dear life.
With the monkey
He think
balls
it's gonna
hanging on
come
the back
back.
of the head. You know?
I just called to say.
He got all them bottles of Viagra. That shit don't take. Your ass will always be bald for the rest of you gonna die bald. Let it go. What Teddy P say? I think I better let it go.
That's right.
Bro, I'm motherfucker. I'm not bald. What the fuck are you talking about?
TKO.
You know the fuck? You have some crazy motherfuckers.
He gonna have that shag in the back. He gonna
Come on, so watch out that now. Watch out that now.
watch out there, young fella.
It'll be
Young
coming
blood.
through, baby. Watch out that now.
It look wet, but it's really dry.
You know, it look wet, baby, but it's dry. Go touch it. Go see what it do, baby.
Watch your
Have you seen
language,
these brothers getting that tattoo stuff now on their heads now? The tattooing.
No.
Yeah, they trying hard.
To get the tattoos
Micro scalp pigmentation. I thought about
yeah,
trying to go get that.
they doing the line.
Get it all.
Hey, if y'all see me show up on the line with a hairline, don't say nothing. You already know what time it is. Don't say nothing.
Don't do that
I
shit.
got an uncle right now. He's the oldest of 7 brothers. He's the only one that has a goddamn hairline. That's because he got money. Because we always ask him, how do you keep your hairline? You the oldest one. Everybody else look like me. They look like me and my brother. They all look like us, and he the oldest.
He got that Steve Harvey.
JT
he keep it low, but I think he got that crochet. They crocheted that shit in or something. I don't know.
JT has been the turkey man.
He got a little money, so yeah.
He went to Turkey to get that line of implants.
But right now, like for 3,000, you could get a hair transplant, right? To put all your hair back on.
Yeah,
Does that work for black
I
people?
know. I'm going to Turkey.
Yeah, they
I'm
do
gonna
it.
get it done.
Yeah, it take a long time though.
They do it. They do
It take a year. It take a year to do it.
They do it in Mexico. I mean, not Mexico. There's a dude called Cooper. He's a
going to
passport
Turkey.
bro, and he went
He
to
goes to
Kenya.
Turkey. Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
He went to
Turkey.
Kenya. He went to Kenya for.
Oh, ain't no goddamn way I'm going to Kenya. Ain't no way.
Some of these brothers ain't got the head
You
for
couldn't
it, so I
pay
can understand it.
Ain't no way.
Some of
Kenya
these
has
brothers
never
ain't
been
got the
known for
head for the ball
their
head,
surgical
dog.
practices. No way.
They don't.
Some of these dudes got a head
He
like
did
a
that shit. No,
spoon.
he put it on YouTube. You can see it. He put it on YouTube. You can see it. He went to Kenya and they did it, and it like.
We're not saying you're lying. I'm just saying. I'm just agreeing with Trey. Fuck Africa. I'm too much for the African to get anything medical.
Listen, I go to Africa, but it ain't to get no hair transplant.
No,
I go to Africa for a lot of
do
reasons.
it. If they gonna do it in America, fuck it.
Nah.
Right?
I go to Turkey before I go to Africa.
Like on his YouTube channel, he went to
Arab
Mexico to get his teeth cleaned and teeth done, and he went to Kenya for his fucking hair.
Oh shit! He must have went this.
Wait, why do you go to Mexico to get his teeth cleaned?
Not teeth. I mean, those teeth implants.
Veneers. Those veneers.
Yeah, whatever you fucking call
Damn, this nigga
Yeah.
is insecure as fuck.
Yeah,
It's like
Yeah,
woman out
fuck
here.
all that, nigga.
It's
sound like a woman out here.
it's super cheap. He go to foreign countries for medical things, man. No, I think I'd rather save up the money and get.
I go to Dr. Pepper.
medical tourism.
Right, I
You
go to
never had
Dr.
medical
Pepper that's
tourism?
only 5 miles away, and I'm going to get that shit.
Yeah. Hold on. We ain't signing. Yes, of course I've heard of medical tourism, but I just don't understand people who do that. Because there's a high chance that getting I just don't trust foreign doctors, dude. I don't.
Bro, they
I don't
making
trust
all the
foreign
money.
doctors.
They're making all the money. Listen, I was watching a
$10
YouTube video with this OnlyFans model went back and got her neck done. She got the fat sucked out of her neck. This chick like maybe 25 years old getting the fat sucked out of her neck. You know what I'm saying? She got her cups done, got 540 cc on this side and 480 on the other. One side bigger than the other.
This broad when got lopsided titties on purpose?
No, women
natural.
have one size
It's
bigger than the other
natural
one, man. You've been around enough boobies to know they ain't the same size.
I know that, but if you had the chance
Natural.
to get perfection, why would you not get perfection?
Well, she had more meat.
Yeah, that's
Why would you purposely go in and be symmetrical? That don't make sense.
That's right. Tell him again, Mr. Bennett.
If you're a breast connoisseur, then you're gonna know hell. Some ain't have. These are way too symmetrical here. So.
Hey, hold on, Mr. Bennett. Has that ever stopped any man in the history of man?
I didn't say it wouldn't.
We don't care.
I'm still gonna go, but it's gonna be something if she got a D cup and a B cup.
Because we ain't gonna give a shit anyway.
That's
sure ain't.
We don't care.
Might as well get it perfect. Get it perfect.
But you guys gotta know that is a difference between she having on the right side is a D cup, and on the left side she got a B cup.
And you keep trying to figure out why she's walking around in circles. It's because all the weight is on one side. Girl, why you keep walking in circles? I can't help it. I'm leaning.
Do y'all know Danica Marie? Y'all know such Danica Marie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, our pain.
What I gotta say, man. Wait a minute.
But dude, I don't watch porn, so how do I know what
Our pain ain't gonna let you get in, bro.
Cut it out.
Right?
Silly, man.
So she has a Patreon, right? And she said, "Ask me anything." And one of the guys said to her, and that's what she said on her channel. He said, "Well, come on, how big are those milk cannons?" Right? And that shit, that shit was funny as hell. Somebody asked her that, and so she said, "You know what? I don't know." So she thought she had a 34 double D's, right? And so she went to Victoria's Secret to get a measure.
They don't make them that big.
And she told everybody, she said, "Man, I'm a 36 double G and shit, man." Something like that.
Hold on. So you're telling me,
and this is why I won't get married.
Hold on.
My wife did.
You're telling me this
like
married woman is up here saying
she would never have another fucking YouTube channel ever again. This is why I can't get married, bro.
You're telling me
if my wife
this married ass woman
shit like that, I would not do that, bro. I'd have shut her shit down myself.
Exactly. But again,
she got permission to do it, I'm sure.
Simps.
Oh, he is simp then.
Bro,
yeah,
that's one of the things.
Ain't no fucking way. I would be cool with somebody, with my wife up here telling dudes how my women's breast size and shit. Now that's some simp shit.
Super chat, you know what I'm saying?
But again, fellas,
milk cannons. And
super
shit.
chat, you know.
This woman is speaking right into the delusion that women have. Most women don't believe that they're that big. She's saying she got a 34. She's probably, like our just said, a 36, 2 sizes bigger. But most women believe that they 2 sizes smaller.
Yeah, man.
They not
Listen, hey, Trey Ferg, a black chick asked me earlier, she's like, why don't y'all like us? She's like, I don't understand why y'all black men don't like us. And I said, well, if we going off of the basis of rest in peace to the Godfather KS, right? Fit, feminine, and friendly. If we going based off just those 3 factors from the start, 80% of y'all are disqualified off rip. Off rip. 80% of y'all are disqualified when we just start at fit. Just starting at fit, 80% of y'all are disqualified. The look, Trey Ferg, the look she gave me was like, fuck you, nigga. Like, she was mad as hell, bro. And I said, you asked, I'm just simply answering. If we go off of just simply, if one of our criteria is we want a woman, by the way, I'm tough on it, but you ain't got to look like a fucking model. You just need to be fit. You need to be in shape, right? You need to not look like you're carrying an extra body, right?
Right.
If we just go off of you being fit, 4 out of every 5 black women are you overweight. So that excludes y'all. So a lot of y'all, and I said it to a lot of women, I see beautiful in the face black women all the time. All the time. But you're disqualified because you're not in shape. You
Look,
don't
all
work
they need
out.
to do, all they need to do is just go back. All they need to do is just go back to how they looked in the 90s, man. Black chicks in the 90s were
we were calling them thick. We called them thick. We called them healthy. Thick, healthy. That was back then too. But
They weren't nowhere. They weren't nowhere.
What you got, Mr. Bennett?
I'm asking you, what is your criteria for fit? Do you do like KS talking about she needs to be, if she's 5'2", she needs to be 120 pounds, or you can go a little thicker? I mean, what's your criteria?
My criteria is typically what do you look like to the eye, right? To me, obviously, if she's 5'8", I'm not going to expect a 5'8" woman to look the same as a 5'2". That's ridiculous to me, right? But if I'm looking at you with my eyes, and I can say, this is a woman I can clearly recognize she exercises. I know she hits the gym at least 3 times a week. I can see it physically, right?
You're looking for muscle tone. You're looking for like
I'm looking for some at least some minimum sort of definition, right? Like you can see it on her.
Yeah, muscle.
Right. Yeah. But the thing is that if I put her on the scale, she's probably gonna weigh more. Like my ex, for instance, she ran track in college, right? She worked out, she lifted weights. If you put her on a scale, it's gonna say 150. But if you look at her, you're gonna be like, "There's no way," right? She's got muscle. She's excellent. So to me, there's an eye test. That's how I see it. There's an eye test. I'm looking at you and I'm saying, and I will always ask you, "How tall are you?" I'm 5'5". Okay, based on what my eyes are seeing, you're overweight, and I can see it. It's obvious to me, right? Not as opposed to, if I have to kind of wonder, maybe sort of, I'll let it go. I'm not gonna go that deep into it, right? But for most of the women that I'm seeing, mind you guys, I'm at the gym all the time. When I see these women walk in, it's just completely obvious. Like she's overweight.
Oh yeah,
she's overweight.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick.
5'5" and like you said, muscular. I mean, she might be 150 pounds at 5'5", but she's jacked. The legs, the booty, everything. You can tell this lady squats she's in the squat rack. She might even be a bodybuilder for her. That's still good with you as long as it looks good.
No, man.
Yeah.
No, we got
yes.
Man,
for me, yes.
I'm asking him.
It has to look good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because the thing is,
what looks good to you? Do you like your women more petite? Do you like them
I
thick?
personally, if I could draw it up, do you know who Jade Cargill is?
Yes.
If I could draw it up, that's what I would want.
Jade
right?
Cargill.
A woman that is like superiorly fit, in shape. I don't think muscles on a woman is unattractive. I think muscles on a woman is extremely attractive.
I do.
Yeah, so
I think I might ask you last time. Would Serena be too big for you? Is that
like cat suit Serena?
Serena's too big.
Serena's like 30 years old.
No, for me, no. I think Serena Williams has an incredible
Serena's
physique.
too big.
I think for okay, well,
Right,
she
that's
wasn't
a
asking
200-pound
you.
woman.
He asking me. Hang on.
That's a 200-pound woman.
I think her physique is great. I wouldn't have a problem with that. So if she weighed more, I wouldn't bother me.
Right, but I'm saying that's a 200-pound woman right there.
That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't,
but isn't she 5'9" also?
But Mr. Bennett, that's why
She is not
I'm saying
160 pounds.
there's an eye test. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's an eye test. It's what I'm looking at. When I look at Serena, am I gonna oh, that's a 200-pound woman? No, I'm seeing this woman is stacked. That's what I'm seeing.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying you like thick, voluptuous, muscular women. You don't like model-looking women or whatever. You I'm sorry. Do you have a type? I'm just asking. Like, what's your?
I like what I like. I guess I don't know.
Everybody has a type. Everybody has.
Jeez. The point I'm trying to make is that when I like, how do I put this? When I see her, I know. Does that make any sense? Like when I look at her, I
she
go,
could be any type.
like,
she could be 5'11". She could be 5'2". She could be whatever.
No. My cutoff is 5'7". I'm only 5'11". So my cutoff is 5'7". So anything over 5'7", she's taller than me in heels, and that's a problem. And I'm insecure, so I can't.
Don't stand all over here, man. I'm 6'4", man. I can use a title.
Yeah, but lost you like 6'3". We're not the same.
6'4", man. Send them on over here, man. I like a tall woman.
Y'all just gave me a motherfucking idea, bro.
Nice.
But for me, it's when I look at her, Mr. But you know how like when you look at a woman, you like
absolutely.
That works for me.
But see,
That's
but
fine.
now having said that, now there are women that I've seen in my life that are totally out of my type. But there's something about them. It's the way they walk, their swag, whatever. They may not be, but they're just sexy. It's just oozing out. It might be the pheromones that they're giving off. I have no idea, but it has nothing to do with their shape. There's certain women.
I agree with you, Mr. Bennett. Some women just got sauce, and that's fine.
Yeah,
it just is what it is. Some women just really got sauce. It's not a problem. I've dated a woman like that who was a little bit thicker than what I like, but it was the way she carried herself. She spoke softly. She was intelligent. She was articulate. She was eloquent, right? She was sweet. She had a kind spirit. She was generous. She had all these things, and I'm like, yeah, she got a little bit extra poundage than I would like, but she has so many other things that I'm like, we'll work on getting it. So I agree with you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna add this in, even though nobody asked me shit. So I'm gonna add this in my goddamn. So first and foremost,
you're a married man, so I didn't want to get too far into.
No. I'm not anymore. Not anymore.
Well, let your freak flag fly then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No. It's okay. It's okay. Man, I'm living wild, man. I am living wild.
I didn't know. That's why.
No. It's okay, Mr. Bennett. It's okay. You didn't know yet, but like my life right now is fucking outrageous, and I like it that way.
Okay.
So
hey,
this is what I'm saying.
In Kenya?
No, I'm in China right now. I'm only in Kenya during the
Mr. Bennett, they too thin for me. Too thin in China.
Right,
so you can have a thin chick, but she can still give off that energy.
In China, they thin, right? They got this they got these competition like these A4. So they put a sheet of A4 on in front of their stomach and waist, and if you are bigger than that, they just call you fucking fat. So they literally go around talking about fat stuff. And then they got another challenge where they put a roll of coins on your collarbone, and if that shit cannot fit in your collarbone, they call you fat. Like over here, this shit. And matter of fact, they got a new app that just came out about a couple months ago, where you scan the body, and then the app will tell you what you need. Like how much fat you need to lose, and what medical surgery you should do to get. Right?
So they do some serious fat shaming in China. It's like that.
Oh my god! Like a big broad over here. A big bra over here will just fucking lose it. I mean, like they got fucking app. They got an app where you scan your body, and they have surgeons that they recommend you can go to fix your nose, fix your cheekbones, and shit like that. Like it is insane.
And we thought we had it bad here in America.
Yeah, man. I mean, one of my employees, she's a receptionist, and she's an overweight. All of my staff calls her Shalpanza, which means little fatty. Right, and I asked them to stop. Right, I asked them to stop. They don't stop. They call her little fatty. Like, good morning, little fatty. Let's go eat, little fatty. Like this shit is crazy. So, but my point, what I'm trying to circle is that we as black men, we gotta do a little bit better, man. Like if she's bigger than Megan Good, man, we gotta stop the presses. Because
here's the thing. I got you. Here's the thing. Like my lady now, she's 5'5", and in her heavy time of the year, she's 135 pounds.
But 5'5" is too short, bro. I'm
5'8". What do you want, dude?
Okay. For me, bro.
Man,
for me,
like
man,
What do you want, dude? What do you want?
Bro, you would kill it.
I never would have thought Trey and Mandrell are the same height. For some reason, Trey always thought you were taller.
Trey's taller.
Right, because I'm 6. So anyway, let me let my point. Hold on, let me let my point.
5'11". Okay.
See, the thing about it is that
give me my 3 inches.
I think you said 5'8". I'm sorry.
Let me let my plane. So look, black
hey,
men,
Mr. Payne, they matter. They matter. The 3 inches
black
matter.
men. Every black man under my voice, y'all need to listen to this. These lovely ladies are talking about 6 feet, 6 figures, 6 inches. So now we as men need to meet the demand of the market. We need to start making genetically superior children. So for me, I do not date any woman that is shorter than 5'9", right? I prefer 5'10" to 6 foot is my preference, right? I'm 6'4".
That LeVar Ball move right there.
I'm 6'4", right?
Right.
And and do not let her be fat. And then so this way, your children do not have problems when it comes to the dating market, right? See, this is the thing, right? Black people are notorious for not putting the offspring in position. For me, I will not get any woman pregnant that is not at least 5'9". That's a no-go.
You're also 6'4", though, bro. That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't always.
Look, deal with your inequalities, motherfucker. Deal with your inequalities.
I am dealing with. I don't date women over 5'7" for that very reason. I am dealing with them.
But Trey, how tall are you?
The fact of the matter is that you're a part of an elite group of men in the entire planet.
Trey, how tall are you?
I just 5'11".
5'11". Okay, so Trey, wouldn't you want your children to be a part of that elite group? Wouldn't you want your children to be better than you? I want my children to be taller than me.
Hell no, you're not kicking me out of the office. You're not kicking me out of the office.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That shit is crazy.
You're not wheeling me into the nursing home at 65.
That shit is crazy.
I'm taking
Hang
over
on,
the
but hot
company.
sauce. It's not guaranteed, sir. I'm 6'3". My wife is 5'11", and my tallest daughter is 5'7". So that's not a guarantee.
But they're women. Yeah, but I mean, nothing's guaranteed. I grant you that. But at least you try your best.
Right.
Yeah,
you're gonna be strategic with it.
Ekene, how tall are you and how tall is your wife?
I am 5'8".
Oh shit.
Little ass motherfucker. All right. How tall is your wife? How tall is your wife?
My wife is 5'6".
And let me tell you,
if you go to war with me,
right? You had a girl, right?
I have a girl, yeah.
And I bet she's
growing tall.
She probably ended up 5'7", 5'8".
No, but
Genetics are
immigrants,
weird,
Trey,
bro.
but hang on,
Genetics
Trey,
are weird
but
like that.
they're growing up here in America. A lot of these children of immigrants, the kids are just bigger. I don't know if it's the milk here. I don't know what it is.
It's the diet. It's the
diet.
It's the diet. It's the diet. That's what I was going to say because my daughter, well, my wife is African American though. But my daughter looks like she's going to grow more, like taller than us because she's almost, I would say about 28 inches, and she's only 4 months old.
Baby, man.
What percentile is that? They normally tell you what percentile
you mad at
that is.
African American? I didn't know that.
I didn't need
Yeah, my wife is African American.
Look, it took him 9 years to do it, though.
Yeah,
how does your tribe feel about you marrying a black woman?
Oh, I knew he said that because I remember he argued with somebody. They thought he had a woman that was.
Go back home to your American woman.
He said no, she's American.
Go back home to your American wife.
Ekene, what's your tribe say about you marrying a black woman, a black American woman?
Okay, I've got to be honest with you, right? My tribe was pissed
Of course they were. The Yobas don't like that, dude. Yobas want you to marry a Yoba.
No,
So how did you get around it?
I'm not Yoruba, I'm Igbo.
Oh, Igbo? Worse.
Yeah.
I'm saying
How did
that's
you get
worse.
around that,
Y'all married out, man.
I didn't go around it because the reason why I didn't go around it is that if I speak, they're not going to listen and they're going to be still pissed, right? So I let my wife show them that she was worthy of being a wife. And I got to tell you, my family that have met my wife and the one that haven't met her, they love her. Because guess what?
That's what's up.
She was raised, in fact, I dated her for such a long time and married her because I knew from the day one, because of her and her family, she was the only woman I'm going to marry from America. If it wasn't her, I was going back to Nigeria to go marry someone. So this girl, I got to tell you, when an African American woman is raised right, if they are raised right, they are the best thing that can ever happen to you. They are much better as a wife. If they act right, if you get a good one. No, I'm telling you, if you get a good one, I'm saying if you get a good one.
That's true.
If you get a good one. Yeah, because I went through like almost 10 African American women before I got a good one. Almost 10.
That's
too much work.
So you were intentional with it. So you weren't even thinking about going back home. If you went through 10,
the thing is this, right? I was intentional with it. I was intentional with it.
I'm asking you what. I'm asking you why.
Hold on, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, here's why he had to make sure that tether was tight. That's why he was so intentional.
Not because of that only. Yeah, you're right on that one. Yeah. But I got to say one thing too. As this Sunday, when you tune into my show, you're going to hear more. But guess what? I got to say this, right? If a woman is good, it's generally good, no matter which race or which culture she comes from, because she was raised right. That's why you see black men will marry white women and they don't give a damn what the community say, because she married a good one. My Nigerian family and community didn't like, some of them still don't like the fact that I married an African American woman, right? But majority of them that were pissed later love her because when they met her, she is just something else. But does she act crazy? She acts crazy, but I keep telling her that if you act crazy and these people misunderstand you, you're going to lose the ones that love you. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to understand this independent stuff in America. She's not a woman that believes in independence, but because she was raised somehow like that, you're always going to get that come out of her. So I always tell her that you got to be careful what you say. You got to be careful how you act. Because if you misact, I might understand it and, don't worry about it, but they will not understand it. And they will react about it. That is why I want us in this community to understand that black women, African America, are good. But it's just that majority of them don't know how to get themselves together. If they go back and understand the culture and learn that African culture, I bet you in the next 30 years, more than 60% of African American women in this country will be married. I'm talking about the future generation because these ones, they are damaged goods. So forget about these ones.
That's still bold I agree. Of your culture, because I have a sister-in-law. I have a sister-in-law who's married to a Nigerian man, and his family still doesn't, even after all these years, after the kids and everything, she's been a great wife to him. They still don't accept. I mean, so it's still so the fact that your family came around, that's still a testament to them. Yeah. But that doesn't happen all the time.
But I got to tell you the reason why it don't happen all the time. Sorry for going a little longer. The reason why it doesn't happen all the time is that the women don't know how.
This all the time.
It's because the women don't know how to turn it off. You see what I'm saying? Women have to understand this, right? If your in-law doesn't love you, the only thing keeping you there is your husband, because she knows the other side of you that they don't know. So what you put out there matters a lot. And I got to tell you, your in-laws should love you, because if they love you, they will go beyond for you. They will do a lot for you. But the thing is this, right? The black women that are born and raised in this country always see other people like they don't like them. Oh, she doesn't like me. Oh, they want to compete where they shouldn't be competing. They want to react where they shouldn't be
like
reacting.
Protocol. It's like not liking somebody is protocol. Like not liking somebody that's a potential in-law or an in-law. It's like it's protocol not to like them or some shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You saying that black women should? You saying black women shouldn't compete
in their husband's house? Why are they competing? What are they competing for? No, they shouldn't.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. When she gets inside there, what she has to do is just be feminine. No matter what, hold your family down and be feminine. Be feminine, because I got to tell you,
they don't have any examples, Akane.
They don't have any example.
Like if you were to ask my sister, how do you be a wife? She's gonna tell you, I don't know. I never saw it. I don't know what it's like to be a wife. I didn't watch my mother do it. I didn't watch my grandmother do it. I didn't watch my aunts do it. Right? And my sister is. Y'all ever seen that movie 27 Dresses? Probably not.
Yeah.
No, but it's
damn, it's a damn shame that
it's basically
I'm right
a movie
along
about
with you.
being a bridesmaid and never being a wife. That's essentially what the movie's about. And that's my sister. Like, and when you ask her about wifely things, she can't answer it because she doesn't know. She didn't see it. They don't understand, and that's why I'm saying, like, there's no positive examples for the majority. I'm not talking about everybody, but for the majority in black families, there's no examples of two-parent household. Mom and daddy been married for 35, 40 years, yada, yada, yada. Even when you watch these podcasts, a lot of these podcasts, right, will do like stats, and they'll ask the women that are interviewing, are your parents together? No. When they get to the black women, it's the same thing every time. My parents were never together. And from the beginning, my parents were never together. My parents were never together. I'm like, no wonder we're so screwed up. There's never been any positive images, positive influences matter. I'm so grateful for my uncle, man. Because positive influence and positive images matter. And I'm looking at this going, a lot of these guys, they don't have it. They don't see it. They don't know what it's supposed to look like. And they're getting this information from social media. They're getting this information from reality TV shows, which are not giving them the proper information, music videos and all that. They're not getting it properly. And they're just sort of making it up as they go, which is why we have all this confusion.
Look at it this way, Trey. Look at it this way. 3% of Nigerian men in this country are married to African American women. 3% of Nigerian men in this country to 5%. You guys will be surprised. There are a lot of Nigerian men that are married to African American women. Guess why? The ones that they pick are the ones that are worthy of that marriage. That's the only one they pick.
So y'all
still on the women.
To be honest,
That's the problem.
Ekene, I'm gonna tell you what it is, brother.
We're picking and choosing.
Immigration.
You might not like this.
Women from
Ekene, you might not like this, but the only reason why they do this because they love y'all accent, brother. Y'all different. It's the same way
guess
we
what?
get somebody else with a different accent. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying?
It's no different than when I was in Brazil. The women would tell me, "Oh, I love the way you talk. You sound different." Even when I spoke Portuguese, my Portuguese doesn't sound the same as theirs, right? It even has a little twang on it. Even when I speak their language, and you're different. I'm considered exotic.
All right.
Look at it this way.
JT, them women over there rubbing rub your head because the Brazilian men aren't bald over there.
Shut up.
Rub your head. What does that feel like? Ooh, do you like that? Your skin. Why your skin feels differently than ours?
And Trey, then when you grow your hair out, let me touch your hair. I've never touched curly hair like this.
Touch your hair, right?
Yeah, I get it all the time, man. All the time. Let me touch your hair.
Loss is absolutely correct. It's just a reverse. It's a reverse concept. Y'all are exotic to them, just as we are exotic. If you go to Thailand right now, I'm exotic to the Thai women.
Yeah, because they don't see us often. They don't see us often. There's not a lot of us over there. They don't see us often.
Oh yeah, you're right, Mr. Bennett. That's almost done. We going over there so much now that we're no longer exotic.
We're part of them.
I know.
Yeah, in Colombia, the gangs and drug cartels and caught on to the game. They made a whole industry out of sex tourism for passport closed down. And hey, you better pay them that money though, because they knocking y'all off over there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mandra, you know what it made me do though? It made me start practicing my knife technique again.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
you roll up on me and put a gun in my face that quickly, you're gonna be a hurt man.
Yes.
Because I can stick you 2 or 3 times before you squeeze that trigger.
See what the problem is with the Colombian guys don't realize is that planes go to other places too, like Thailand. Nobody gonna put up with that.
Facts.
You know, you can stay there and you can be all big and bad with your little cocaine, you know what I'm saying, and your little guns and all this other stuff. Ain't nobody got time for food. That man, zoom to Thailand, baby. Nobody got time for. They got golf courses over there, man.
But guess what? That's one thing I'm trying to do. That's one thing that I'm trying to do in Nigeria as well, because some group of companies and I are coming together around the coastal area. We're trying to build like golf course, resorts, where people can come from all over the world and feel good without the bustling traffic and all these things. You see what I'm saying?
Akane, you know who Lisa Yarrow is?
No. Who is that? Who is that?
She's Nigerian.
Who is that? No, who is that?
Well, if you pull up a picture, you'll know why.
No, who did you say? What's the person's name? What's her name?
She's an actress. She does little skits, but she's Nigerian.
What's her name?
And Lisa Yarrow. She fine as hell too.
Okay, Lisa Yarrow. Oh, guess what? Lisa Yarrow was actually born in a state called Kaduna. And Kaduna, I was born in Kano, right? That's northern Nigeria, far north Nigeria. So I was born in Kano, which is the state above our state. She's a very fine woman. You see, women from her part of country are dark skinned like her, and they are exceptionally beautiful.
Yep.
When you go to where she's from, right? Man, I got to tell you, Lisa is pretty, but you're gonna shake your head, bro. No matter what they put on, I'm telling you for real. No matter what they put on, you are going to see those hips. You're going to see those hips through those clothes, man.
Oh, yeah.
And another thing again is that, but I got to tell you,
divert your flight, man.
Oh yeah, one thing I got to tell
Thailand, man.
If you go to Nigeria, compared to the rest of African countries, I'm talking about non-mixed, non-mixed race, right? When you go to Nigeria, the women are very beautiful. I got to tell you that. The women are, in fact, you going to want to come back all the time. The women are very beautiful. It's just that Nigeria is not cheap compared to the rest of African countries, but it's number one for everything in Africa. So their women are pretty. And where she's from, right? Their women are so pretty, so dark-skinned. Some of them are very tall, beautiful. And okay, where she's from, the taller they are, the more the hips.
The more
they will drive you.
The more the hips.
The more the hips.
The language not more the
hips.
hips.
The more the hips. So the hips go bigger. And the women are beautiful. Slim stomach, like over here, this is the difference. When I first came to America, I got to tell you guys what I observed when I first came here that shocked me. So when I came here to the US, right, the women have a big stomach. They might have a curvy. They might be curvy down there, but they got out one pack stomach, and it's big. That wasn't my experience in the whole Nigeria when I was in Nigeria. These women, their stomachs are flat. I've never seen women that big. She's like maybe like 200 pounds with she's like 5'3" with big stomach, or she's 5'7" with big stomach. Usually our women, the taller they are, the more the hips, the bigger they are. You can't see a Nigerian woman 5'3", right, with such body. It's difficult in Nigeria. Here is
we call that.
Should a woman weigh more than a man?
Oh no! A woman should never weigh more. I've never seen a woman weigh more than a man until I got here. Usually, the men are more heavier than the women. In the whole of Africa, men are more heavier than women.
What you experience, we call that a high fructose fupa. You know what I'm saying? Because of the diet.
A little Joey pouch. That's all. It's a little Joey.
Yeah.
Jelly.
That pouch.
That's right. But I gotta tell you, African men love chick women because the thing is this: when they come here, they're like, "Whoa, these women are thick." African men love chick women, but then when they take off their clothes, they're like, "Whoa, where is that stomach coming from?" So,
Yeah, that's because they seal them up like you know what Grand's biscuits are?
Yeah.
You know how you pop the Grand's biscuits and all the dough pop out? That's what they do to you. Hey, listen, man, I got homeboy the story he told me when I tell you I almost peed on myself, I was laughing so hard, bro. He's telling me this story about how this girl literally, it was like a can of like dough, like she was taking this shit off, and it was just like fat was just popping out of everywhere. But when he told me that he still hit it, JT, I lost my shit, bro. I couldn't take it. He said he hit it anyway. I was like, what? Hey,
our body was having an argument.
I was there. I was bricked up. I was ready to go, man. What you want me to do? What you want me to do?
That's why you gotta look. Baby. That's why you gotta look at them. What they call them now? The them damn
waist trainers, man.
And
we call them the bulletproof vests.
Yeah, all that shit, man. Because and especially the older they get, boy, the older woman, she know how to put all that shit in place. She know how to keep it all in place. When she you know take that shit off, them goddamn look, them titties be doing like this.
But you know what my issue is? Like from a mental standpoint, at some point in time, you're going to have to reveal yourself. And this is what I say. I say this all the time. Like, this is just how manipulative sometimes the women are. Is that at some point in time that what you're showing me isn't the real you. So you've decided that you're going to try to get me emotionally connected so that when you reveal the real you, that I'm so deeply in love with you that I just ignore. That's the most manipulative.
You gonna put me in a compromised position. I gotta make a decision.
That's why you met girls. You met them at the supermarket. You met them at Barnes and Noble. You met them, in the library. Again, they weren't all hooked up. Now it's like they're going out, with all that stuff on now. But it used to be if you wanted to see a girl in the natural, you saw her in those environments. You didn't go around. You didn't meet her in the club. That was the worst.
The worst.
Especially that room is dark and they got them little black dresses on. You hook up with them the next day or whatever.
Lights make them look. Hey, look,
you're not the one that I thought that I saw in that club that night. So again, bars, clubs, or whatever. That's the wrong place to meet women, for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
If y'all can recommend one place, if all of y'all can recommend one place, you say you can meet a woman at this one place. If there's only one place you can send a guy to go meet a woman, where would it be?
Whole Foods.
At my family's house. I would love to meet her.
Shout out to Home Depot also. Home Depot is not too bad either. Home Depot or Lowe's.
Trey, what you say?
See, Home Depot though, you're gonna meet a married woman. Normally, she got a house. Like that's a good place for women.
You ain't gonna meet no woman at Home Depot.
That's a good place for women to meet men.
She gonna send her handyman out there
no,
to get them
I met somebody. Look, I met an older woman with some kitten heels on. And she
had what department? She was in the cellophane department.
Yeah, the kitten heels and some beautiful jeans on.
She was in it with the paint.
Right.
But bro,
she got bad arches.
Right. Now, if you don't care if she has kids
bad arches and bad knees. So
if you don't care if she has kids or not, then Hobby Lobby or Michael's Arts and Crafts.
Hobby Lobby, Michael's. But
they may have kids though. I'm saying they had kids. But if you want them guys who date a girl lady with kids, then go there. You see them in their natural state. I'm again not overly made up or whatever, but yeah, that's the spot too.
One place
to get them, especially if they were thin and they get those mommy curves. So again, any woman that has kids, you're gonna put at least 20 pounds on, right? So again,
if she still got mommy curves, that means a dude there somewhere,
I'm just saying,
or you can
but that's why a lot of those guys go after those women because they got them curves on them. When they were thin, they had them babies, and then that's when they grow up. You know what I mean? They look like
that's what happened to Keke Palmer. She got a baby and got all kind of booty and thinks she's
that's what I'm saying. And a lot of guys can't. It's hard to turn that down.
But see, here's the
Keke Palmer always look like Akila. She always look like
to your question, Trey.
I have to go with having a whole honey pot.
I have to go with a little bit of all three because I'm out in Lowe's and a Home Depot and I'm out there in them streets sometimes a lot. And here's the unique thing about it. You see a lot of single women now shopping because they don't have a man. And a lot of times these single women are getting supplies for Jorge to come over and install. So, you know, if you got a couple of hours, depending on where you at, you might want to visit. And most women that I've noticed, they visit Lowe's instead of Home Depot.
Instead of Home Depot.
Yeah.
See, they go to Lowe's a little bit more.
That's
You go
like
to
the
Lowe's.
Target, but Trey, you know she's single if she got some drywall. You know that little cart that she had, if she got some drywall on that cart, she's single. And
She can borrow her daddy's F-150 to load that drywall in them, you know. Because
She gonna hot to see. She gonna get the guy from Home Depot to load it in the
Listen,
car.
if you like a woman with natural hair, if you want a woman with natural hair, Whole Foods is the #1 place. Because every time you go to Whole Foods, it ain't number natural hair women in Whole Foods.
Yeah, but they be vegans up in there though, man. I mean,
Hey, they can be a vegan. I got vegan meat. Vegan meat.
Vegans are out.
Vegan women got.
Listen, they be in there getting them free range.
Vegan women got
brother.
issues, man.
Vegan women got bad.
Yeah. Here's the thing,
As soon as I hear vegan, I'm out.
Right, Trey Ferg, you clearly never dealt with a vegan woman. It's not what you want. It's not what you want. It's not what you want.
I ain't invested.
Right, you never dealt with a vegan woman.
Hey, I ate some tofu. I ate some tofu a couple of times.
Let me tell y'all a story real quick. I met this vegan woman one time, right? She was fine as hell. Fine as hell, had freckles, fine as hell. So I'm like, I'm gonna play this vegan thing. Now, mind you, I'm not vegan at all, but I'm gonna play it because I want to hit this bad. We get one of our first days we go out on. She pissed me off so bad, I ordered a ribeye. Ate that motherfucker right in front of her, bro. She was like, I thought you were vegan. I'm not fucking vegan. I just wanted to smash. I'm gonna fuck this ribeye up. I ate that shit. We ate a food. She sat there salty. She sat there salty with a sad face the whole time. You tricked me. Yep, I was trying to hit.
I'm mad Trey told her straight up. Yeah, I'm not vegan. I was just trying to smash.
I was just trying to fuck.
He sitting up there telling us, I'll have a salad. He go, Trey, let me get a porterhouse, please.
But you can tell a lot about a woman's. That's the thing. You can tell a lot about a woman's.
Let me get a 2-pound tomahawk
at a grocery store. You can tell a lot about where she at in a grocery store. You see her bag, and you see her buggy, and you look at what she got in there. It's gonna tell you everything you know about her. And you see a bunch of juices and shit. She got a bunch of kids. You see all them goddamn stupid ass
motherfucking Capri Suns and shit.
Capri Suns and shit.
She got fruit snacks in that bitch.
7 bags of goddamn chips.
She got the value chips with 6 different flavors. Yeah, she got kids.
It ain't nothing in there nutritious. Ain't nothing in there nutritious. All them Eggo boxes she got in them motherfuckers.
I was out a couple days ago and she was trying to be flirty, and I said, no disrespect, sweetie, there is nothing attractive about you pushing a stroller with a baby in it. Like, I'm sorry, no disrespect.
Trey, let me
I'm not
ask you
trying
this,
to be rude, but I don't find that.
Trey, let me ask you this: the freckle chick
at all?
Hey, Trey, the freckle chick, did she have the little pooch that Ekade was talking about, man? The vegan chick.
No, it was not because she was a vegan and she worked out. Like, her body was ridiculous. Like, she didn't build that on straight.
God, she switched up. If she like straight. That, you built. That's what I hate about vegans. They build their bodies with meat and then they go vegan and then they
for sure. There's no doubt in my mind that she was a meat eater at one point in time.
Yeah,
and then she switched off. But bro, she was bad, bro. Like, she was bad as fuck. But I don't remember what exactly. I think she might have been late or something to when I was supposed to pick her up or something like that. But it wasn't that she was late. It was like how she carried it. Like, fuck it, nigga, you gonna wait on me anyway. It was one of them type like attitudes she had. And that shit pissed me the fuck off. So I said, I got something for your ass. I got something for your ass. When that motherfucker came over, I said, give me the motherfucking ribeye. She was like, ribeye? She's like, since when do you eat meat? Bitch, I always ate meat. I
was just trying to get that cookie. Hey, but you know the ones that I can't stand? I'm gonna tell you, these ones that I can't stand, it's the ones that had that goddamn gastric bypass.
Man.
Their attitude is the worst.
Yeah, they the worst.
Attitude, bro.
Hey, Trey right here slapping vegans with Sweet Baby Ray barbecue.
Facts.
Shut up, chick.
Facts. Hey, Lost, when I tell you, because the funny part is, I'm thinking she was gonna get up and leave, right? Like any normal woman with some self-respect, like would get up and just walk away. Like he lied to me, he played me, he tricked me. No, she sat there and she ordered him, and she's like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna eat for free then." So I'm like, "Cool, you gonna eat? I'm gonna eat." And I'm sitting there cutting up my steak, man. I'm drinking my wine. We just sitting there looking at each other.
Hungry, Trey.
She
mad because she hungry.
I know what it is, Trey.
Was that before or after you hit it?
Trey, I know what it is.
He didn't get there.
Trey, I know what it is. She can't eat off your plate. You know what I'm saying? Now, chicks reach over and try to eat off your plate. Oh, you a vegan now, so you can't eat none of this steak. That's exactly what happened.
About that. She was
mad because she couldn't share your food.
Hey, you know how you take the piece of meat and you sop up all that like that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was petty, JT. I'm petty T and petty as fuck.
He was over there double twirling the juice in the steak. You know what I'm saying?
Petty.
Was that before? Or after you hit it? Was that before or after you?
It was after. We had already done the deed. And I'm serious, bro. Like I probably would have gone vegan had this shit worked out. She was that bad, bro. She really was. She was that bad. I would have played this shit up until I couldn't play it no more. But the way she carried that whole thing, like, I'm like, yo, you 25 minutes late. Like, you're not gonna apologize? You know, hey, my fault. I got held up. She was like, no, what's the big deal? We still gonna be on time. I'm like, oh, okay. All right.
Give me the red eye.
All right, okay, I got something for you. You don't have enough humility to even apologize when you late. I got something for your ass. So I done made sure
you still had grace for it though, because you didn't order that tomahawk. You didn't order that porterhouse.
I got the ribeye. I get the tomahawk. I got the ribeye.
That's right. Medium rare. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question for you. I got a question for you because this shit is your fault anyway. Why black women never apologize?
Oh man,
I ain't need her to apologize.
No. I said Trey Ferg. I got a question for Trey Ferg because it's his fault.
It's my fault now. Oh my god!
Yeah. You are
playing the whole thing on you, Trey.
These women don't apologize, and it's your fault. We're supposed to be in the same generation, so how you gonna blame it on me?
Oh, my bad. I'm paying.
No. You gonna
slide right over the pain.
It's universal. It's universal. It's not just in America.
Right.
Black women all over the world don't apologize. It's worldwide. It's not just US. It's all over the whole world. Even in Nigeria, they hardly apologize.
They don't apologize.
So I can ask the species.
Whoa, what?
They don't apologize in Africa.
No, not like the way it is here. Not like the way it is here. But when they become too comfortable, right? You hardly can get an apology out of their mouth. But at the very beginning, they're going to be apologetic. They're going to show. But once they become a wife, right? This is one thing that African women do that I like. They don't misbehave before the marriage. The misbehave comes after the marriage. But by then, you've already liked what you like. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because if they show that bad part of them at the beginning, they're not going to be married. So they're going to show it after the marriage.
After they sign that motherfucking.
That's why you need steak and
contract.
See.
Yeah, no, but I got to tell you this. One thing I like about African women, not in America, but all over the whole world, except the ones in Houston, right? That are more crazier with divorce, right? Most of them will stick in a marriage. They don't care if you're bringing a second wife or a third wife. They don't live in that marriage. Yeah.
Surrogacy.
They be like, you gonna stay here and fuck with me.
That's right. You're not going nowhere. You gotta have to deal with it.
Hey, gentlemen,
I
got a question for you. Hey, before you go, I gotta go. But Monday, man, come on by because we're gonna be talking discernment and consequences on Monday.
Oh, no doubt.
For young men.
I'm gonna try to get there, man. You be having that early too, man.
Yeah, you know you go to bed early.
I'm on vacation.
I'm trying to make it on.
Shout out to the boomers.
I might be in the car, but I get with you.
Shout out to the
Man,
boomers
we
out
can
there.
jump in. Whoever could come on, you know. But hey, listen, 6 o'clock is 6 o'clock, man. You don't got all this competition out there. What can you say?
You be having me rushing to the crib, so I
know.
Hold on, it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
No, man.
Shout out to the boomers. I got you.
You got to finish. You got to fix your time up.
Mr. Penn, that 6 o'clock is too early. It's not if it's a weekend, 6 o'clock better. But weekend.
No, 6 o'clock is fucking 6 a.m. here.
I got y'all paying.
6 o'clock is 5 p.m. here. We're still in traffic.
You know, everybody can't start in prime time. You know, so. And listen, we'll still be here when y'all get here, you know?
Yeah. So, but Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question.
Yo.
All right, so you have 2 daughters, right?
3.
Oh, you have 3. So if a man was like, I'm going to marry your daughter, but I'm not going to have children with her. I'm going to bring my own children through surrogacy. I'm going to marry your daughter. How would you feel about that?
I don't know if I would bless it. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily approve of it unless there was an issue where my daughter couldn't have children. So I'd be asking, why are you bringing your own surrogates? What he's trying to enact a certain. He wants a certain outcome.
Well, no, I mean just hedging his bet, just in case shit goes left.
Just in case. I don't understand what that means.
I
mean,
if
my daughters are healthy enough to bed. If my daughter is healthy enough,
it's not about healthy. It's just about kids of divorce.
I understand, Mr. Bennett. He comes from a different class, and I speak that language as well. So I get where he's going, where we inside is going with it.
Well,
but it's funny to wait. It's funny to see him talk to people and they just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a trip to watch.
Let me ask you this: will Mr. Bennett's daughter be providing the egg?
No, of course not, because then you lose paternity rights.
I'm not going to give my daughter. I'm not going to give my daughter out for that.
No, but the thing is that you got to understand, if that man come to Mr. Bennett with that right there, you got to understand the type of man that you're talking in front of, and what he's going to do is put your logic in front of you. So at the end of the day, he's going to do it the same thing for his daughter. Mr. Bennett is not trying to be a father where he's just going to be like, I know, and he's going to be just going crazy and all of that shit. What he's going to do is put that man's logic in front of him. He's going to put that man's logic in front of his daughter, and he's going to tell her, you're going to have to make the wise decision. And he's going to put these things in front of her and say, you do understand, the pros and the cons of this. And that's basically, as a father, what we would do. The problem is that man is not strong enough to be able to stand on what it is that he's talking about and be able to articulate himself well. I'm pretty sure, and I have very good confidence that Mr. Bennett's daughter is going to be like, my father's not going to bless this, and this is not going to be right. And now we have a dilemma, and that man is going to have to come a different way. He's just going to have to.
I'm not anything better, JT. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't see Mr. Bennett going for that either. I don't.
I'm not gonna give a blessing to my daughter for a man I disapprove of. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah,
it's the way, man. Listen, one of the things about men, and I think that younger men don't know the art of it, is that when we talk to other men, we understand the dangers of talking to that man. That's what separates us from guys that don't understand boundaries and things like that. So if that man comes to Mr. Bennett with disrespect, I'm pretty sure, man.
It's not about disrespect. It's just about hedging his bet. So, for example, perfect example, Mr. Bennett, guy A comes to you. He's well off. He's successful. He has businesses. He says, "Look, your daughter is very nice, lovely. You did a fantastic job raising her, etc. But prenups got to be signed, right? Right? Would you be opposed to that?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay, so prenups have to be signed. Maybe not. The surrogacy's on the table. For me, surrogacy's on the table, but maybe for that guy, surrogacy may or not be on the table, depending. If we can come to agreement that if for some unforeseen reason we split up, is she going to give me equal custody? Things like that. Like those things need to be discussed.
I don't have a problem with that conversation. Not at all.
I think what you just said right now, because this is the problem that we're having. We as fathers, Some of us are so scared to get married because we think that we can't have shared custody. Shared custody is automatic. The only thing is that she has a lawyer. And when she lawyers up, now she start arguing the system. She wants the system to give her more custody. But shared custody is automatic. So you have to lawyer up and then get the judge to do what the law says. Because it's automatic. We shouldn't be scared that we're going to lose rights to our kids. In the United States, you do not lose rights to your kids as long as you're a father. You can demand DNA to make sure that's your kid, but it's automatic. People shouldn't be scared. And also, one thing that I got to tell us about this prenuptial agreement: if you come in with money, get a prenuptial agreement. But if you broke, you don't need it.
No. You need a prenup, no matter poor or broke. You need that shit.
What are you bringing?
Matter of fact, if you were poor, you need prenup even more so than if you're rich.
What is it going to protect? 0 times 0 is what? 0. 0 times 5 is 0.
Brother. See, you don't
guys,
understand
continue the conversation. Guys, I need to roll off also.
All right,
Mr. Bennett, guys, tune in Sunday night at 9:30. We're gonna have a show in the gray area. So again, looking forward to having you
I
guys.
need to do a show, man. I need to do a show about all this shit.
Facts, man.
Yeah. There is one.
All right, Mr. Bennett,
appreciate it.
I love you, brother.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Bennett. But the reason why I'm saying this, this is the reason why I'm saying this. If you don't have money, because people are thinking that, I can get a prenuptial agreement. Yes, get prenuptial agreement if you don't have money. But any money that is made as soon as he signs that marriage certificate, she's part of that money. Is a community money. So that's what I'm saying. That 0 times 0 is 0. So if you're not bringing money and you go and get prenuptial agreement, that's 0. Because she didn't bring wealth before the marriage. So if you bring wealth after the marriage, she has money in it. She's invested in that money.
See, this is where we fuck up as men. Because when we get married, we sign that house, we get that mortgage together, right? Don't we get that mortgage together, fellas? Right? Then we're on that loan. And when we get that divorce, she gets the kids. She get the home, and guess what? You still on that loan that you still need to pay, but now you got to find another place to live on $55,000 a year.
But prenuptial agreement wouldn't have prevented that because she didn't buy the house before the marriage.
But in a prenuptial agreement, we can say, okay, hey, we agreed to divide the assets. If you marital assets will go 50-50 down the road. So we divorce, we sell a house. You go somewhere smaller, I go somewhere smaller, but I'm not on the hook for that mortgage anymore.
That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea.
Please, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But it's statistically proven that divorce is financially ruined middle class men.
But Hassan, okay, here's the problem. We always look at the glass half empty. Whenever you come into the marriage, like they said, whatever y'all got is what you got. 0 plus 0 minus 0, however you look at the 0, divided by 0, multiplied.
That's not finances. That is not
Square root of
finance.
0.
What I'm saying is still 0. Listen.
It's about dividing. No. Hang on, guys, because this is not right. Because it's about managing the accumulated debt in a relationship and making sure you're not stuck with the bill.
Okay, that has to be starting out. That's a bad deal. But as you grow, you're going to have to start putting those things in writing. And even then, she can go in court and say, you know what? I was under duress. He had a lot going. He forced me.
Trolling.
And then all that shit go out the window. It sounds good. Now, if you can, I wouldn't necessarily say, God, don't do it, especially today, because that's all y'all focus on. This I ain't gonna say y'all, but young people, they focus this on money. They whole focus is on money. Whatever it is money first. So
this is the thing that would bring it up though, just based off of this conversation right here. What are we talking about? Because what we talk about is marriage, and we always talk about that. And I love how Hot Sauce brought it up when it comes down to prenups and things like that. But it still brings it back to what is the ideal age to get married, right? Because we still stuck on that. If you're talking about at a point where you've made a lifetime achievement of finances and things like that, and then you get married, it's going to be way more complicated, right, than what is intended for you guys to build together, right? So my thing is that, and this may have to just be another show or something like that, where we can actually dig down as far as when it comes down to age and level of life, when it comes down to marriage. Because if you're talking about, for instance, me, 51 years old, I'm accomplished. I'm now starting to see that it makes no sense for me to get married. Reason being is because I don't see me trying to have any kids with anybody. You know how young she got to be in order for me to have kids with her. And then I have, I got pensions and I got savings. And I got shit. Yeah. So I don't see me marrying somebody, especially because I got kids too, that I want to still my heirs, right? That I want to actually have something, even while I'm on earth, but even when I leave, that they'll be able to benefit from. What age would we talk about this type of thing on? Because I think for instance, my age, if I get married, I think that I should have a prenup. I think it should be a prenup, and I think that it should be trust. I think it should be a will involved. All these different things where I have to redo the will and all these different things. So it's kind of dope that you guys are saying what you're saying, but it's something that we should look into, especially.
But here's my thing, because you asked a very important question. So for me, I would say the best time to get married is when you're young, both men and women, right? Young, you're supposed to grow through life together, right? Go through life together with ups and downs, peaks and valleys together. I would say 21, 22, finish college, y'all do this life thing together. You figure it out, right? Because at the end of the day, at least you had that like childhood, high school sweetheart love when she loved you for you, right? Anytime after high school and college,
that's a crap
requirements. No, but even if you meet a good girl who's decent, she's 25, whatever, right? There's requirements on that love, right? But if you knew her when you were 8 years old, that's like she loved you for you, right? Yes, it's a big difference marrying your high school sweetheart or your college sweetheart than meeting her in the market at 25. All right, yeah, like you, good person, whatever, right? But what else? What can you provide, right? High school sweethearts and college sweethearts ain't asking what you're gonna be providing. I love this man. I love this woman. I'm going to rock up for the rest of my life, right? So that's the best time because that's pure or the closest you can get to probably unconditional love. But what I am saying, though, is this, that the reason why you need to have a prenup when you're broke is because you accumulate debt together. And if you didn't marry your sweetheart, college sweetheart, or high school sweetheart, right? Divorce is high as shit. The only reason why it's at 50% is because of the baby boomers. Divorce is higher than 50%, right? The average American marriage only lasts 7 years, right? Yeah. 7 years. So in 7 years of accumulating debt, then you're on the hook. So if I'm broke, I ain't got shit, and now we accumulate all this debt together, it's better for me to have a prenup because I can't afford the financial debt. If I'm rich, whatever happens, Steve, what is it? Not Steve Jobs, but Jeff Bezos lost $33 billion. But he's rich. He can absorb that.
So right? who pays the debt? Who pays the debt in a divorce?
The man pays the debt.
Right, no, y'all both are responsible for the debt. Both y'all names on it. Both of y'all responsible.
Okay, so fine. We both pay for it, but now I got to pay for a house I'm not living in. Plus, I got to find a new place to be in.
Well, move to the damn basement. Come up with a disability. Do something.
All right. Well, but see, I don't want to do all that. That's my point. I don't want to do all that.
That's why it's a good conversation. No, because what you guys are saying,
game, bro.
What they're saying.
Just keep you a side chick, bro.
Hold on. No, but they're both saying, because this is how we have to work the conversation out, man. Because again, we got people that's listening, right? And at the end of the day, Hot Sauce made a good point. The only reason why this whole 50% shit is rocking is because we're being held up, that status is being held up by the boomers, right? Because once you get the boomers out of the way, and then you got X, millennials, Z, and in another 10 years you have Alpha. So it's going to look worse than what
And
it is on
thing,
paper.
and one more thing I want to say, right now, the average age of men that's getting divorced is fucking 55 when you're on the downside of your earning potential. If you get divorced at 30, you'll make it back. If you get divorced at 40, okay, it's tougher, but you'll be all right. But at 55, at your statistical peak height, she leaves you. Now you're gonna have to restart your life over at 55.
And there you go. And that's what I'm not willing to do. That was the reason why I sat back and I had to reevaluate my life when it comes down to marriage. Because
here's the thing, man. I want you to remember something. She didn't make you.
But she can destroy your ass.
No, but it don't matter. She didn't make you, brother. Remember that.
Lost in translation. I have that. You're a Bible man. Let me ask you something. Do you remember this? Do not give all your strength for a woman, because she destroyeth kings. And goddamn it, I am not a king. I am not a king. So what can she do to my black ass?
Here's my thing. It ain't got to
do with being a king like that. Then what I got
coming? What I'm telling you, brother. Listen, what I'm telling you, brothers, what you've learned, nobody can take that away. You can get that back, man. That's the main reason why Jeff Bezos won't worry about them $3 billion, because he turned right back around and made another $3 billion.
But it's easy to do that. No, it's easy to do that when you're already a billionaire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you.
If you're a billionaire, if you're a billionaire, and here's the thing: if I got $100 billion and I use $33 billion, I use $33 billion. I'm not giving a shit. I'm gonna make that up in 10 minutes. You know, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? If you're a billionaire, making $10 billion is inevitable. If you're a millionaire, if you made $1 million, making $10 million is inevitable.
Right.
Yes.
You're going to. All you have to do is keep going.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Once you get to that level, it's not hard. However, that's why they're not worried about it. However, when we started talking about the everyday Joe, no, you're not gonna do that. You can't do that. That ain't you.
Men do it every day, bro.
No, you just not.
No, hold on.
No, they're not. They're doing the bare minimum, man. They're doing the bare minimum. And see, that's the thing, right? We as black men, we gotta stop saying like, okay, just make it the best way you can and make the best out of a bad situation. No, man, bro. If the average man makes about $55,000, and let's say you work to your 50s and 60s, so you finally get up to that 80K, 70K mark. At 55 years old, you got that through working for a company, not getting that shit on your own. Then now all of a sudden, you lost half your pension. You have to pay for the mortgage on the house, plus child support, and you got to find your own stuff. That is backbreaking.
Yeah,
and you can't do that. You can't start from there at no damn
55.
Yeah, you can do that when you at 30, when you at 27. You can do that shit, but once you even if you're in your 40s, even in your 40s, you do that shit. But that shit gonna be hard, even in your 40s. But that shit's gonna be hard, right? The average man, it takes him 15 years just to get back to where he was
right? So okay, so if you're 45, then you're fucked, because it's gonna take you 65 years of age, according to that.
And now you're gonna start looking different avenues than what you was doing.
Let me ask you.
You're gonna be looking for a sugar mama.
Let me ask you this:
somebody that you get over on.
Listen, let me ask you this: hot sauce. If it's that important, then why not wait and find the right woman?
Well, because the right woman don't exist when you have 70% of the population that's single moms, and we know single moms produce bad products.
You don't have to choose a single mom.
Right. No. You're choosing the offspring of a single mom.
You don't have to do that.
Man, look, it's rare as fuck to find a black woman who was raised by a father.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't do the work.
No, I'm not talking for me. For me, I'm fine.
Right.
For me, I'm fine because I have resources to go elsewhere. And I went elsewhere. But I'm speaking for the average Joe, because I'm speaking for the average person. And so for the average person, let's say average person from Chicago, right?
Right.
It's not that simple, man. It's not that simple as picking the right one.
Let me ask you this: what's stopping you?
The market. What's available in the market?
Man, no, this is the thing of being and having the world as your oyster and not just where you're from. And that's what we were talking about. That's why I said that this conversation, man, is such an
Right.
important
So if you
conversation for
let's say
men.
38 years old, making 75,000, working for the Chicago Public Bus Depot, right? Bus driver, 38 years old, 65, 70K, fantastic benefits, right? Saving up, and maybe I have a rental property on the side, right? 38. Okay. That's where the average Black person can achieve, right? Investment property, 65, 70K, bus driver, 38, not old, not young, right there. Now you're looking for a wife. What do? You can't work remote because you're a bus driver, right? You got your routes Monday through Friday or whatever.
Let me ask you this. Hold on. I like to say add this on there too. Let's be honest. Even if you made 60 grand a year after taxes, that ain't shit.
Correct.
You ain't making money. You think about it: bills, incidentals, transportation, insurance.
So now we getting to the point, man, Jarrell.
60 grand a year. 60 grand a year.
Insurance. No, but city workers, at least in Philadelphia, city workers have fantastic insurance coverage. That's why I'm saying that, right? 65, 70K, but you got fantastic coverage, right? Like zero copay and all that. Like city workers do get like really good incidentals and public.
But at the same time, you have to ask yourself the question: can you handle a family? Like real talk.
Yes. Yeah.
When
why
you start
not?
adding, diapers and food, and kids don't.
You
stop
will be
eating.
able to, because again, when you find that woman, she's going to multiply everything that's going on. She's not
that sounds good.
No, but listen, this is why we have to find out who's going to be an asset and who's going to be a liability.
That's why
let's look at it financially. Hold on, let's look at it financially. 65K. Then she comes on and she adds her 40K. Now we're at 6 figures. Now remember, a bus driver has fantastic insurance plan. She's a dependent, kids dependent. So braces free, eyeglasses free, doctor visits free because you're a city worker, right? So you're getting all those incidentals and stuff like that for free, right? So now you're making your collective household is at 110K, right? Now you can apply for a nice home loan, right? Home, you could probably get like a 400K loan, something like that. Why not?
You overspending your money, man. Look at it this way.
No,
your kids
400K
ain't even
loan over 35 years.
Hot sauce. Number one, your kids ain't even 8 yet. You ain't put no clothes on them yet. True enough, the dental and all this other stuff, all that stuff is free. They ain't went to no recitals. You ain't bought no books, no shoes, no none of that. That is the type of stuff that we miss out. We look at how much house we can afford, but we don't look at how much life we can live.
Well,
that's the problem.
Let's budget it out. Let's budget it out, right? So you're on, let's say you're on after taxes, you're on a 8,500, right? Mortgage 2, right? Let's say mortgage is 2.
You out your mind? Not on the 400 grand house.
Over 35 years?
No.
6% interest?
Yeah.
20%
what
down
house
payment?
is 6% right now?
In Michigan, your shit is extremely high.
All right, so let's say
what home loan is 6%?
Okay, fine. Let's say 20% down payment, right? 20%. Now remember, the guy's 38. He has money saved up. So let's say 20% down, right? Let's say what interest rate is it now? I don't know the interest rate.
Interest rate's about what, 8% now?
So the interest rate, I can say for all the states,
interest rate is 5.56%.
It's going down.
5.56%.
Not in Michigan. In Michigan, it's about 8.
Let's just do the national average.
It's 7.99.
No, interest rate. The interest rate is not Michigan. Is nationwide. You're talking about property tax might change, but interest rate is nationwide. It's federal government.
So we talk about anywhere from 5 to 7.99.
Okay, so let's say 6. Sorry, I gotta say this really quickly. I gotta go. I got a meeting. But 6 figures, got savings, 20% down on a home loan of a 300K, nice neighborhood, not too bad. Not extremely violent, but pretty decent, 300K. Right? $2,000 a month in mortgage, 2,000 or mortgage, then you can afford the other shit. Why not? On $85,000 a month after
That's why I
taxes.
said it's a great. This is the thing, fellas. Before we even get on the opposite side of it, this is what I'm saying. It is a great conversation to have because do you understand that the majority of relationships don't even speak about finances, bro? They talk very vague about finances. But when you can get into conversations like what we're having right now with the women that you have, this is how you're gonna find out what type of woman you got. Because I know and I gotta always give my kudos to my ex-wife, bro. She was big on finances. She was the one that she actually I learned a whole lot from her, 22 years old, about mortgage rates and all these different things and how we it's a lot that we have to deal with when it comes down to it. And then we can take it to going to marriage, right? And not have the focus on marriage and money is the focus. It's about how we survive together. So what Hassan was saying, right, wrong, or indifferent, he's bringing up the conversation that we should be bringing up with the women we have when we talking about things like that. Because number one thing that we also got to understand, you have to have a place to live. God damn it, you got to have a place to live. And when you got a woman that really likes nice things, there's nothing wrong with women loving that shit.
JT, here's my thing. I'd rather her like me than like nice things, and I think that comes down to the root of the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. That's why I said it just makes a good conversation.
Magic yellow brick road, and you don't even know if the chick like you or not.
But let's get back. That's why I say it's a great. But that's why I say it's just an aspect of it, and it's a great conversation.
But gentlemen, this is what I really want to say. $8,500 a month is enough to be living in just you and her and maybe one kid, man, in a decent neighborhood, right? In a decent neighborhood, good public school, decent to good public school, and you live your life, man. You got excellent benefits, and you know, as you working, she's gonna make a little bit more money. You're gonna make a little bit of money. That 70K turns to 80, her 40 turns into 50. Now you're at 120, 130. You know what I mean?
She gonna save a little bit, bro.
Say again?
She gonna want to stay at home, bro.
Why? That's not a traditional woman. No, if a woman talking about she wants to be a stay-at-home wife, drop that bitch off. She's an anchor. Women,
she's a modern woman. It's a modern woman.
Women throughout history have always worked. Have always fucking worked. Right? When we were doing barter and trade, you were pulling the livestock, plowing the ground. She was picking up the fruit and going to the wet market and selling that shit. Women have always worked. Always.
Good luck with finding somebody that's dragging something to the wet market.
No, hold on, bro. Do you understand?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that. But she could be a school teacher. She could be a librarian. My grandmother was a librarian. She could be a librarian. She could be a fucking school teacher.
But what Hot Sauce is saying, dog, I'm telling you, and if you've been in the military community, first and foremost, E6s don't make a whole lot of money. Shit, for that matter, E7s, what do you guys think the average E7 makes?
It ain't a lot.
Hold on.
A master sergeant. A master sergeant.
So hold on. Let me get this right. Let me get this right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get this right. Let me get this right. Let me get this right. Coach K can be a coach and work, right? But our women can't be a fucking school teacher or school librarian.
I told you.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
There you go. Because her husband is definitely in the military, and at the end of the day, they make it work. If you look in the military community,
right? Is she talking about I want to be a housewife? If she talking about I can't be in my femininity without my soft air? Don't she got a job?
Man, she gonna multiply that shit. I'm telling you. And when you got her, again, who can find a wife, right? That's what we talking about. We ain't talking about
finding a wife is a favorite guy
that can pose as a wife. She gonna make that shit happen. Now, I said E7s and E8s, right? But you got people being married at E3 and E4. They make the shit happen, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the younger you are, the more the broker you can afford to be, right? Because you have.
How about this? How about this in the household? Because I've heard it a lot of times. We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna do what we need to do. You don't have to stay right where you
gentlemen. Anyway, gentlemen, I gotta go. Y'all take it easy.
I just
want to leave y'all with a word. I just want to leave y'all with a word from the Bible where it says that
he who finds a wife has found favor with the Lord. So if you haven't found a wife, God hates your black ass. Take it easy.
God hates you anyway. Okay.
You crazy, y'all. Man, I love. See, this is a conversation. I'm telling you, man, because we all gonna have different ways on how we think, right? Because of how we live our lives, and it has worked for each and every one of us on this panel, right? And it has worked for a lot of other people on this panel also. I mean, not on the panel, but over there. Some people it has not. What? What'd you say? No for?
No.
What's the no?
No, finish your thought. I'll let you finish.
No, what I'm saying is that of course there's a lot of people that it has not worked for. What I'm saying though is that these are conversations we have to figure it out. Not to say that we got it. I ain't got it. I ain't gonna tell you that I got it. It's certain things that I got in life, but what I'm telling you is that because I learned from each and every one of you brothers, man. We all learn from each other, right? And one of the biggest things that we talk about is husband and wife type shit, right? And we see that we are in a deficit in the world, not only in America, but in the world, we're in a deficit because of what people disbelieve and what they do believe. And what I'm saying is that the conversations is what, because listen, I'm going to take something from it. I'm going to try to apply anything that I've learned that I haven't did myself. But we have to have these type of conversations, man. Especially when it comes down to this whole thing called marriage, because this shit is marriage is complicated. It's easier to find a person. It's very, very difficult once you can maintain with that person. Guaranteed. This is where you're gonna find out. You know what happened with most people, man? They find out that person, after they done been with that person for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, that person ain't it. They ain't even it. And they try to, based off of religious beliefs and all kind of other shit that they pick up, and they try to stay with that person. But then you would have somebody else say, it's time to, what they say is that country song, you better know when to fold them, know when to hold them, know when to walk away, and all these different things. You do understand that people do that also, especially in marriages. Ain't it funny that they would sit back and be a girlfriend or a boyfriend of you for 10, 15 years, and once you get married, they can't even get through 12 damn months? Ain't it crazy when you got people that do shit like that? Because they stop communicating with each other. They stop talking about the hard things that it is to talk about. Finances is one of them. Finances is one of them, bro. It's just to have the conversation. You ain't got to be on one or the other side, just to have the conversation so it can open your mind. That's what it is, bro.
Final thoughts, brother.
Final thoughts, man. This is a rabbit hole subject right here. Shout out to all the married people going into 2024 and beyond. The hell with these streets. Don't get your ass back out on these streets. But I will say this, though. I was Tiger Woods before Tiger Woods became known as who he was.
Damn.
You can't play no goddamn golf, Trey Ferry.
He said he was a super hoe.
You wasn't no hoe either, man. You wasn't in these streets like that, Trey Ferg. Don't even start it.
He light skinned like you, Trey, Mandrell.
He's not light skinned like me. This nigga.
Let me tell you this. Listen. Trey. Not only is he light skinned, but he's like what's that damn group? All of Elder Bars light skinned. He got damn Hollywood light skinned.
I ain't that pretty, but I'll tell you this.
Trey Ferguson.
Red Afro height. He red Afro like
hey, Trey Ferguson glowworm bright.
Yeah. I want to make sure I shine, baby. Because I'm gonna shine like that diamond. I'm gonna put that spark in your eye.
That's right.
Let me say this.
Wow.
Just based off this, man. As a young man, you gotta put in work regardless of what it is. Whether you work a regular job, fucking delivering mail, put in your work. Don't focus on women. Don't focus on people who ain't supporting you. If they talking down and you feel like if somebody say you got a big nose, if that hurt your feelings, stop hanging around those damn people. We come into a different era in time where the world is bigger than your community and your neighborhood. Now is the greatest time for a young man to take control of his life, because it's not going to be the same in the next 10 years. If you think these jobs that you go into going to be around, they're not going to give them to you. There's no more, what what's it called? What's that thing called?
Affirmative action.
There's no more affirmative action, baby.
That's a thing.
They ain't gotta hire you. The
You never
minority is going to be
you
from
never
South
needed-
America.
You never needed it in the first place.
What Mandrell, whether we needed it or not, it was there. We could take advantage of it and use it. Why you think all these baby boomers are still in the positions that they in? They took advantage of affirmative action.
That's because they refused to leave.
Okay, but they took advantage of it. So now it's not there. So when they all gone, when they all phase out,
they
not go put us in our generation in those positions.
They're gonna be there until they die. Generation X will be forever known as the forgotten generation.
If you a young man,
never left, and now
we're gonna give you a chance. Let him have his final thought, man.
If you are a young man, do not sit there and listen to these grumpy ass 38 and 40-year-old men. Don't do it. Don't do it. You will spend the next 20 years of your life sad as hell.
Yes, sir.
This is the greatest time for you to get as many skill sets. You got to play the game in America. You either go to college, you work at Amazon, work at the post office, learn a skill trade, drive a truck, and now they got this new thing. Or you can join the military. There's plenty of jobs that translate out to the military. And you hear that guys in the military talking, they talk like, man, fuck that shit. I'm doing what I got to do. They ain't making excuses. They doing what they got to do. This new thing, this entrepreneur thing, you better get your communication skills up. You better be able to talk to people that don't look like you and don't live in your neighborhood. Because that's the only way you're going to have a successful entrepreneurship. You're going to have to be able to speak to different cultures, different races across the United States. If your ass ain't going to leave the United States, you're going to be right here. And if you ain't buying none of these properties out here, I don't give a damn if it's boarded up. If you're not buying it, you're going to make somebody else rich anyway. You're going to continue to waste money. If you decide to get married, make sure you have the conversations about sex, religion, money, and them badass kids. It can be your own badass kids, but you got to have the conversation. If you got to have 2 or 3 conversations, continue to have the conversations. Make sure you have regular conversations about how you're going to manage the house, money, what role you're going to play. Unfortunately, it's just a different time. It can't be like great-grandmama. It's a different time. And it's not that easy, and it's not that hard. You just got to be willing to put in the work. Stop being afraid, black man. This is our greatest time, man. The hell, we in a space now, the world can hear us holler. But we hollering at each other, and we hollering at the women. The hell with these damn women. Holler me in when you want, get your little hut fixed up, and when you get your little hut fixed up, cook your little dinner, she gonna smell that damn bacon over, and she be like, can I have some? These are my damn rules. You follow these rules, you good. If not, keep it moving. And this is our greatest time. It's more of them than it is us. So it depends on what you want to do. You can sit around for the next 20 years complaining about shit. The world's still gonna move. And if you want to be a part of that, man, going forward, because the numbers ain't changed in the last 30 years. 10% of us only still making 100-something thousand, 15%, however you want to look at it. So if you want to be in that elite class, you got to put in that fucking work. The game has not changed. This a whole bunch of disgruntled ass, crack error ass children. Get your ass up and do what we need to do, and let's move this thing because we need each other. If you got a big nose and big lips like me, we need each other, man. We need each other, man. So let's do it, man. This is our greatest time to help these women, man. You got your own plan. Don't tell nobody else your plan because they stealing plans out here, so be careful. So that's all I got to say, man. You know, it's always a pleasure, man. I love these conversations, man. Let's have them. We need to bring, and whoever listen, get on the money, man, and come back and tell us your story of the great things that you did and seen and went and whatever. Just go do it. That's what you may do is, man, go live life. Hell with them neighborhoods, them old boarded up ass when them same girls getting fat and right in front of your eyes, still sleeping with Pookie and Ray Ray, having all the kids you should have had. The hell with that shit. Take control, man. I appreciate y'all lost. JT, man, I'm mad at you for this Wednesday, man. That's 2 weeks in a row, man. We ain't wild out on Wednesday. Andrell, don't be in here fighting like old little Chihuahua and Pitbull mixed up. Deacon salute, man. I always knew you like them sisters, man. I always knew you like them American sisters with them yams.
Delicious.
Appreciate y'all, man.
Appreciate it, Trey Ferg.
Hey, hold on, Trey Ferg. Have you ever served in the military? What branch?
Yes, sir. Oh, 7 years. 7
You-
years.
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't know what years.
I went in June of '90, right before the Gulf War kicked off.
Okay,
And I was in Saudi Arabia. I was running along. I had it beautiful in Saudi Arabia, man. I was in Riyadh. I worked in Riyadh, man, for 3 months, man. Ain't nothing like it, man. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why people.
I gotta tell you. Listen,
Saudi was beautiful, man.
Hey, man. The whole thing about those jobs translating into civilian jobs, that hasn't been that way in a long time. Truck drivers in the army get CDLs and shit like that so they can drive commercial, you know what I'm saying, vehicles.
Right.
But when they get out, they got to go and get a CDL. You got a CDL in the army. Yes. When you get out, that shit doesn't count. You should see my military driver's license, JT.
But Mandrell, who do they hire?
When I went to get a commercial driver's license, and I took my military driver's license up there, I'm like, listen, I'm qualified on this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. Look, here it is right here. Here's my DD 214, blah, 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 blah. You know, because we had to qualify on all kinds of vehicles, all types, you know what I'm saying? Up to 18-wheelers. I can drive tanks and shit. So I qualified. But then there's like, okay, well, what time you want to schedule a test? I said, what test? To get your CDL? I was like, look, ma'am, I don't have to take a test. Look, I've already got it. What are you talking? This doesn't translate to.
But Mandrell,
they told me this doesn't translate to civilian life. You have to study and take the test just like everybody else. And then I asked other people who were actual truck drivers while in the army. They told me they had to do the same thing. They had to go and take that test. And I'm like, and it's not just that. Cooks, they got to go to fucking college and get a degree in culinary arts. Like that shit doesn't count when you get out, and they don't even get college credit for it.
That stuff in the military ain't exactly gourmet now. Let's just be honest.
No, but listen, the thing is this: it ain't that particular skill. In some cases, they do. It ain't that particular skill may not translate just because you have that skill that you got in the military. But here's the thing: they hire military first, and they gonna get your ass in there over somebody who's just coming out of high school because they know the type of quality product that they're gonna get. Now, here's another catch. You can join the military, man. They was giving firemen during COVID. If you join the military, they were giving the firemen, if you went in as a fireman, fucking $40,000 bonuses. $40,000.
You had to score a certain score in the ASVAB for that, though.
But listen,
it ain't like they was just giving them that.
But listen,
here's the thing also. But here's the thing also. What I'm saying is, let's be real with these kids. Is it an option? Yes. I do recommend, personally, I think every male in this country should do it minimum 2 years. Now, if you re-enlist, you get all the benefits that we get. You know what I'm saying? That's when the real benefits and stuff kick in, if you decide to re-enlist. So you should do 2 years. So if you re-enlist for an additional 2 years or more, now you get the benefits, right? So, but like firemen, you get out and try to go be a fireman, you still start off from ground zero. You got to go out and take the test and qualify and all that and go to the academy and all the other bullshit just like you never did it before. So my thing is like, listen, go there, take advantage of those education benefits because while you're in the military will pay for whatever classes you take. They will pay for it. So get as much education, take as many classes as you can. If nothing else, get your math, Englishes, and those stupid those core classes out the way. Get that shit out the way, especially if you don't know what you want to get a major in. While they're paying for it, when you get out, now you can use your post 9/11 GI Bill, and they'll actually pay you a stipend and cover all your books and tuition and fees. So, like I said, is it an option? Absolutely, do it. But don't think that you're gonna go in there and just be lazy. Well, I can get a job when I get it because I've seen that happen. That's why I'm bringing this up.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen. I can get up when I get up. I got experience. I can get a job. It's like, nah.
Appreciate your final thoughts, man. I really do. That's good.
They also prepare. I don't know when you went in. Like me and Ferg went in around about the same time. Probably got out close to the same time too. And what they used to do is prepare us basically for when you get out. Exactly what you said, Mandrell. And it came down because myself, I mean, I had all kind of jobs waiting for me, but as far as the truck driving and all those things, I drove 88s, I drove M1s, I drove, man, I shit,
Exactly.
boats, all kind of shit, and
I've driven,
it didn't
I've driven
translate.
tanks, I've driven tanks, boats, I've driven
But I was
airplanes.
dope.
I've
I
flown
was dope
airplanes.
because I was dope because I knew I had the knowledge. So I didn't have to study like everybody else had to study when it came down to getting CDLs and shit like that. All I had to do is, of course, I'm gonna look at the fucking book. But again, it all depends on your level of education. Also, that comes down to it. Some people do need, when they get out the military, they do need to be retrained and all kind of crazy ass shit too. But damn, I hate I shitted on your goddamn final thought. But my whole thing is this: as men, we definitely have to understand the pros and the cons of all these different things right here. And I agree with both of you brothers that at least every man should at least have 2 years here in the military. They would definitely be able to understand a different walk of life, no doubt.
Appreciate it, JT. Ekene, it's on you, brother. I know you're there eating. Final thoughts.
Man, you got me right.
Yeah, I already know. You the last one, brother. Because after me, I'm shutting it down, brother. You know, we've been on 5 hours, brother.
That's right. So put it this way, right? It's good to be married. But I do say this. The right age for marriage is between the age of 30 and 35. A young man in his 20s shouldn't be thinking about getting married to a woman in her almost age mate. Because number one, most women at that age are damaged, right? But it's also detrimental to the guy because now he's trying to deal with somebody with such experience. So he can be able to groom her. She's already being groomed. And then if you're 19, getting out of college, and you want to go marry your high school sweetheart, it's not good. That's why you have that baby boomer generation so messed up because most of them, their wives are so close to their age and they can't really do nothing. But then one day she wakes up and leave because you guys grew together. It's not good for both to grow together. One has to be grown. Especially the man has to be grown. He has to understand the virtue of being a man. He has to understand all those stuff before he gets into a marriage. Don't go into a marriage to think that it's an excitement game. No, it's the most difficult game on earth. Every day you wake up, you gotta start playing that game till the moment you go to sleep. And another thing that I gotta say is this. I don't know how many of you here had the experience that when you wake up in the morning after the family prayer that you guys all got to sit down and then have a family meeting for the next 1 hour, 2 hours. Most families in America don't do that because there is no fun in the house, right? In most families where there is fun in the house, what happens is that there is always family meetings that go on, either in the morning after prayers or in the evening after dinner. Then you guys got to discuss about one of the siblings, and he's going to be pissed and mad because everybody's going at him or her. But that's family meeting, that's family dynamic because you are trying to tell this person that, hey, what you're doing is actually against the family trend, is against the family name. But those things are not common. And when you don't have that being done in the household, kids don't know their role in the house. Mother doesn't know her role. Dad doesn't know her role. His role, I'm sorry. So everybody have to know their role in the family. Like some people say, I don't like family roles. I don't like all these gender roles. Guess what? If you don't do it, it's chaotic. So when you see people that say, I don't like family role, I don't want this gender role, are people that don't want to be told anything. They don't want to live under the guidance of a family. They don't want to live by the laws. They don't just like law at all. They want to be the law to themselves. So my final thought goes this way. We have to start making a difference. we have to start teaching men how to be men, because I think I've come to that junction where I said, you know what, let's stop blaming black women for everything in the black community. Let's start teaching the black woman how to then act right in the black community. This generation is gone. Like I said, let's look into the future generation. Let's start raising them right. That's why this Sunday I'm going to start a show on how to bring the two cultures together, the diaspora and the motherland together, so that we can all first discuss what is good. And then
what network? You gonna be on your own network?
Yes, yeah, on Sunday 6 p.m.
That's what it's gonna be named. You already got it set up?
Yeah, I have a podcast. I've been having podcasts for almost 2 years, but I don't really go on it. Like when I go on my podcast, it's usually business discussion. I don't really talk family stuff. When I have to talk family,
I'm probably already subscribed, but if I'm not, I'm definitely gonna have to subscribe to you, brother.
Okay.
But I think I think I am because I look at everybody's shit. Is it connect? Is it your name?
When I go, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm subscribed to you then. But even if I'm not, I'm gonna make sure. All right. I can't wait to subscribe to that show, man.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah. So that's the thing I want us to do. I want us to have that conversation, because the conversation going forward to me is that we have to now fix what is broken, because guess what? Nobody's going to fix it for us. Yeah.
Right there with you.
Yeah, gotcha. And also, I like to make an announcement. If you go to Hasbro, they do a marathon of G.I. Joe, the old G.I. Joe cartoon, the original one from the 80s. Yeah.
Ooh, Destron and Cobra.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, like
Zartan.
Yeah. You remember when I said Kanye was dressed like a supervillain? He was dressed like he works for Cobra. I started calling him Kanye Commander. That's what I called him, man. Yeah. Like, he does. Like when you see that goofy ass outfit.
I was gonna say Snake Eyes, but you know what? You kind of right.
He
Snake Eyes.
Yeah,
hey, man, y'all just brought me back to a kid.
That's Kanye Commander, man. I'm trying to tell you. Listen, look, that goofy outfit he had on, Lost. Come on, and I'm still waiting for the genius level intellect. Still waiting. No, this nigga just he has mental problems. No, this nigga just retarded. He's a retard, and that's what you're following.
No, he's definitely not. When you talk about intellect, when it comes down to social shit, right there, he's
dumb.
And intellect. He just takes what he sees, what he hears, and then he tries to make it
and tries to make it rhyme. That's
terrible at it. Yeah, he's terrible at it.
He's terrible at it. Do, man. That's not what MCs do. MCs make sense. Okay, I'd much rather listen to Chuck D.
I was just about to say that's what he's trying to be. He's trying to be a Chuck, but Chuck D never ever stayed in the spotlight unless he was rapping or he was doing a video. Other than that, Chuck D talked to people like me, you. He'd come on this page, this
right.
Chuck D ain't never been
right. You got people like Most Def, all kinds of MCs out there, man, who just smart guys and just knew how to behave themselves. Don't embarrass the community. He doesn't care. He didn't commit good. I got money. So what? That doesn't mean shit. He doesn't understand that.
Speaking of I got money. Tonight's podcast was about what shall we do with the Simps and the Spineless. My whole thing is this: they ain't never built nothing, they ain't ever gonna build nothing. So all we gotta do is outwork them, gentlemen. We'll last.
Yeah.
And with that being said, thank you guys for coming out.
Also,
make sure you guys
go to the YouTube channel of Adult Swim. They're doing a marathon of the Boondocks.
Awesome.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna check that out.
I watched that shit on. I forgot. It used to be on Netflix, but okay.
If you go to Hasbro's YouTube channel, they're doing it. Every episode of G.I. Joe, every single one, in order. And Adult Swim doing the same thing with the Boondocks.
Damn, you guys been up here for 5 hours?
Yeah, man. That's why I'm about to say good night.
They have.
Subscribe now.